Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to get right back to that House committee hearing that's underway on DOJ oversight.
Officials to access personal identity that can give them great power over the American people, and used improperly can cause great damage. The systems at the Department of Treasury contain sensitive, extensive details about all of our individuals' lives. Now, Elon Musk wants you to think that he is a patriot, but he is far from it. He is not interested in keeping that private data safe. In fact, we suspect he is more interested in using that private data to enrich himself. Allowing unvetted and inexperienced personnel to access this system is a recipe for disaster, leaving taxpayers' sensitive information vulnerable, either by DOJ or by external actors. What we're asking today, and I am astonished that my colleagues are not joining us in this on the other side of the aisle, what we are asking for today is that the American people understand and know with confidence what DOJ's access of their personal information and how they are using it. It's that simple. Since my Republican colleagues refuse to apply the normal standards of transparency to DOJ, we are forced to do so with this resolution today. And if I can extend to other things that might have been said, that were said earlier, we did scream out loud and vociferously when people accessed information. My colleagues suggested that employees at the IRS have access to our personal tax records. Some have access to some records when they have a necessary reason to do so. They can't rummage through the system. We had a hearing in this committee talking about that. No one has access to everything over there until last month when Elon Musk and his Doge bros, young people who lack experience, are exuding in overconfidence and believe they know more than the elected officials sitting on this body, they have access to it today. We should all be upset. And I am astonished by the silence, the acquiescence, the submissiveness of my Republican colleagues to let the executive branch to do the responsibilities that should be our responsibility assigned to us in the Constitution, in this committee. And I wish we could join together to ask for this information to protect the American people. I yield back.
Oh, can I have your 4 seconds?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you so much, Mr. Schneider, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a unanimous consent request to place in the record the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, which really elucidates the right of confidentiality and privacy.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, for the extra time.
Mr. Gomez. Mr. Horsford.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. I move to strike their last word. To the American people, I want you to hear this. Today, we are voting for transparency in government. There is only one person who's unelected and a bureaucrat who is causing havoc throughout the government. That is Elon Musk. and his hackers. Now, my constituents need and want to know who accessed their sensitive data and for what purpose. I want you to know that this inquiry specifically states that within 14 days, the President provide and direct to the Department of the Treasury, to the House of Representatives, all communications related to the access to or the use of the Treasury payment system by Doge, Elon Musk, or any member of his team. It also calls for the access to or use of confidential tax returns or tax return information by Doge, Elon Musk, or a member of his team, and any screenshots taken of the data or records in the Treasury payment system by Doge, Elon Musk, or a member of his team. This is common sense. This resolution of inquiry is simple. We are doing our duty as elected members of Congress. I don't work for Elon Musk, and he wasn't elected to do anything on behalf of the American people. So I'm asking for simple information, information that should be shared with Congress. Now, to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I want to work with you on government efficiency. There's several of you that we are actually in those efforts involved with. I want to be able to identify ways to make government work for the working people of this country. But there's a way to do it, and this is not it. Chaos only breeds further chaos, and my constituents are scared, they're worried, they're concerned about their personal information being used by Elon Musk and his hackers. From Pahrump to Mesquite, my office has received calls from constituents concerned about their information being stolen, and they have a right to know by whom and for what purpose. Sunshine is the best disinfectant. My constituents deserve to know why an unelected bureaucrat, Elon Musk, who is the richest person in the world, and his hackers are illegally accessing tax data, Social Security information, bank information. Why do they have it, and what is the purpose? That is the purpose of this inquiry. I am defending the rights of my constituents to know what has been accessed, by whom, and for what purpose. I don't understand for the life of me how my colleagues on the other side would not support this resolution. I'm here to defend my constituents. That's what I was elected to do. Elon Musk, you were elected to do absolutely nothing. Get your grubby hands off of the data of the people of America and the information that they're entitled to remain confidential. With that, I yield back.
All right, so the discussion getting very heated there in the House Ways and Means Committee as they're discussing Doge access to documents and really the situation of oversight in general there. We are hearing from both Republicans and Democrats. Now, I do want to pop up this image here on your screen. As you can see that we are live outside the White House. Any moment now, we do expect the Prime Minister of Ireland to arrive at the White House. We are going to bring you that coverage as it does get underway again in a matter of moments. For now, let's sneak away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we'll head right back to that hearing in the House Ways and Means Committee. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Much more to come. Welcome back. Let's get right back into that House Ways and Means Committee hearing on Doge access.
Where was the outrage then? So if Democrats were serious about protecting taxpayer information, they would have raised concerns about this report and articles that ProPublica and the New York Times published using illegally obtained taxpayer information to publish stories attacking President Trump and other Americans who had their data stolen. Instead of raising concerns then, Democrats chose to weaponize the disclosure of taxpayer information, including President Trump's, to attack him and other Americans for political gain. So stop with the gaslighting and protecting the waste, fraud, and abuse that is being uncovered, and stand up for your constituents and protect their financial futures. With that, I yield.
Ms. Plaskett.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a point of parliamentary inquiry?
Or Mr. Yes. You want to...
Point of parliamentary inquiry, then I'll do the strike of the last word.
Okay.
Point of parliamentary inquiry. Is there a mechanism where the committee could compel Mr. Musk to come and testify before the committee? Because we are happy. I think Democrats would be happy to support that motion or that mechanism if the majority is willing to oblige us. But we are happy to do it.
We'll take it under advisement. You're recognized to strike the last word.
All right, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. So Ways and Means Democrats are demanding answers and fighting to protect taxpayers' privacy and access to their Social Security benefits. Elon Musk's Doge has pushed for access to sensitive systems that hold private data on millions of Americans. These include the essential systems the government uses to pay its bills, database that stores tax return and Social Security data used to set and pay Social Security benefits. These databases include highly sensitive information, including taxpayers' Social Security numbers, addresses, income information, debts, and property records. Republicans are letting an unelected billionaire ransack our government. It's not just dangerous, it's potentially illegal. We need to know what information Musk has access and what Doge has done with people's personal information, especially if Musk's tech bros have stolen information for unauthorized purposes. President Trump has made it clear there will be no guardrails or oversight on Elon Musk, and his department and agency heads are being forced to get in line. That's why we have inspector generals to prevent fraud, but Trump has fired them all. If the Trump administration won't hold Musk accountable, Congress must. Congress has the power to conduct oversight on the executive branch, and it is our duty to protect taxpayer and Social Security information. That is what Democrats are trying to do today. We have 2 resolutions of inquiry before the committee, and all they do is demand information regarding Doge's intrusions at Treasury, IRS, and the Social Security Administration. We're asking whether Musk and his team access protected information like Social Security numbers and benefit information, addresses, tax debts, wage records, and bank information. We need to find out what's going on. But we can only do this if our Republican colleagues join us. And that's what we're asking them to do, to join us. Republicans either, in my opinion, either don't want to know what's going on, don't care what's going on, or are too scared of Musk to do anything about it. And trust me, I get it. Musk has a $500 billion baseball bat that he's willing to use electorally to make sure that any of you who step out of line, he puts you back in your place quickly. So I get it. I get why you're scared. I get why you're not protecting the tax information and Social Security information of millions of Americans. I get it. But we need you to have courage. We need you to step up. We need you to actually protect your constituents, because what's going to happen is when Elon Musk does all the damage and he's gone, you will be holding the bag, and then there'll be no one there to protect you. So don't let him bully you guys into not doing your jobs. We need you to do your jobs. And listen, I get it. It's basic math. You have more votes than us. You can vote anything down that you want. But we need you all to step up and protect the American taxpayer. With that, I yield back.
All right, so you're watching that hearing underway in the House Ways and Means Committee as they speak about DOGE oversight. That's expected to go on for quite a while, as you are hearing from each and every member there their thoughts about the legislation that will be discussed. Do want to head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. On the other side, we will head right back over to Washington. And I do want to remind you, we are also waiting on the arrival of the Irish Prime Minister, Michel Martin, to be there at the White House. He will be greeted by President Trump, and they will meet in the Oval Office. We'll have all of that coverage as it does get underway. Let's head to that break now, but we'll be right back in 2 short minutes. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 1054 on the East Coast and 754 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I've been here for the past several hours to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. I do want to head back over to Washington, D.C. right now as we listen in to the House Ways and Means Committee discussing DOGE oversight. On the other side of this, Christy Matino will be in the hot seat with everything you need to know on this Wednesday, March 12th.
What the expenses are that they're proposing. They're supposed to come before the Congress and propose specific cuts so that we can adjudge whether that makes sense. I don't think anybody here supports the idea when they cut the people that oversaw the nuclear stockpile. Nobody thought that was a good idea. Nobody thought it was a good idea when they cut the people that oversee the avian flu. Nobody thought it was a good idea when they cut the people that oversee a measles outbreak. Nobody thought those were good ideas. I don't think anybody here is going to think it's a good idea when they're cutting thousands and thousands and thousands of employees at Social Security, so that when people start calling up Social Security and they can't get their calls answered, and then you guys are going to say, look at that, I told you it was broken, but you want to cut 10,000 employees out of the 54,000 that are there. And then there's going to be an argument, like there's been in the past, to privatize Social Security. So let's just work together. Let's say we all want to try and balance the budget. We all want to get rid of waste, fraud, and abuse. To do that, we have a process and procedure in place for the federal government. You can't do it through impoundment. That's been ruled by the courts, and there's laws specifically passed by Congress that you can't do it that way. You have to go through the rescission process. So to come and make a proposal, I want to cut this, I want to cut that, I want to cut this, I want to cut that, this doesn't make sense, that doesn't make sense, and then we decide yes or no based upon those individual things. It's a process that you're supposed to go through. It's not supposed to be done in the dark by some 20-year-old kids that we don't know if they got background checks or not. So let's all work together and try and accomplish our common goals of trying to make our country a better place. Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Neal.
Thank you. I move to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman. I want to recognize Ms. Chu, first of all, for a unanimous consent request.
Yes, I have a unanimous consent request. Ms. Van Dyne said that we hadn't asked Mr. Musk to appear before the committee, and I have here a letter of February 6, 2025, over a month ago, signed by Congressmember Gwen Moore and myself, asking Secretary Bessent and the head of DOJ, Mr. Elon Musk, to appear before the committee.
Without objection.
And I yield the balance of my time to Mr. Doggett.
Thank you very much. Today's resolution and our consideration is not the first time we've sought this information. On February 5th, every Democrat on this committee wrote to the Secretary of the Treasury, Mr. Bessent, and the acting commissioner, Mr. O'Donnell, at the Internal Revenue Service, and asked for the same information we are seeking today. Very same facts that we sought from them over a month and a half ago. Mr. Chairman, I would ask unanimous consent to put these letters into the record.
Without objection.
And as Ms. Chu just pointed out, the next day, February the 6th, after a meeting with Speaker Johnson, they affirmed in their letter, Ms. Chu and Ms. Moore, members of this committee, that they were looking forward to having Mr. Musk here and others from DOJ, because we had an oversight committee set for a meeting to explore these matters. We're promised that witness would appear. And so who came? Several witnesses who, when questioned, indicated they didn't have any facts. They could say that DOJ had done nothing because they knew nothing. And so here we are 6 weeks later. This resolution was originally presented to the committee on February the 12th, our third attempt to get this information. And yet, nothing has been forthcoming. And this morning, we hear, I must say, the very laughable suggestion that the reason Mr. Musk is not here is because Democrats didn't ask him. That just doesn't meet a test of the least bit of credibility. It is as incredible as some of the things that President Trump has been telling us, like his false claims, really his lie, that people who were of advanced years, 125, 150, 350 years, were getting Social Security, all done to discredit Social Security. What is at stake with our privacy? Well, Mr. Schneider pointed out that one of the issues here is the danger of identity theft, a serious danger that many Americans have experienced, the horror of having their identity stolen and finding out they have to undo everything that affects their life because this has happened. And here we have a group of musketeers who couldn't even protect their own website from being hacked, and yet they may have access to extensive private information. The second concern I've raised is about tax payments, that people in my district and across the country are submitting far fewer tax returns than they did last year this time, because many of them are concerned that their data will be exposed. And privacy overall. There was a time that the Republican Party cared about the privacy of individual Americans, thought that government overreach was a problem, opposed to national identification cards and other ways that might be intrusions on Americans. Well, let me tell you what data that Musk and the Musketeers were accessing. Information about every single wage earner in this country and their employer. Wages, employer tax identification numbers, Social Security numbers, verified dates of unemployment insurance, Social Security records. And what they have told us this morning, other than these laughable suggestions, is that the only way that they, as Republicans in this new administration, can fight waste, fraud, and abuse is to expose the information, the private information of American citizens across this country. The only way they can fight waste, fraud, and abuse is to invade individual privacy and to give it to people like the 25-year-old self-described racist who expressed particular disdain for South Asians who are great members of our country, to give it to that kind of person to do with what they may. That is wrong, and this resolution of inquiry does not slow the effort of fighting waste, fraud, and abuse. It does advance the effort of protecting the privacy of every single American, and I urge its adoption.
Thank you. Are there additional members who wish to strike the last word? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the resolution? Seeing none, I will now recognize Mr. Buchanan for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee report H-Res 127 adversely to the House of Representatives.
The question is on the motion to report H-Res 127 adversely to the House of Representatives. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan.
Yes.
Mr. Buchanan, yes. Mr. Smith of Nebraska.
Yes.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska, yes. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, yes. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Schweikert, yes. Mr. LaHood. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes, yes. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker, yes. Mr. Hearn. Mr. Hearn, yes. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller, yes. Dr. Murphy. Dr. Murphy, yes. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff, yes. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Fitzpatrick, yes. Mr. Stubbe. Mr. Stubbe, yes. Miss Tinney. Miss Tinney, yes. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, yes. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, yes. Ms. Van Dyne. Ms. Van Dyne, yes. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra, yes. Ms. Maliatakis. Ms. Maliatakis, yes. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey, yes. Mr. Yakum. Mr. Yakum, yes. Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, yes. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean, yes. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, yes. Mr. Neal. Mr. Neal, no. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Doggett, no. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, no. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson, no. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, no. Ms. Sanchez. Ms. Sanchez, no. Ms. Sewell. Ms. Dobene. Ms. Dobene, no. Ms. Chu. Ms. Chu, no. Ms. Moore. Ms. Moore, no. Mr. Boyle. Mr. Byer. Mr. Byer, no. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans, no. Mr. Schneider. Mr. Schneider, no. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta, no. Mr. Gomez. Mr. Gomez, no. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford, no. Ms. Plaskett. Ms. Plaskett, no. Mr. Swazi. Mr. Swazi, no. Mr. LaHood. Mr. LaHood, yes. Mr. Arrington.
How is Ms. Sewell recorded?
Ms. Sewell is not recorded. Ms. Sewell, no. Mr. Boyle. Chairman Smith?
Yes.
Chairman Smith, yes.
Clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 25, The noes are 18.
There being 25 yeses and 18 noes, the motion is agreed to, and H.Res. 127 is ordered unfavorably reported to the House. Without objection, members have 2 additional days to file with the committee clerk supplemental additional dissenting or minority views. Last November, the American people overwhelmingly rejected the Biden administration's efforts to put Washington and its bureaucrats ahead of everyday Americans. From canceling appointments for more than 7,500 Americans to give Social Security Administration employees an afternoon off, to signing a midnight agreement to lock in telework with SSA's largest union, Biden's Social Security Commissioner did everything he could to boost bureaucrats at the expense of the American people, all in the midst of a customer service crisis that saw the highest initial disability backlog and some of the highest customer service wait times in the SSA's almost 90-year history. That was before Doge. This was the Biden administration. In contrast, President Trump promised to increase the efficiency and accountability of Washington's entrenched bureaucracy. The president made no secret about how he was going to accomplish that by tasking the Department of Government Efficiency to aggressively seek out inefficiencies in agencies and places where services could be better streamlined for the American public in order to get a faster, more responsive government for their needs. It is a fact that waste and fraud exist at the SSA. And in the end, that hurts the Americans seeking help from that agency. In August of 2024, the SSA's Office of the Inspector General found $72 billion in improper payments by the agency between 2015 and 2022. President Trump knows that protecting Social Security includes rooting out fraud and waste to ensure that the right benefit is paid to the right person at the right time. This should be something everyone supports. However, some Democrats would prefer to obstruct these efforts to score political points. Fortunately, not only has the SSA been transparent with both Congress and the public with its service delivery data and the changes being made to shift the SSA from an agency that uses decades-old business practices to one that can provide modern, quality service to the public. But one of the first public statements of President Trump's new acting commissioner was to confirm that DOJ personnel cannot make changes to agency systems, to commit to abide by court rulings related to DOJ's access, and to refer DOJ personnel for prosecution if they violate the law. The same laws that protect the American people's data from misuse by the SSA's tens of thousands of other employees. Seniors are already seeing the benefit of doing things differently. Beneficiaries affected by WEP and GPO are getting the back payments mandated by the Social Security Fairness Act faster than expected. Originally, the Social Security Administration estimated it would take 1,000 work hours to send out back payments. In a letter to Social Security, Chairman Ron Estes and myself wrote to SSA, and I quote, "We estimate that it will take about 1,000 work hours to process the actions required under the new law for the approximate 3.2 million affected beneficiaries. Our initial analysis indicates that much of the work will need to be done manually on a case-by-case basis." Since that letter from SSA was sent in January, the Trump administration's embrace of automation and technology has made a night and day difference for those affected seniors. Under President Trump, the SSA has already sent more than 71% of all back payments to the 3.2 million affected beneficiaries. This is how the agency should work. Not wait 1,000 man-hours to do 3.2 million cases hand by hand, but automation to deliver for the American people, and President Trump, in fact, has delivered that in 7 weeks. 7 weeks. The agency quickly implements the laws to get benefits in the hands of Americans as soon as possible. We shouldn't be holding out. While Democrats may want to use scaremongering to score political points, the facts are not on their side. They simply aren't. President Trump did not touch Social Security benefits during his first term. He campaigned on protecting and preserving his Social Security benefits in his first reelect, and his second reelect. In all those campaigns, he has been consistent. And for any member of this body to say otherwise is just saying unfactual representation of President Trump. I now recognize the ranking member from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal, for his opening
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Just before I yield my time, can we all agree that there is nobody 300 years old receiving a Social Security check? Can we also agree that 99.2% of Social Security recipients receive their checks on time? And 72 million Americans receive Social Security, and we're complaining about 1,000 hours of man and woman power? Members of Congress spend a lot of their time making sure those checks are on time. The head of DOGE has said that Social Security is a Ponzi scheme, and the president has not corrected him. I yield the balance of my time to Mr. Larson for his great work on Social Security.
Thank you, Mr. Neal, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I said earlier, it's a sad day for America when the Committee of Cognizance has to have this issue of inquiry so that we can actually produce before the committee, instead of an empty seat and empty chairs, the person who President Trump has designated to find $2 trillion worth of cuts. A person who has publicly said that he knows where to find those. They're in what he calls entitlements. What everybody on this committee knows with regard to Social Security is an earned benefit that they pay. And so the people in your districts are wondering whether or not, because the chairman just said that there's no way that President Trump is going to touch Social Security, even though last weekend he called it a scam, and that Elon Musk was on television just last night again saying that, yes, their goal is to privatize Social Security. Given these statements, I don't understand why there's a problem with bringing forth Mr. Musk to testify before this committee. And if he's got if all these ideas of fraud, abuse, and waste are true, then yes, Mr. Chairman, we should join with you to make sure that that's the case. But even the acting person handpicked by Trump has said, well, what they said about people receiving checks older than 115 years old is false. That's Trump appointment saying that. And so we continue to get the big lie, including this weekend again, where they said, oh yes, and the Democratic plan is to bring illegal immigrants into the country by offering to pay them Social Security. There's not a thread of truth to any of that. And yet, this unaccountable person, not a federal employee, not a volunteer, but a special person who's not had to go on through Senate approval, and who this committee is now saying, yes, we agree with the president. He should not be accountable. He should be able to have free reign and do whatever he wants. We will willingly follow him and do whatever he says because he's the wealthiest man in the world, and surely he must know how to save us from ourselves. This program of Social Security that, just happens to be the #1 anti-poverty program for the elderly and for the children of this country. Yep, I agree, Mr. Musk and Mr. Trump aren't going to lose a moment's sleep thinking about the privatization and what it means to those individuals. And yes, you can say that he's not going to do this, but yet there's no commissioner here, no person under oath raising their hand and saying, yes, no, we have no intention of privatizing Social Security. He's made it clear time and time again. And if not, well, by all means, we'll be happy to have him here. We've sent letters. Chairman Esty knows 3 weeks ago I sent a letter asking for him to come immediately before the subcommittee. And we'll continue to do that because we want to hear, as does the American public, the truth.
All right, we have been listening in live there to this House committee discussion on DOJ oversight. They were discussing this inquiry requesting President Trump and directing the Secretary of the Treasury to hand over certain documents to the House of Representatives relating to the Department of Government Efficiency's access to the Treasury payment systems and confidential taxpayer information. All of this going on again as we are awaiting here this live event set to start. I'm giving you a live look outside the White House right now as we are awaiting the Irish Prime Minister Michel Martin as he's going to be meeting with President Donald Trump in just about a short time here in the Oval Office. And so we do have this media stakeout outside there as we are awaiting that arrival, as well as to see if we can get any sound from either of the two leaders. Thanks for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Christy Mattina. We're going to go away for our first 2-minute break of the hour. When we come back, more live events. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We're going to head right back out to the news. But before we do, I did want to share this programming note with you. We'd love it if you join us on St. Patrick's Day. On Monday, March 17th, we're going to be having live coverage from Dublin, Ireland, beginning at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. We're going to be featuring the St. Patrick's Day Parade. So again, hope you will tune in. It's going to be a very fun day. But as I said before the break, our coverage really does begin right now as we are giving you this live look again outside of the White House as President Donald Trump set to meet with the Irish Prime Minister Michelle Martin, hopefully here in a short amount of time as we are awaiting that arrival there. And again, this is a media stakeout, so we are hoping to maybe grab some sound from either the president or the Irish Prime Minister. This coverage will continue throughout the day here as we are going to be getting more live events surrounding this a little bit later today as well. So we do hope you will stick with us for this continuous coverage here. And a little bit earlier today, we did share with you Vice President J.D. Vance and the Second Lady, Usha Vance. They hosted Michelle Martin and his wife, Mary Martin, for a St. Patrick's Day breakfast at the Vice President's residence. So again, this is an all-day event that we are keeping an eye on here on Live Now from Fox. What I did want to do, though, is head back to another event that we have been sharing here with you on Live Now as we're listening in to this discussion surrounding Doge. And this is an inquiry requesting that the House of Representatives gains access to certain documents of what the Department of Government Efficiency is receiving access to as well. I do want to sit on this a little bit more, listen in rather, together as we await these other live events to start.
And then tax cuts in 201 and 203. We're being asked for big tax cuts again here in the next few weeks, but under the guise that we're going to balance the budget with more tax cuts? The numbers don't work. And incidentally, for the record, Social Security right now is running a surplus of $2.7 trillion. That's a fact. And I call attention to that because happy to have the discussion about balancing the budget. Some of us actually participated and cast some really tough votes for spending cuts and tax increases twice. We're senior. Clinton twice. Cuts and tax increases to balance the budget, and it worked. The answer from the other side is if we just have more tax cuts, just add more to the debt, some of the debt shrinks. I mean, the consistency of the argument here is that more tax cuts will balance the budget. And then we'll camouflage it by borrowing $4 trillion that we will be asked to take up here as we lift the debt ceiling once again. I'm all in for a sincere conversation about how to get there. If the other side is sincere about it, let's engage the conversation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Doggett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All Americans know that President Trump has pledged to protect Social Security, just as he has pledged tariffs, and they've been on one day and off the next, just as he has gone back and forth on his position on reproductive freedom for women in this country. And so why do I question the commitment to Social Security? Because I think it's more important to look not at a president who is well known as a man of his last word by what he says, but by what he does. And what he has done is to appoint a man who has called Social Security a Ponzi scheme, who this week has attacked the programs that Americans pay into in every paycheck, Medicare and Social Security, as being entitlements. Yes, you should be entitled to what you pay into over your work life for your Medicare and your Social Security, but he says it's a Ponzi scheme and that entitlements are the place to cut. So that's the first place. The person he chose to raid Social Security does not believe in Social Security. Number two is that we have seen this president come, not unlike the chairman of the committee this morning, but provoking much more extended laughter from Republicans in his recent speech to Congress. And what was this laughter about? all the fraud at Social Security. Can you imagine they have on their payout someone who has 350 years old, older than our republic? Can you believe this? No, you can't believe it because it's a lie. Because Social Security has had in place for some time a requirement that it doesn't pay out anything to people over 115. And though there have been some mistakes made, some underpayments, some overpayments, it has, as Mr. Neal pointed out, an incredible accuracy rate of far less of 1% of payments that have been found to be improper. It doesn't mean we shouldn't seek more accuracy and protect the system, but Social Security has worked remarkably well in the past. And that takes me to the third thing that President Trump has done that is inconsistent with his claim that he will protect Social Security and won't switch his word around as he has done on one public issue after another, and that is the determined effort of this administration to wreck the Social Security Administration. Those checks don't come down as manna from heaven. They come down because there is a dedicated workforce that is ensuring that Social Security continues to pay out month after month. And so how have Mr. Trump and Mr. Musk decided to handle that dedicated workforce? They are cutting it by 7,000 people. And among those 7,000 people are 50 that are particularly important. The Office of Transformation, as they have called it, is the customer service office at the Social Security Administration. And the Trump administration went in and fired the director of the Office of Transformation. He fired all 50 employees of that Office of Transformation. So guess what? When the shortage of employees to get the checks out dependably occurs, people are going to say, well, Social Security is just not like it used to be. It can't deliver. It's not working. It's like the post office, which they want to privatize. It's not getting our checks. We can't count on it anymore. And it's that assuring that the Social Security Administration fails to deliver that is at the core of the Republican plan to undermine Social Security. Social Security has been forced already by Republican administration to serve millions more people with fewer staff. In 2010, they had 67,000 workers ensuring timely and accurate payments to 60 million Americans. Today, they have 10,000 fewer, and when I say today, that's before the Trump cuts, serving 13 million more people. You cannot assure that Social Security provides the wonderful coverage that it has for so many years without an adequate workforce. I'm hearing from constituents that say this is an emergency. I'm hearing Republicans like Ron Johnson, the senator from Wisconsin, saying he wants to sunset altogether. Senator Mike Lee, who says he wants to phase out Social Security, to pull it out by the roots and get rid of it. My constituents believe Social Security is one of the best systems government ever put in place, and we are opposed to the Trump people undermining it as they are doing and want to get the facts here, which is all this resolution asks for. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and I recognize Mr. Estes to strike the last word.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to strike the last word. You know, as the new chair of the Social Security Subcommittee, I feel a sense of responsibility to make sure we address this program that's so beneficial for so many people in the country. I mean, this is a federal program that supports people of all ages, particularly our seniors. And the Social Security Administration's first responsibility is to provide correct benefit payments to the correct people in a timely basis. People should be enrolled correctly and timely. That's not happening today. Over the last 2 years, my office has received increasing number of complaints. And I would imagine that most of the members on this dais are also receiving more complaints, that their constituents aren't being served in a timely and efficient manner. The complaints range from Social Security, they can't get enrolled, they can't get through on the phone system, they can't get appointments set up either through the phone system or through technology, they can't get into an office. This is one of those simple blocking and tackling things. We want to make sure that we have good customer service. That's not talking anything about some of the problems that have been discovered with the processing itself. In fact, the Social Security Administration's Inspector General Office has found that $72 billion in improper payments between 2015 and 2022. And the previous administration, the administrator said, well, we'll just start forgiving those and we'll stop calculating whether they are bad payments, just so that we don't have such a bad record. I want to go on the record that President Trump has repeatedly stated that he will fight for Social Security, that President Trump's repeatedly stated he will protect Social Security, President Trump's repeatedly stated that he will not cut Social Security, and House Republicans stand with President Trump to make sure that we preserve and protect and strengthen Social Security benefits for the seniors count on. I talked mostly in my remarks about how do we make sure that the program's processed correctly. The other issue that we need to address is the fact that Social Security is running a deficit. They've been running a deficit each year since 2010. We have to, at some point in time, be the adults in the room and address the fact that the trust fund is being depleted. That's because there are more retirees than workers today than ever before in history. So if we really want to solve this problem, let's work together. We need to address the problems with customer service today, and the sooner we take up and address our responsibility to resolve the deficit that exists in the program, this program's not going to be able to provide the service that it was created for the American people. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize Mr. Thompson to strike last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 89 years ago, President Roosevelt signed the Social Security Act into law, creating the single most impactful anti-poverty program in our nation's history. For 89 years, Social Security has ensured our seniors can retire with dignity, and those who are disabled can have the support that they need. Yet this...
All right, and we have been listening in there to this House committee discussion on Doge, and we will continue that. However, as you can see in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, we are awaiting the Irish Prime Minister to arrive at the White House. We are anticipating that that is going to start here any moment. So I do want to get in another 2-minute commercial break. We'll head out to that on the other side. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. While we were in commercial break, we did see Irish Prime Minister Michel Martin arriving at the White House, greeted by President Donald Trump. This happening just under a minute ago, so I do want to play out that exchange from the beginning for you.
Very good news.
As you can see, very brief, this all happening moments ago. We didn't hear any dialogue from the two leaders, but again, this is President Trump welcoming Irish Prime Minister Michel Martin to the White House. This annual White House meeting to mark St. Patrick's Day has been celebrated since the 1950s. It's usually entailed by giving a gift, a bowl of shamrocks to the president in the Oval Office, to President Trump. And last year, recent meetings obviously were with his predecessor, former President Joe Biden. But this year's meeting with Trump is carrying a bit more weight, with many Irish jobs, tax revenue, and exports directly dependent on U.S. multinational firms. So we did want to just share that live look with you outside of the White House. And as I was saying a little bit earlier, we are going to have a number of other live events related to this meeting here today that we do want to bring to you in just about 20 minutes or so, which this was slated for. Of course, it could be pushed back a little bit now due to this later arrival. We were expecting this annual Friends of Ireland luncheon that is set to take place on Capitol Hill. We're going to be hearing from President Trump and Speaker Mike Johnson as they are expected to deliver remarks at that event. But as I just said, perhaps that may be postponed a little bit now. Either way, keeping an eye on all of this for you here today for this meeting in Washington. Now, before the break, we also were listening in to a discussion related to the Department of Government Efficiency, and that is still going on as of right now. So I did want to head back to that. If we do have to move off of this, we do have a QR code that I will pop up on the screen for you that will direct you to our YouTube page. But for right now, I do want to head back there and listen in.
It's hard to make me believe that if you are closing offices, if you are firing staff, there's nothing more important in my congressional district than Social Security, especially to the more than 150,000 seniors whose only source of income is Social Security. The individuals with disabilities whose only source of income is Social Security. And yet, there seems to be this notion that we can fix it by laying people off, cutting staff, closing offices. It's just hard for me to reconcile that and understand it. Social Security is the lifeline for all of these individuals, and it's the only protection that they have from absolute poverty. Absolute poverty. And the notion of privatization, I would much rather rely upon a proven system than some undeveloped, untried, never put together system that would simply allow hedge funds, private investors, and those who operate big businesses to make more money at the expense of the people that the services ought to be provided for. And it's for that reason that I think any changes, any thoughts, any ideas, any practices must be transparent. I agree with those who say we can fix. Of course we can. Of course we can. All that we have to do is fix with the intent of providing the best possible service to the residents and the people. I also believe that if there's righteousness in the heart, there's also beauty in the character, which means that if the intent is righteous, then we'll have a system that will work for the benefit of the people. So I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. I now recognize Ms. Sanchez to strike the last word. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This resolution of inquiry asks about staff reductions, closures, and consolidations of Social Security offices. The implementation of the so-called Department of Government Efficiency has caused widespread confusion and chaos. Illegal mass firings of federal workers and cancellation of grants have left my constituents looking for answers. I expect my colleagues have experienced similar questions from their constituents if they are bothering to hear them out. I would expect all of my colleagues to vote yes on this resolution of inquiry, if only to gather much needed information about Elon Musk's actions in the Social Security Administration. DOGE's website lists Social Security field office closures in Carlsbad, California, Abilene, Texas, Greenville, North Carolina, and Logan, West Virginia. If it was me representing these cities, I would want more details about why my constituents were losing these valuable services. We all know that Social Security wait times are too long. Office closures will only increase them. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. The richest man in the world is going after Social Security, and he doesn't even understand it, doesn't know how it works. Elon Musk calls Social Security a Ponzi scheme, and because of the cap, Elon Musk paid all of his Social Security taxes on January 1st of this year at 12:15 a.m. He doesn't have to pay a dime more into Social Security after that. My Republican colleagues are smart, compassionate people. I have a hard time believing that they are comfortable slashing the benefits that their constituents rely on. And I have a harder time believing that they don't want to understand what the richest man in the world is doing with their constituents' money and data. This resolution simply asks the question. I look forward to all my colleagues voting yes to find out more about what is happening in their districts. And I want to just say this. At the start of this markup, I had one of my staff call the Social Security customer service line. We've been discussing this resolution for quite some time now, and she's still on hold. Closing Social Security field offices and reducing staff is only going to increase those hold times for our most vulnerable, I should say. All constituents are valuable, but our most vulnerable constituents. And Republicans don't seem to care, but I suspect that your constituents will. And with that, I yield back.
All right, and we have been listening into this House committee discussion on DOGE oversight, and I do want to sneak in another break here on Live Now from Fox. As I was saying, we have a lot of events set to start here momentarily. When we come back from the break, I will run you through what we are expecting within this hour. Stay with us. to Live Now from Fox. I just mentioned here that we are awaiting a lot of live events to start here on Live Now from Fox, and I did just want to quickly share what some of those are with you. Let's head out to Philadelphia right now. As you can see, a podium set up there as we're awaiting this press conference with District Attorney Larry Krasner and members of the Philadelphia District Attorney's Office. They're going to be announcing the conviction of a defendant for his role in the transfer of 4 firearms to known members of a violent street group. So again, that's set to start here. Keep an eye on that for you as we continue to watch some of these other live events. Before the break, we also showed you this live look outside the White House as we did see President Donald Trump welcoming the Irish Prime Minister Michel Martin to the White House. Now, we have on our docket here that we are going to be getting this other live event related to this as the president is going to attend the annual Friends of Ireland luncheon on Capitol Hill. We're going to be hearing remarks from President Donald Trump and Speaker Mike Johnson at that event, but we did see this arrival just play out here maybe just about 10 or so minutes ago, so that could be a little bit delayed, but we do want to let you know that we are keeping an eye on it regardless. Another live look right now, as you can see, the camera is a bit panned out, but you can see down there that is a very large protest going on right now at Columbia University. This is in New York City, and this protest is coming after we showed you another protest that was happening yesterday as well. This all coming after President Trump warned on Monday that the arrest and possible deportation of a Palestinian activist who helped lead protests at Columbia University will be, quote, the first of many to come as his administration cracks down on campus demonstrations against Israel and the war in Gaza. All of these happening right now as we do continue to await some of these other events to pop in. I did just want to share them with you. I do want to go away for our final 2-minute break of the hour because when we come back, we are going to head right back out live to Capitol Hill as we have been listening in here to this hearing on the Department of Government Efficiency. All of this coming up within the next hour. If you are just joining us, my name is Christy Matino. We'll be right back. Welcome into Live Now from Fox. Happy Wednesday to you as I take you out live to Capitol Hill right now as we continue to listen into this conversation on the Department of Government Efficiency. And what's going on is they're basically requesting that the House of Representatives gets handed over some of the documents that DOJ has access to.
on Social Security. Well, that really sounds great. Send people, I heard, $5,000 checks. That really sounds great. And that, of course, would help people making $20,000, $30,000 immediately, but in the long run, they would be hurt the most, and wealthy people would be helped the most. But in the meantime, it would cost the trust fund $1.5 trillion to do that. You know, watch what they do, not what they say. That would undermine Social Security tremendously. Social Security payment accuracy is about 99.8%. So I don't know how much waste, fraud, and abuse can be found in it. This really, the last point that I want to make is that Elon Musk is a tech tycoon. And I wonder what the value of this data is to him. It's immeasurable. So this is a serious conflict of interest for this man to have Social Security data when he is a tech tycoon.
Member's time has expired.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for your indulgence, and I yield back.
I recognize Mr. Boyle to strike the last word for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Strike the last word. Mr. Chairman, 70 million Americans get Social Security. It is the most successful anti-poverty program in American history. It is sometimes called an entitlement. I prefer to call it an earned benefit. Millions of Americans throughout their working careers paid into Social Security with every paycheck. It truly is an earned benefit. Now, there's some who have expressed falsely the notion that somehow Social Security contributes to our national debt. It doesn't at all. In fact, right now, there is a $2.7 trillion surplus in the Social Security Trust Fund. It has been certified both by the Congressional Budget Office as well as the Social Security trustees that there is enough money in the trust fund to fully pay out benefits, 100% of benefits, today through the year 2035, so for the next decade. And certainly we have enough time over the next decade to make modifications that are necessary to ensure that Social Security is fully there for generations to come. So no, the greatest threat to Social Security is not its current financing. The greatest threats to Social Security are Donald Trump and Elon Musk. Elon Musk recently called Social Security a Ponzi scheme. Not the first time, by the way, that he has used that exact term, a Ponzi scheme. You know, Vice President Vance last fall explicitly said that Elon Musk would, and I quote, target Social Security, and that he has. Elon Musk has previously raised the specter of privatization of Social Security. This is also not the first time that we have heard of a Republican effort to privatize Social Security. Exactly 20 years ago, when George W. Bush won re-election, right about this moment, he said, and I quote, "I have political capital and I intend to use it." He wanted to spend that political capital on the privatization of Social Security. Fortunately, that effort was defeated. Elon Musk is not the first and won't be the last Republican to call Social Security a Ponzi scheme. There are multiple Republican members of the U.S. Senate serving right now who called it exactly that, a Ponzi scheme, one of whom went further in a legislation that every 5 years, Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid would have to be reauthorized or they would go away. That is the ultimate goal. We should be under no illusion whatsoever that this so-called DOGE effort is to identify waste or fraud. Social Security is a 99.8% accuracy rate. Private sector would do well to meet such a high rate of 99.8%. It is no wonder that Social Security is the most popular government program that we have. So on behalf of my own father and the tens of millions of Americans who rely on Social Security, who have earned that benefit I know that we on this side of the dais will continue to speak out and defend it. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize the member from Virginia, Mr. Byer.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, we've heard the $72 billion number a number of times. The OIG report from 2015 to 2022, that's an awful lot of money, but let's point out that's less than 1% of the money paid out over that 8-year period of time. It's still a great deal. We need to deal with it, but it's not like, show me any organization, any business operation that doesn't have 1% mistake in it, and I'll be astonished. By the way, let me also point out that during that 8-year period of time, Donald Trump was president for those 4 years, 4 of those 8 years. Look, my real deep concern is about Elon Musk's attitude about his misunderstanding of and his plans for the Social Security Administration. Well, let me just first begin with the absolute lack of transparency about Elon Musk himself and his many, many complicated financial interests. I just compare it to my personal experience. When I wanted to serve on the Obama transition team, 2008, I got fingerprinted for the first time. They went and talked to my employees and my neighbors. I had to file extensive background check. It took me hours to fill out hundreds of pages. When I went to Switzerland for the State Department, I was prohibited from any ties to the business I'd spent decades building in order to prevent any possible corruption. When I came here, when I owned stocks, I had to report them every single month, any activity. We have to do this extensive financial disclosure every May. For 10 years, I've bought every meal, every cup of coffee, paid every toll. Never allowed to promote any business because I'm not special. We are not special. We are servants of the public. And then you get Elon Musk, who is a very special case. He has the greatest possibility for corruption by far in American history. And don't get me started on Tesla advertisements on the White House lawn. My constituents depend on Social Security, not just as an earned entitlement to support them after retirement, but as an agency they expect to work with when we need it. Every year I go to our Social Security office to visit, pump them up, and I'm so impressed with how hard everyone is working. Everyone's busy the entire time. So closing offices and messing with a system that people have paid into their entire lives, closing without full transparency, it's just crazy. I can't imagine a need to access Social Security payment information in this manner, short of trying to dismantle the agency. We've heard again and again that Musk thinks it's a Ponzi scheme. But look, if someone's messing with my money, I want full transparency of what they're doing. And the Trump-Vance administration has the Silicon Valley perspective of move fast and break it. But that doesn't work with the federal government. It doesn't work with the Social Administration. And if the goal is to derail and dismantle the Trump Social Security, Trump shouldn't hide that. My Republican friends have again said today they have no intention of doing that. But when Musk and Trump close offices, fire employees, make it harder to get the phone answered, make it longer to get an appointment, when they destroy people's confidence in the most important anti-poverty program in the history of mankind, what else are we to conclude? If they can make Social Security dysfunctional, why not turn over the $2.7 trillion of assets to private sector where it can generate huge profits for a handful of money managers? This inquiry supports bringing all those actions to light. And if my Republican friends are not ashamed, they should support this simple inquiry. I yield back.
Member yields back. I now recognize Ms. Van Dyne.
Thank you very much.
5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You know, when President Trump got elected, he promised to change the status quo and bring accountability to D.C. And that starts with an in-depth review of the agencies, including Social Security, that pay trillions of dollars a year out. DOJ employees are subject to the same legal penalties, and I want to make sure that we are understanding that because we've seen a lot of unsubstantiated charges today, but they are subject to the same legal penalties and fines for improper disclosure of sensitive information as every other Social Security Administrator employee. In fact, the acting commissioner of Social Security affirmatively stated that DOJ personnel cannot make changes to agency systems, benefit payments, or other information. They only have read access. DOJ personnel must follow the law, and if they violate the law, they will be deferred to the Department of Justice for possible persecution. The status quo is no longer acceptable, and Americans voted for change, and President Trump is delivering. In fact, we've heard some complaints today about the level of quality of customer service. I would have them know that I've got great news for my colleagues who requested information about the service provided by Social Security's National 800 number. Not only does the Social Security Administration already publicly post up-to-date information on the performance of that 1-800 number, but including information asked in the ROI, but that information is showing significant improvement since the service delivery lows under the Biden administration. I ask for unanimous consent to submit for the record a chart from the SSA's website showing that the 800 number's average speed of an answer for this fiscal year is 21.6 minutes. This is down, by the way, from 35.8 minutes during the Biden administration. So I would hope that all of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will be thanking President Trump. But I also want to talk about some of the most egregious and easily provable lie that we've heard on this side, that President Trump wants to get rid of or deduct from Social Security, wants to reduce Social Security. President Trump has promised to increase the efficiency and accountability of Washington's bureaucracy. It is a fact that waste, fraud, and abuse exist at the Social Security Administration. Fact, the Social Security Administration made an estimate of $72 billion in improper payments between 2015 and 2022. It exists. We know that it exists. The Social Security's Office of the Inspector General found that. President Trump has repeatedly stated that he will fight for Social Security. President Trump has repeatedly stated that he will protect Social Security. And President Trump has repeatedly stated that he will not cut Social Security. House Republicans stand with President Trump's commitment to preserving and strengthening Social Security benefits for seniors that they count on. But in addition to that, I don't want to just talk for the president because we have all heard him say it numerous times, but let the president's words speak for themselves.
Touched. Other than this fraud or something, we're going to find it's going to be strengthened, but won't be touched. Medicare, Medicaid, none of that stuff is going to be touched. Social Security will not be touched. It'll only be strengthened. I'm not going to touch Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. Now we're going to get fraud out of there. You know, look, Social Security won't be touched. Other than this fraud or something, we're going to.
So I don't know how many times the man has to say it. He has repeated it publicly a number of times. If you go to the White House website, they have it published a number of times. I keep hearing this lie over and over again. They know it's wrong. I would really hope that we could all work and want to have it be more effective, a more efficient program, and that's what we're here to do, and I would hope that I can get my other colleagues on the other side of the aisle to agree with that, and with that I yield.
Member yields. I now recognize Mr. Evans for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
I move to strike the last word. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for calling this make-up today for us to address two important resolutions which demands transparency in the federal government. I know my Republican colleagues are big fans of government transparency, so I expect they will vote in favor of these resolutions. Over the weekend, I held a town meeting. Thousands of constituents in my district. During my town hall, numerous constituents submitted questions regarding the treatment that the Trump administration posed to Social Security. Many of my constituents wanted to know what Congress is doing to protect the information from Trump, Musk, and their hackers that are taking over the government. The answer to them is that this bill is what the government is doing. By paying the resolution of inquiry, Congress will be able to demand answers from the administration on how American data being illegally retrieved from addressing the Social Security Administration and is being restricted on how service and payment to Social Security recipients will be impacted. I think it would be a no-brainer that this committee would want more information on how our constituents are being served and how the official handling this information are being honored. A vote against this resolution is a vote to protect Donald Trump and Mr. Musk and vote against protecting the American people. Mr. Chairman, there's probably no more significant issue as you heard the members talking about Social Security and what it means. All of us stand behind it, particularly on the Democratic side, because for what it's done, it's an earned benefit. It's something people need. So I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to yield this to Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr.
And giving you a live look at Capitol Hill, as throughout the morning here, we have been listening into the House committee discussing DOJ oversight and the information that DOJ has access to as it relates to taxpayer information. Staying in Washington, D.C., before we go away for our first 2-minute break of the hour, I did want to share this live look with you, as we do know right now that President Trump is meeting with the Irish Prime Minister Micheál Martin, and we are anticipating here that we are going to get some taped playback remarks in a short time here of the discussion between the two leaders. So as soon as we do have that, we will bring it to you here on our show. Again, it will not be live, but we are going to get some taped playback of that discussion. Let's go away for our first 2-minute break of the hour. If you are just joining us on Live Now from Fox, thanks for being here. We'll be right back. Share a programming note before we get back to the news. We'd love it if you join us for the St. Patrick's Day Parade on Monday, March 17th. We're going to have live coverage from Dublin, Ireland, all beginning at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. We do hope that you join us. If you are just tuning in, I mentioned before the break here that we are awaiting some taped playback, as it's called, from this meeting between President Donald Trump and the Irish Prime Minister, as they are currently meeting right now in the Oval Office, and that's where we can expect those remarks from President Trump to come from. So we are on our side here at Live Now awaiting for those remarks to come in here, but I did want to let you know we are keeping an eye on all of that for you. All right, let's head back out to Washington, D.C., as we have been listening in here to the Department of Government Efficiency hearing, House committee having this discussion on what documents DOJ does have access to as it relates to taxpayer information. You're also going to see some of these boxes up on your screen, keeping an eye on all of these events, as we do have many of them going on live right now.
Entire careers and paid into the system deserve to trust that their hard-earned benefits will not be cut by an unelected oligarch. My Republican colleagues today will tell you that the Trump administration will not hurt Social Security and benefits. We even heard a recording of the president's voice, and that the Democrats are needlessly causing panic or obsessed with Elon Musk. Let me be clear. I would love to never think or hear from Elon Musk ever again. I wish I could count on the president to be true to his words. History has shown otherwise. This week I had a telephone town hall, and I promise you that the people on that town hall are frightened about the actions of Elon Musk and the false promises of President Trump. They are scared that their benefits are at risk. I wish I could provide them the comfort and confidence that Social Security is safe. But sadly, that's not the world we're living in today. Elon Musk thinks Social Security, and again I am quoting, is the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time. And he's the one in the driver's seat. Benefits that are earned by people working and paying into a system are not a Ponzi scheme. Elon Musk has said that the fraud in Social Security is the big one to eliminate. I agree we should eliminate fraud. We should work to eliminate waste. We can all agree that there are improvements to be made in the federal government, and processes can always be made more efficient to better serve the American people. That's not what DOGE is doing. In my home state of Illinois, we have 2.3 million Social Security beneficiaries, people who rely on their Social Security income that they paid for and earned to make ends meet, to give them the security and a dignified retirement. They want good customer service. We talked about it here. One of my colleagues said that, hey, we're improving customer service. Well, DOGE is planning to close Social Security field offices and hearing offices and reduce staff. That's not going to improve service. What impact will that have on the 70 million Americans who receive Social Security benefits? Rather than improving service, these actions will undermine Social Security's ability to serve beneficiaries and deliver payments on time with certainty. And that's just wrong. Social Security is a sacred trust. It is the foundation of our economic security. The American people deserve to know what the administration is planning for the future of Social Security and the Social Security Administration, and what impact that will have on their benefits. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this resolution, simply asking for transparency, for information about what the administration is doing to an earned benefit Americans have worked hard for. If it's true, as my Republican colleagues say, that Musk is no threat to the system, let this resolution prove us wrong. And if, as we believe, Musk has plans to privatize, to minimize, to reduce, and ultimately eliminate Social Security, we should know that as well. The American people deserve to know the truth. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and now recognized from Florida, Mr. Bean.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much, and a very good afternoon to you. Good afternoon, Ways and Means Committee. We agree. There is something that these two sides that keep going back and forth agree on. The American people are scared and confused, and there's one reason why they are scared and confused about Social Security, because these folks on the left of me keep saying falsely that President Trump and these Republicans want to cut, privatize, or eliminate Social Security. It is simply not true. When you bang your hand on the dais and you raise your voice to scare the American people and confuse them, I don't think it does us any good. Because I'm going to tell you the truth, American people. I don't know what camera to look at if I'm looking directly at the American people. The American people need to know this town, our government, is addicted to spending. They're addicted to spending, and we are an addict of spending. Both parties have abused it. Both parties have overspent. And now our promise to the American people to always give you your money through Social Security is in jeopardy. In 9 years, if we don't make changes in 9 years, 2034, changes will come automatically, and these benefits will be adjusted downward. And that's the last thing that President Trump, this committee, Chairman Smith, Chairman Estes, who showed us last week in a slideshow that's really terrifying, that we have to make changes. So we're we're gonna have to cut ourselves off. It's like an addict realizing that changes are gonna have to be made. We bring in an auditor who points out all of this crazy spending, and because some people can't defend the crazy spending found, their playbook is the only card to play is to blame the auditor. It's almost as if we owned a store that was robbed. Elon Musk watches the video and says, here's who stole from you. And then we say, oh my gosh, I can't believe he looked at the videotape. He had no authority to look at the videotape of who robbed me. So people, we have to come together. And I want you to know your words have consequences. You have vilified Elon Musk, who's working for free. He is a government employee, but he's working for free. I've got 2 articles of massive attacks nationwide on Elon Musk's Tesla program and dealerships. And Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I've got a CBS News article, Molotov cocktails, arson, graffiti across the nation, as well as an online edition of Order in Courts of all of the things that are happening to charging stations across the United States. And without objection, I ask that they be entered into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
So we're addicted to spending. We got to cut ourselves off. Now, I know we keep hearing Elon Musk is unelected. He's unelected. Let me tell you who is unelected. Whoever was using Biden's auto pen for the last 4 years, that is who is unelected.
All right, and we have been listening in for quite some time here on Live Now from Fox on this House committee hearing discussing DOGE oversight, and we are going to transition to some other live events right now. But if you'd like to watch that uninterrupted, continued, you do see this QR code in the bottom corner of your screen. If you just open up your smartphone and the camera app and you hold it up to your screen and you tap, it should take you to our YouTube page, or you can head to YouTube and type in Live Now Fox. You should see that stream where you can watch it uninterrupted. But as I just said, we do have a number of other live events that we want to bring coverage to you. So let's head over to this one right now, as we are live in New York City, as hundreds of protesters are now gathering in front of the federal court in support of Mahmoud Khalil. And this comes after President Donald Trump warned earlier this week that the arrest and possible deportation of the Palestinian activist who helped lead these protests at Columbia University would be the first of many to come.
It's largely unprecedented, save for ugly historical precedents, including the Red Scare and McCarthyism. That's what we're talking about. We're also talking about a period of repression that the Center for Constitutional Rights knows well, following 9/11, when we were in the courts trying to get people out of secret detention. One thing that's different now is the legal infrastructure is so much stronger, and everyone out here on the streets knows that we cannot hide in the face of this amount of repression. We will be fighting in the courts and fighting in the streets to bring Mahmoud home and prevent this level of repression from spreading to many others, as the administration has threatened to do.
Why not argue the merits in court today, sir? The judge invited repeatedly.
Thank you, Bahed. Now we'll hear from Professor Joseph Howley, an associate professor at Columbia University.
Good morning. My name is Joseph Howley, H-O-W-L-E-Y, and I'm an associate professor of classics at Columbia University. The last time I spoke at a press conference was April 18th. That day, police officers in crowd control gear entered our campus for the first time in decades and carried off dozens of students who were peacefully and quietly encamped on one of the enclosed lawns in front of our library, threatening no one. As I watched this unfold in horror, I was asked to speak at an emergency press conference alongside Mahmoud, who had just been asked to negotiate on behalf of the encampment. It is always dangerous to speak in public for Palestinian rights, safety, and freedom with your face uncovered and your name declared. You can be sure you will be harassed, doxxed, terrorized. People will try to get you fired from your job. For speaking here, I will receive a new round of death threats, slander, complaints to my employer. When I step down from here, I will publish these remarks to protect me from the inevitable attempts to misrepresent my words. And Mahmoud, as a student negotiator, took these same risks and many more. Mahmoud is a man of decency, honor, and kindness. He has distinguished himself in his work as an advocate and negotiator, as someone committed to peaceful resolution of difficult situations. He is a consummate diplomat in his disposition and his character. What the Trump government is doing to Mahmoud is obscene. It is unreasonable, intolerable, unconstitutional. So why do they think they can get away with it? The Trump administration is betting that Americans will happily look the other way as one more Palestinian is victimized here on American soil. They are betting that when you hear Mahmoud's name or the word Palestinian, the parts of you that make you a thinking and rational and caring person will switch off, and you will believe the worst about him, and you will turn a blind eye to these grave violations of his rights. And after what I've seen over the last year and a half, I'm not sure they're wrong. Anti-Palestinian groups have spent all year casually leveling the most dangerous accusations on the flimsiest grounds, and members of our own community have repeated them. Don't like seeing a kafia? Call them a terrorist and call the cops. Don't like their views? Call them anti-Semitic and get them expelled. Don't like that your Jewish colleague has the chutzpah to say free Palestine? Report him for Jew hatred to a university task force. Don't like seeing a broad and diverse movement of courageous young people standing together against the ethnic cleansing of Gaza? Call your friends in the government and send the feds to their door. As an educator, it disgusts me that anyone who wants to be taken seriously in association with a university would deal so ignorantly with language and truth. But more than that, I am ashamed as a Jewish person that this kind of slander has found currency in some parts of my own community in service of the racist and anti-Semitic Trump agenda. Trump's claim that this atrocity combats anti-Semitism is insulting. We will not take lectures on anti-Semitism from segregationists and neo-Nazis. We will not allow a white supremacist president and his party to claim the mantle of Jewish safety as they shred the Constitution and spin outlandish legal theories to justify the suppression of dissent and the brutalization of those who oppose war and apartheid. One of the most insidious forms of prejudice toward Jews is the trope of dual allegiance, which suggests that we Jews, because of our ethnicity or religion, have secret political commitments at odds with the communities we live in, that we are not to be trusted, that you should always believe the worst about us. When Donald Trump sneers at globalists, this is what he means. And when I see people unquestioningly trafficking in the wildest assertions about Mahmoud just because he is Palestinian, I hear the exact same kind of prejudice that drove generations of my own family from their homes in Europe. Anyone who spread the lies about Mahmoud that resulted in his detention should be ashamed. And if you find yourself believing whatever someone tells you about Mahmoud just because he is Palestinian or because he spoke up against a murderous war that you somehow still support, I can only implore you to scrutinize your own soul. Why are we here? Because we want our friend back. But we are also here because what happens to Mahmoud could happen to any of us. If they can strip the green card from a lawful permanent resident, they can do whatever they want to a citizen. If you're waiting for permission to think of this as a crisis, here it is. What has been done to Mahmoud goes far beyond whether or not you agree with the cause of Palestinian liberation. Where exactly are we in the poem that begins, "When they came for the communists, I did not speak out"? Well, they've already come for the asylum seekers. They've come for the migrant families. Now they've come for Mahmoud Khalil. It's not a very long poem. So how far down the list do you think you are? I have been proud to stand as a Jew beside Mahmoud Khalil and call for a free and just and peaceful Israel-Palestine. It is my honor now to stand before you and call on what remains of the United States government to do the right thing and free Mahmoud Khalil. Thank you.
And we did just want to bring you some of that coverage that is coming out of New York City right now. We do like to bring you these live events into our newsroom here. But on the other side of this 2-minute commercial break, we're going to head back to this hearing on Doge. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I do want to take you back out live to Washington, D.C. right now as we've been listening in here to this House hearing on DOGE. And also, if you look on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, we've been telling you here that we're keeping an eye on getting some taped playback, as it's called, of this discussion between President Trump as he is now meeting with the Irish Prime Minister in the Oval Office. So keeping an eye on that for you as we do head back to this live hearing that we've been bringing you throughout the morning on Live Now from Fox.
Reagan presided over a substantial tax cut. In 1982, President Reagan looked at the tax cut and said, no, 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 it's too much, we have to revisit it, which he did. 1990, President Bush Sr., after having made a pledge at a Republican National Convention, based on what he thought were the facts at the time, came back and looked at the facts in 1990 and changed his mind. In 1993, Bill Clinton, he decided that there had to be cuts and revenue increases. In 1997, again, it took place. I would also point out that the Republican leader at the time, Bob Michael, a distinguished member of Congress and a really nice guy, by the way, he went along with it. What President Bush wanted to do, and then subsequently what came to be the balanced budgets, took place 4 times. I don't understand for the life of me how we can say that we're about to add, over the objections of this side, $4 trillion to the national debt through tax cuts and say that's going to give us a balanced budget. The logic escapes all of us. So let's take Reagan, Bush, and Clinton twice and use those models for getting to what we all would like, and that's a more balanced budget picture.
I recognize Mr. Arrington. 5 minutes to strike the last one.
I thank the chairman. Every dime that is wasted in the Social Security Administration and administrating the benefits to our beloved seniors, and quite frankly, any government program, is a dime that doesn't go to the intended beneficiary, to people that depend on these programs. And in the case of Social Security, every dime that we're not vigilant, every dime of waste that we're not vigilant about rooting out shortens the solvency of the Social Security Trust Fund, which now has a fuse of 8 years before every senior, every retiree that depends on that safety net will take an automatic 20% cut. And that's indisputable. We all agree with that. So unless and until both sides come together to actually fix the broken Social Security system so it's there and sustainable for generations, we ought to do the first order of business, and that is reducing and eliminating wasteful spending and inefficiencies in the program. I don't think there's a senior in America that would not support that. And look, if this were about just merely having a plan, we just want to know, this is just an innocent request for a little more information and transparency, then there wouldn't be this rhetoric about they're decimating the program, they're gutting the program, they're utterly destroying the program.
I don't believe you right now. I don't believe that it is this sincere attempt to just understand what the plan is, because the rhetoric isn't consistent with that. It's rhetoric that is scaring our seniors. In fact, I think it's predatory. And it is not productive to the end of having us work together. And we both know, both sides know this, because I know my friend Mr. Larson has a plan. But when the Democrats had full control from top to bottom of this town, they didn't put that plan on the floor. They didn't advance it. Now, you were willing to do it. I appreciate your leadership. I don't like your plan, but you had the courage to put it forward. We all should accept the reality, political reality, that it's going to take both sides to do it, just like with Reagan and Tip O'Neill. Let me finish my point, if I may. This is not going to help us get there. This is why this place is broken, and this is why it's nearly impossible for both sides to come together, because the baseball bat, the political baseball bat, is taken out so easily and quickly to beat the other side when they're trying to do the right thing. The president said he's not going to touch the benefits, he's going to protect it. But in every program and in every way, it's being poorly managed, and dollars are misspent and misappropriated, and there's waste, and the taxpayers and the beneficiaries are being defrauded. He's going to be vigilant. His colleagues, like Elon Musk and others who've been tasked with this, will be diligent, and so will we. That is, I think, an expectation of the American people. I just called the Social Security Administration, and this was the response I got. First of all, I couldn't get to a human being. They said it's going to take a couple of hours, and I don't know any senior that wouldn't give up on that, first fact. Secondly, for the disability benefits, it says we'll get back to you in 200 days. Fill out a bunch of forms, wait for 2 hours, we'll get back to you in 200 days. There's got to be a better way to run the railroad. And seniors have suffered, and it's not, the answer isn't always throw more money at it, throw more people at it. I know that's the response for those who believe in, in the government we trust. Well, it's not working. Seniors aren't getting aren't getting a good response. People aren't showing up to work, and there's a bunch of waste and fraud that needs to be dealt with head on. So I don't believe this scare tactic is going to work. It will whip our seniors into a state of anxiety and distress, and that is so unfortunate and so sad. I'm out of time, and I yield back, and I'm sure I'll hear from my friend Mr. Larson.
Mr. Horsford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I request to strike the last word. As lawmakers, we have a solemn duty to protect our constituents, those beneficiaries on Social Security, from external threats and also from bad actors within. That's why I am calling on my colleagues to vote in favor of this resolution. The people who elected us did so with the trust that we would safeguard their privacy, ensuring their personal data is never politicized, sold to the highest bidder, or used to jeopardize their benefits. My constituents should believe and be able to trust that government will work on their behalf regardless of who they choose to represent them on Capitol Hill as well. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an article from CNN, Republicans succeed in persuading Musk, but Democrats hit dead ends.
Without objection.
Earlier this week, President Trump and Elon Musk went about cherry-picking which Social Security field and hearing offices would stay open. In the article, Mr. Cole from Oklahoma was able to convince Doge to keep his local offices open, while they didn't even have the decency to notify my office
of their intent to close one of the critical offices in Las Vegas. Let me be clear. Members of Congress shouldn't have to kiss Elon Musk's ass to get our offices for our constituents on Social Security open or to have them remain open. I am offended by the fact that members on the other side are using their access to Elon Musk and jeopardizing the well-being of everyone else. My constituents deserve the same treatment that Representative Coles are receiving. And this is not about politics. It's not about voting Republican or Democrat or whether you belong to a party or not. And I also want to lift up this article that just came out because it speaks to the hypocrisy. While we are having this hearing today, and while the other side is objecting to even getting basic information about what Elon Musk is doing to Social Security, they literally announced ending the phone program that helps with claims processing and is used by millions of elderly and disabled Americans.
Without objection.
This data shows that the agency received 81.2 million calls to its national toll-free number in 2023, although not all were for claims. Staff within Social Security are currently gaming out scenarios for how to handle an abrupt reduction of telephone service, one of the persons briefed on the matter said. So to my colleagues, do you think this is cutting Social Security? It is. Do you think this is hurting constituents' ability to get their rightful questions asked about their earned benefit? This is not an entitlement. Do you think this is helping make government more efficient? And why wouldn't we have the person, the mastermind, the genius, Elon Musk, who's come up with this proposal to come before this committee? Or at least respond based on the list of questions that are called for in this query. I have 140,000 individuals in my district who depend on Social Security. The majority of them, it's their sole source of income. 108,000 are retirees. 16,500 are disabled workers who count on these benefits. And yeah, I'll bang on the damn dais because I'm here to defend my constituents.
And we'll head right back to that. We are getting this live image in of President Donald Trump as he is leaving the White House, joined by the Irish Prime Minister as they are heading to a luncheon that was originally scheduled here for noon, but a little bit delayed now. I do want to turn up the sound and see if we can hear anything. And we are just listening in as, again, President Donald Trump leaving the White House with the Irish Prime Minister. And we brought you their arrival here on Live Now just about over an hour or so ago as they did meet in the Oval Office. And on our end here, we are awaiting to see if we're going to get some of those remarks here, obviously not live, but taped remarks into our newsroom that we would be able to play for you. You did just hear me mention that they are heading to a luncheon, and what we saw on our schedule was that was supposed to start around noon, but obviously now that is being pushed. But that's going to be the annual Friends of Ireland luncheon on Capitol Hill, where we're going to be hearing from President Trump as well as House Speaker Mike Johnson. I do just want to listen in here just another moment longer to see if we can hear anything. All right, right, so that is that departure. And on our end here, we actually do see that we do have these remarks between President Trump and the Irish Prime Minister queued up here for that playback. Word that is about 51 minutes in length. So I do want to go away for a 2-minute break. And when we come back, hopefully we will have those remarks for you. Stay with us. And welcome back. I do want to take you back out live to this image of the White House, where moments ago we did just bring you that live image of President Trump leaving with the Irish Prime Minister as they are heading to Capitol Hill for a luncheon right now. And actually on our end, we do have in this image here. This is going to be some playback. It's still on your screen right now, but in just a moment here, we are anticipating that to be played back for us. In these comments between the two leaders set around 50 minutes in length. So what I did want to do as we do await for those to start is head back live to Capitol Hill as we've been listening in to this discussion, this hearing on the Department of Government Efficiency. Once we do see those taped remarks come up here for us, we will transition to that.
Listen, I'm a New Yorker. I understand a Ponzi scheme. A con man promises a payout that he can't deliver, collects the money, and disappears. That's not what's happening in the Social Security Administration, because people have put their money in it, and they are receiving a benefit. That's not a Ponzi scheme. Repeatedly stating that dead people and 150-year-olds are receiving checks, every group has said that that's untrue, including the Washington Post, which has already kissed the ring of the president. They're the ones also who have said that that's not true. How are we doing this? And why are we doing this? We want to bring back accountability. My colleague has stated that Doge only has read-only access.
All right, it does look like that discussion, rather, between President Trump and the Irish Prime Minister has begun.
Did it the hard way also. He served, and then he took a little time off, and then he served again. I've heard about that. That happens on occasion. And he's done very well. And we knew each other from a long time ago. But it's a great honor to have you in the Oval Office and have you at the White House. We have tremendous business relationships with Ireland, and that'll only get stronger. The relationship we have personally and every other way is very, very strong and very, very good. So I just want to welcome you to Washington, D.C. and to our country, and thank you very much.
May I thank you, President. It's a great honor for me to be here to celebrate St. Patrick's with you.
Right.
And I thank you for your hospitality and the warmth of your reception. And I commend you in terms of the work that you're doing, particularly in terms of the pursuit of peace, which we discussed earlier. And I think that's going well. And you really have, in the first sort of 100 days of this government, you've done some extraordinary things very quickly.
Thank you.
Everybody's watching in that respect. So
thank you.
Delighted to be here. It's an honor to be here.
Well, it's a great honor to have you, and special people, very special people. I know a lot of Irish, and growing up in New York, I know a couple of your people that used to live in that beautiful Ireland, and now they're here, but they love your country very much. You know, they have a great feeling toward your country.
They have, and a lot come back for holidays and stuff like that, and checking out their family, ancestry, and things like that. You know,
great, fantastic people.
Some go to Doonbeg as well. Yeah.
And they go. We love Doonbeg. I love them. I don't know if I'll ever see it again. Maybe I won't, but I think I will. We'll get there. We're going to get there. It's a beautiful place, wonderful place. Any questions, please?
Mr. President, on tariffs, how far?
Yeah, please.
President Trump about tariffs from the EU, which were announced yesterday, and also how worried should Ireland be, given the fact that it has a massive trade surplus with the US, over $50 billion. Neil Martin might be quite nervous about what you're going to tell him today.
Well, I don't think he looks nervous to me. And if he was nervous, he wouldn't show it. No, we do have a massive deficit with Ireland, because Ireland was very smart. They took our pharmaceutical companies away from presidents that didn't know what they were doing. And, you know, it's too bad that happened. It's a tremendous job look, the Irish are smart. You're smart people. And you took our pharmaceutical companies and other companies, but, you know, through taxation and proper taxation, they made it very, very good for companies to move over there. And we had presidents and people that were involved in this that had no idea what they were doing, and they lost big segments of our economy. The European Union treats us very badly. They have for years. I saw that. I had it out with them in my first term. It did well, but we had to solve other problems, and we did. But European Union's been very tough. And it's our turn, too. You know, we get a turn at that also. But they have not been fair. They sue our companies and win massive amounts of money. They sued Apple, won $17 billion. And they use that for other reasons, I guess, or to run the European Union. So I'm not knocking it. They're doing what they should be doing, perhaps, for the European Union. But it does create ill will. And as you know, we're going to be doing reciprocal tariffs. So whatever they charge us, we're charging them. Nobody can complain about that. Whatever it is, it doesn't even matter what it is. If they charge us 25 or 20% or 10% or 2% or 200%, then that's what we're charging them. And so I don't know why people get upset about that, because there's nothing more fair than that. And we had a problem with Ontario, and they dropped that when I let them know what we were going to be doing. They dropped it immediately, so I'm glad, because electricity, you shouldn't be playing with electricity. It affects people's lives. Actually their life. I mean, it can affect, depending on weather, it can affect their life, so we can't do that. And it doesn't make sense that our country allows electricity to be made in another country and sold into us. Who did that deal for the United States? Okay, I looked at that long ago, and I said that's not something that's very smart. So we've had a lot of bad trade policies, and yet we're doing very well right now. But we're doing well because I won the election. If I didn't win the election, you would have had a very bad period. I think a lot of the stock market going down was because of a really bad 4 years that we had. When you look at inflation and all of the other problems that were, I mean, wars and inflation and so many other problems. But we're going to have very good years. We had, I don't know if you saw a little thing like the cost of eggs, little to you, but big to people out there, down almost 30% in the last few days. We got it down. We did a lot of things. We have great Secretary of Agriculture, and we did a lot of things that got the cost of eggs down very substantially, and so many other things. A very big thing that I'm very happy with is oil is down to $65 a barrel. And that's faster than I would have attempted. We put on the gas, we stepped in the gas in order to get oil, and what's happening. So we're getting that down. And when energy comes down, prices are going to be coming down with it. So in a very short period of time, we've done a very good job. And I think that the tariffs that we're talking about, and again, reciprocal, I think that the tariffs, there are some cases where they're a little beyond reciprocal because, you know, we've been abused for a long time as a country. We have been abused really for a long time, and we will be abused no longer. Okay.
Are you going to retaliate to the EU retaliation?
Education, sir, would you describe for us, is this meeting your vision by cutting about half the workforce? And what responsibility do you feel to the civil servants who have now lost their jobs? Many of them worked at the Department of Education during their first term.
Sure, I do. I feel very badly, and but many of them don't work at all. Many of them never showed up to work. Many of them never showed up to work, Kelly, and unfortunately, and that's not good. And when we cut, you know, we go, and that's what I had a number of meetings with a lot of people over the last couple of months. When we cut, we want to cut, but we want to cut the people that aren't working or not doing a good job. We're keeping the best people, and Linda McMahon is a real professional, actually a very sophisticated business person, and she cut a large number, but she kept the best people. And we'll see how it all works out. But our country was run very badly. I mean, whether it was that or contracts that were signed that was so bad, so obviously bad, and I go through them in speeches. I could go through them all day long. I could read for billions and hundreds of billions of dollars, and all of that fat and waste and fraud and abuse is being taken out. But it's incredible what's happened. Now, Department of Education's maybe more so than any other place has a lot of people that can be cut. They're, number one, not showing up to work. Number two, they're not doing a good job. And if you take a look at our education process, and if you look at the charts, because they have numerous charts where they do the top 40, we're at number 37, 38, 39, and 40. And recently they hit, during Biden's last few days, they hit last. So they were number 40, and yet we're number 1 in cost per pupil. So it's pretty bad. But we have a dream, and you know what the dream is? We're going to move the Department of Education. We're going to move education into the states, so that the states, instead of bureaucrats working in Washington, so that the states can run education. And you have Norway, you have Denmark, you have Sweden, you have Finland, you have various countries that do very well. You also have China that does very well in education, which is a pretty big tribute to China, I must say. 1.4 billion, and they're in the top 10, and it's pretty amazing. So we can't blame size anymore. You know, normally you'd blame size. It's too big, how can you do it? But China does it. So we think when you move it back to Iowa and Indiana and all the states that run so well, there's so many, I could name 30, maybe almost 40. Those will be as good as Denmark, those will be as good as Norway, and they'll be as good as any of these. I believe they'll be as good as any. Now then you're going to have 10 that won't be so great. You're going to have 5 that will not be good at all, but we'll work with them and we'll get them to be good. But what we want to do is always school choice, but we're going to do school choice, and we're doing it. But we want education to be moved back where the states run education, where the parents of the children will be running education, where governors that are doing a very good job will be running education, not run. I drive through the city and I see like so many buildings, Department of Education, Department of big buildings, and by the way, they're empty. Nobody shows up to work. So I think Linda did a very good job.
Mr. President, do you have a meeting with Vladimir Putin scheduled for a conversation? What would be
I won't comment on that, but we had a great success yesterday. We have a full ceasefire. If it kicks in, we have to see. It's up to Russia now. But we've had a good relationship with both parties, actually, and we'll see. We'll be knowing people are going to Russia right now as we speak, and hopefully we can get a ceasefire from Russia. And if we do, I think that would be 80% of the way to getting this horrible bloodbath finished. It's a bloodbath is taking place over there. On average, 2,000 to 3,000 young people a week are being killed in that stupid war that would have never happened if I were president. So we have people going over there, Mr. VP. Do you have anything to say about it? Because you're very much involved. What's going to happen?
Well, we've got some conversations that are happening on the phone and in person with some of our representatives over the next couple of days. As the president said, we think that we're in a very good place where the Ukrainians have agreed to a ceasefire, and we're now going to see whether we can get the Russians to agree to a ceasefire too, and we'll certainly have news on that when we find out that news.
Are you confident that the president will keep the ceasefire, considering that he's broken them in the past?
We haven't spoken to him yet with substance, because we just found out and we just were able to get Ukraine to agree. So we're going to know very soon. I've gotten some positive messages, but a positive message means nothing. This is a very serious situation. This is a situation that could lead to World War III. And Biden should have never let it happen. Incompetence allowed this to happen. This shouldn't have happened. October 7th in the Middle East should have never happened with Israel. The horrible leaving, the way they left Afghanistan should have never happened. Inflation should have never happened. You know, we have great inflation numbers, by the way, just got released. Inflation is way down, and it's based on what we've done, and we've done it in a very short period of time. You know, we had virtually no inflation. For 4 years, we had almost no inflation, and when these characters took over, we went from no inflation to the worst inflation probably in the history of our country. So it's very interesting. Go ahead.
Are you going to retaliate against
and by the way, I have to speak of inflation. I love these signs. What's with these signs?
It's in honor of the T-shirts.
I'm trying to stay focused, but I'm very impressed with the VP's.
That the United States is recognized as having such an important role in the peace process, and yet half the parties from the Northern Ireland government have decided not to come to the St. Patrick's Day celebrations.
They haven't, what?
They haven't come over, they're boycotting
What are they boycotting?
They are talking about your position on Gaza as what it is.
Oh, I haven't heard that. I really haven't heard that. Look,
can I just say, I've got to pay tribute to the President on the peace initiatives. The one thing we've learned in Ireland about the peace process that you've just spoken about, and I recall back in the early 90s, when the first tentative steps to get peace in Ireland, people criticised people like John Hume or people like Albert Reynolds, then Taoiseach, but they kept going. And when we got that ceasefire in 93, okay, it took a number of years to get the comprehensive peace settlement, but again, the guns more or less largely went silent. The war in Ukraine is a devastating war on young people, and I think that very simple, straightforward narrative is to be commended. We all have children. We're shocked at the prospect of young people losing their lives in that number, be they Ukrainian, be they Russian, whatever. Anything we can do to stop the violence, I think, is an extremely positive day. And there will be all sorts of people having qualifications on it and all the rest of it. It's our job then to work on it and to try and build it, Europe, US and everything.
I will say, and thank you for that, but I will say, last week 2,500 young people died while we sit here and talk.
Yeah.
And while they talk about peace, but they've been talking about peace. This should have never happened. This war should have never happened. It would have never happened if I was president. That's what makes me more angry than anything else, because you've had far more people die than they report, than these people report, for whatever reason. But you had far more people. The numbers are far more devastating. You'll find that out someday. And it doesn't affect you very much. They're not Irish, and they're not from my country. They're from Russia mostly, almost all from Russia and from Ukraine. And people could say, why are you doing this? Why are you involved in that? Because 2,000 people a week are dying. And they have families, and they have mothers, and they have fathers, and they have sisters, and they have brothers and friends. And they're dying. And I've seen the pictures, the satellite pictures that we see all the time. And it looks like Gettysburg in its prime, because that was, they say, one of the most horrific battles ever. You have kids lying all over these fields that are dead, because the weapons today are unbelievable, between drones and various types of guns. I'm not even talking about beyond that with the with the big babies. You understand what I mean? I hate to even mention the name, the nuclear name. I hate to mention it. But you have weapons today that are so powerful. And I see kids every week. I see pictures of kids laying all over the field dead. They're dead. Beautiful kids. They're dead. And they're not from here and they're not from where you are, but he's working very hard. We're all working hard to get this thing finished. It's crazy over nothing, and it's not going to go anywhere. It's just a terrible situation. And I think we have a chance to get it done. So we've gotten half of it as a ceasefire, and if we can get Russia to stop, then we have a full ceasefire, and I think it'll never go back to war. I think something will.
Can I ask you about Ireland's relationship with Israel? There's been a lot of talk recently. The government are looking to bring in what's called the Occupied Territories Bill, which would ban goods from occupied territories. I know you met with Prime Minister Netanyahu recently. Did Ireland come up in that conversation? Did he raise any concerns about the large government?
One thing I'll tell you, you're not from Israel, that's for sure, huh? She's definitely not from Israel. It's an interesting question coming from you. We talk about everything. Israel has been under siege, as you can see, and they had to fight back. October 7th was a terrible thing. People don't like to mention it, but it was a terrible, terrible day in the life of the world. And it's amazing the way people don't mention that, but it was, I've never seen anything like it. Those are other clips I get to see. You know, as president, you get to see clips that you'd rather not see, but I see clips, and that was a terrible day for the world. And we're working hard with Israel. We're working hard to see if we can solve the problem. I will say I just saw 10 hostages, and they were treated really badly. They were really treated badly. I was shocked. I asked them, was there any kindness shown? They were in there. One was in there for 500 days. One was 323 days. I said, was there any, 10 of them. I said, was there any kindness displayed? Like, did they ever, like, say, don't worry, you'll be okay? Or give you a little wink, or give you, like, an extra slice of bread or something? And everybody said, all of these people said, zero. It was hatred. It was pure hatred. So, I mean, that's a very deep-seated problem.
Could you give the Taoiseach some advice? Ireland is in the midst of a housing crisis now, and I know you have a lot of experience as a businessman. How can the state build tens of thousands of houses at speed?
You know why they have a housing crisis? Because they're doing so well. They can't produce houses fast enough. That's a good problem, not a bad problem.
That's a pretty good answer, President.
No, it's true.
Will you put more tariffs on the EU, Mr. President? Mr. President, will you?
Everybody should have that problem. That's okay.
Will you put more tariffs on the EU?
I know this gentleman. He'll get it solved.
Will you put more tariffs on the EU? Will you respond to their retaliation?
Oh, of course I'm going to respond.
You will retaliate.
The problem
with more
is
tariffs.
our country didn't respond. Look, the EU was set up in order to take advantage of the United States.
Including Ireland? Is Ireland taking advantage of the US?
Of course they are. I can't, you know, I have great respect for Ireland and what they did. And they should have done just what they did. But the United States shouldn't have let it happen. We had stupid leaders. We had leaders that didn't have a clue. Or let's say they weren't business people, but they didn't have a clue what was happening. And all of a sudden, Ireland has, you know, our pharmaceutical companies and other, this beautiful island of 5 million people has got the entire U.S. pharmaceutical industry in its grasp. And, you know, you mentioned housing and you mentioned other things. I mean, I have property in Ireland, as you know, and I love it. It does great. But I'd like to see the United States not have been so stupid for so many years, not just with Ireland, with everybody. You know, I looked at trade deals. I was telling the group yesterday, I looked at trade deals in term one. It's one of the reasons I decided I had to do this, because somebody had to straighten it out, and I didn't see anybody that was going to. I looked at trade deals that were so bad, I'd actually say, how is it possible that this could have happened? Who would have been so stupid to let these deals happen? For instance, when the pharmaceutical companies started to go to Ireland, I would have said, that's okay if you want to go to Ireland. I think it's great. But if you want to sell anything into the United States, I'm going to put a 200% tariff on you. So you're never going to be able to sell anything into the United States. You know what they would have done? They would have stayed here.
So do you planning to lower corporate taxes to
He's so lucky that I wasn't.
Are you planning
He's so lucky.
to lower corporate taxes to match Ireland?
Well, we are planning to lower taxes, yeah, if the Democrats behave, but the Democrats have no clue. You saw that the other night during the speech. 2 young women were slaughtered by illegal aliens. 1 young man has very serious cancer and many other problems. We look at the people up there, they all had difficulty, very serious difficulty, but when we're talking about 2 young girls, beautiful young girls, Lake and Riley, you know the whole story. That evening was a disaster for the Democrats, in my opinion. And I would mention, and I'd see 2 mothers that were inconsolable as they stood, crying. Their daughters have been absolutely just destroyed, killed, viciously killed. And the young man who loves the police departments, he had cancer and has cancer, very bad cancer. There wasn't from people sitting there, Democrats, there wasn't a hand clap. Nobody stood. They were just stone-faced. These people are sick. There's something wrong with them. There was no standing for anybody. The only thing they liked is when they heard about the death taking place with Ukraine. They were happy about that. They were happy about that. Pocahontas was very happy. She's the one that was slapped. That's why I looked at her. I said, oh, it's Pocahontas. These people are sick. They don't know what's happening in the real world. The Democrats have to get their act together. And if they don't vote, then what you're going to do is you're going to have taxes that are going to go through the roof. You're going to have a very bad time. You're going to have some very bad things happen. And people are going to blame the Democrats. And Schumer is a Palestinian as far as I'm concerned. You know, he's become a Palestinian. He used to be Jewish. He's not Jewish anymore. He's a Palestinian. Okay.
There's been a lot of on and off, some inconsistency.
There's no inconsistency, only with NBC, which is one of the worst networks on television, by the way. Let me just tell you the inconsistency. I have the right to adjust. And I was called by the automakers, as an example, General Motors, Ford, etc., the big 3, the big 4, and they asked me to do them a favor. Could I delay it for a period of 4 weeks so that they're not driven into a little bit of a disaster for them? They actually love what I'm doing, but they had a problem. And I'm not like a block that just, I won't delay. It's called flexibility. It's not called inconsistency. It's called flexibility. And I think you want me to be flexible too.
Is flexibility ongoing viewpoint?
Sure, I'll always have flexibility, but there will be very little flexibility once we start. April 2nd is going to be a very big day for the United States of America. The United States of America is going to take back a lot of what was stolen from it by other countries and by, frankly, incompetent U.S. leadership, grossly incompetent. I gave you an example of Ireland. I would have never let that happen. Impossible for that to have happened. But we're going to take back our wealth, and we're going to take back a lot of the companies that left are coming back. If you haven't read, we have the biggest computer chip company ever, has virtually all of the market. I didn't call them, they called me. And they called for 2 reasons. Number one, we had a great election of somebody that they want running the country. And we won in a big mandate. We won every swing state. We won by millions of votes. We won by 2,750 districts to 500. Think of that, 2,750 districts to 500. That's why the map, when you looked at it, was entirely red, meaning Republican. Not meaning communist. Meaning so anyway, look, this country needed somebody to defend it. It's this big, beautiful place that was being ripped off by illegal immigrants coming in from prisons, coming in from mental institutions, gang members, gang leaders, drug dealers, pouring into our country with the open borders. I am so angry at the last 4 years at what they've done to our country, what they've done to this country between inflation, but maybe the most that bothers me is that they would allow millions of people to come into our country that are stone cold murderers, killers, drug dealers, the worst gang members, the worst people allowed into our country. And we're now getting them out. We're going to get them out. We're getting them out. I want to thank Tom Homan, by the way. He's doing a great job. And I want to thank Christy Noem, who's doing a fantastic job. This is a job that's so unnecessary. This should have never happened. This should have never happened. So we're bringing back our country in many ways, not only financially, and financially we'll be stronger than ever before. I think the markets are going to soar when they see what's happening. I'll tell you what, I'm called every day by numerous big companies. I spoke at the Business Roundtable yesterday. They had the largest attendance they've ever had. And these are only the CEOs and chairmen, but mostly the people that run, the boss, the people that run the top 150 companies. 150 people showed up. Every single company showed up. First time it ever happened. It's been around a long time. The biggest business leaders. We had a great discussion. Went really well. And I want to tell you, there's tremendous optimism out there about our country in terms of regulations being cut, in terms of taxes being cut. And it would be great if the Democrats would do what's right. It would be great if the Democrats would do what's right for our country for a change, because they really are. They've lost their way. They've lost their way. They think that people pouring into our country from prisons, jails, murders. We have 11,088 murderers that were allowed into, people that murdered people, half of which murdered more than one person in our country. We're getting them the hell out. But who would allow this to happen? Who would allow men to play in women's sports? And they're still fighting it. It's got to be a 95% issue. But they're on television this morning. I see this person, a Democrat, say, we should have the right. No. Men should not be, they're hurting women. They're hurting women very badly. They're hurting women. And they should not, and they're also demeaning women. But who would want these things? And everything's transgender. Everybody transgender. That's all you hear about. Now, that's why we won the election in record numbers. But very importantly, now it is what it is. The Democrats should get with us and come up with good tax policy so that Ireland and other countries can't take our businesses away from us. And he understands exactly. You guys did the right thing. I'm not upset with you. I respect what you've done. You've done a great job. But our people did a very bad job.
How advanced are your plans to try and bring some of those companies back to America? Will you be briefing?
Well, I'd love to have him back. I'd love to have him back, but he'll be fighting me on it.
What I would say, President, if I could 1 second, just make the point. It's a two-way street too, and we are investing a lot more in America now. And people may not realize, but Ryanair, one of our biggest airlines, for example, AirCap, they buy more. The two of them together buy more Boeing airplanes than anybody else outside of America. That's a little known fact. It doesn't turn up in the statistics, but Ryanair and AirCap, big aircraft leasing company, Irish company, have done great work with Boeing and huge investments over the last couple of years, you know. So, and there's a lot of Irish companies here now, about 700 Irish companies based in America. Glanbia, Smurfit, Rock, I was saying to you this morning, Vice President, a lot of them creating thousands of jobs in America. And it's only fair. I mean, that's correct.
That's right.
That's the way it should happen. And I think it's a very good relationship we have. It's a historic one, and it's happened over time. We've added value to American companies. We've increased our value. They've got access to the European market, and they did all of that. I understand where you're coming from fully. But I think it's a relationship that we can develop and that will endure into the future and will change, it will adapt, and you're evolving and you're doing things.
And they've done a very good job. Now, I just will say this, but with all that we've said, we can talk about Ryanair. There's a massive deficit. I don't mean by a little bit. I mean, there's a massive deficit that we have with Ireland and with other countries too. And we want to sort of even that out as nicely as we can, and we'll work together. We're going to work together great, but the deficit is massive. When you hear this one?
You said earlier that it was now up to Russia in terms of the ceasefire.
Yeah.
Is there anything you can do in terms of pressuring Russia or in terms of sanctions? Or what can you do?
We can, but I hope it's not going to be necessary. Sure, we can pressure. We can do that with Russia. Remember this, Russia took Georgia from Bush, right? They took Crimea from man named Obama, Barack Hussein Obama, right? They're trying to take the whole thing from Biden. They're going for the whole ball of wax. Who was the only one that never took anything from? Trump. And in fact, I'm the one that stopped Nord Stream 2, the pipeline, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world. I stopped it. It was dead. And then Biden got in and he approved it. Nobody mentions that. What I did to Russia was very tough. I was the toughest ever. But nope, they never took anything from me. They took them from Obama and Bush, and they took it from Sleepy Joe Biden. With Biden, they wanted to take the whole country, but I think I've stopped that, but we'll see. But yeah, there are things you could do that wouldn't be pleasant in a financial sense. I can do things financially that would be very bad for Russia. I don't want to do that because I want to get peace. I want to see peace, and we'll see. But in a financial sense, yeah, we could do things very bad for Russia. It would be devastating for Russia, but I don't want to do that because I want to see peace. And we're getting close to maybe getting something done. We've got Ukraine done, and as you know, I've always said that Ukraine might have been the more difficult party. You were here a week ago when some interesting things happened. I had somebody that didn't seem to want peace. Now he's agreed to peace. So we'll see what happens. Brian?
Yes, thanks.
Thank you.
First, we'll congratulate you on your lower inflation core rates.
Thank you.
Gas prices going down, airline prices going down. This is for the Irish gentleman here, if I can see it real quickly. Welcome you down to stage. You look great.
Thank you.
Nice suit.
It's now you feel good. He knows.
What's coming next?
On Make America Great Again. If you could run on MEGA, Make Ireland Great Again, what would your #1 issue be for people in Ireland right now to make your country stronger? And I've got a 2-part question to that as well.
Yeah, the #1 issue in Ireland is housing. To be honest, and I think it was correctly pointed out, we've got to build more houses. We've got to build them faster to give the young people of Ireland an opportunity to afford to buy a house or to afford to rent a house. We have a lot of other good things happening. That's my #1 priority.
Wonderful.
Are you trying to
and my
confirm,
second part question to this, Ireland is known for very happy, fun-loving people, great attitude, many in this room right now that I've met. Why in the world would you let Rosie O'Donnell move to Ireland? I think she's going to lower your happiness level.
That's true. Thank you. I like that question. Do you know you have Rosie O'Donnell? Do you know who she is? Do you know who she is? Yeah. You're better off. You're better off not knowing.
Prime Minister, are you expecting to inform the President your views on Gaza, considering that you have diametrically opposed positions on the state of Palestine? Your country is one of 3 in Europe that recognizes the state of Palestine. Are you expecting to discuss this with the President? Are you expecting to inform him?
I don't have to inform the President. He's very well clued into the whole situation. We shared the President's, again, unrelenting focus on peace. And he's envoying, the President himself, as soon as he came into office, went to get a ceasefire. We've been calling for a ceasefire for a long time. We want to consolidate the peace. That is our fundamental aim. We want the hostages out. I've been saying it from day one. It's a horrific thing to do to take someone as a hostage. And I went to Kibbutz Be'eri after October the 7th in solidarity with Israel, and that gets forgotten. And I went a week or 2 afterwards. I saw the kibbutz. It was a shocking thing to see, even though it was a week or 2 after the horror. It was a village. You could see life going on prior to the attack. It was something that will not leave me. And I've been interested in the Middle East for a long, long time. It's complex, and it's all of that. But we do desperately need the hostages out, all of them. It's been far too long. Let me finish. And then we need a ceasefire. We need to consolidate that. We need a surge of humanitarian aid into Gaza. Because again, there's too many children and too many people starving. And so just too many. And it's that humanitarian impulse is what motivates the Irish in respect of its views. And I've always been of the view, it's been our view that a 2-state solution would be ideal. It's become much more challenging and difficult as time's moved on. But that has always been our position. But it's genuinely to have people, because we've gone through this. We discussed this prior to you coming in. We've been through some of this. People hating each other, terrible acts of violence carried out on each other. We came through it. It's our earnest hope that Arab and Jewish people can live side by side. And I've met with people, parents of children who were killed on both sides, called Parent Circle. in Israel, and they work to try and bring people together. It's difficult work.
What about the president's plans to expel Palestinians out of Gaza? Are you discussing that with him and giving him your...
Nobody's expelling any Palestinians. I don't know. Who are you with?
I'm with Voice of America, sir.
Oh, no wonder. Okay, Voice of
Can you
America.
explain how he feels about the president just saying that he would like to take back US companies, pharma companies based in Ireland?
Well, I think the pharmaceutical companies in Ireland are doing very well, as the President has outlined. Again, I think it's about that two-way partnership. I understand fully where the President is coming from. I think there's actually room, now we can discuss all this, I think there's room for those companies to grow in America, and many of them, by the way, have already announced fairly significant manufacturing investments now.
It's true, just recently.
Like people like Eli Lilly, for example, who have been a long-standing presence in Ireland since the 1970s. I spoke to the CEO recently.
He's great.
A great guy. And he's announced, I think, about a $50 billion investment in America.
New plans.
But there's big investment, they've had big investment in Ireland. Ireland has served them well too, The workforce is very strong. It's an educated workforce. They delivered well. During COVID-19, a number of CEOs said to me, a lot of the plants in Ireland were the only plants that never closed for a single day during COVID. Not a single day. Productivity is good and so on like that. But there'll be swings and roundabouts.
Mr. President, thank you so much. You spoke to Vladimir Putin for quite a while.
Yes.
I want to know your assessment. When you take this deal to him, how do you assess the chances of doing this?
I have no assessment, and I don't go by chances. I think it makes sense for Russia, a lot of downside for Russia too. And we have a very complex situation solved on one side, pretty much solved. We've also discussed land and other things that, go with it. We're not just doing it and saying ceasefire. We don't know what's happening. We know the areas of land we're talking about, whether it's pullback or not pullback. We've discussed a lot of the details of what has to go because we don't want to be wasting time. We don't want to be wasting time while people are dying. I mean, as we're sitting here, you probably had 2 people die on that very open field. It's dead flat. It's great farmland, and it's dead flat. There's no protection. The only thing that stops a bullet is a human body. And these are bodies that are young people. And they're stopping a lot of bullets because a lot of bullets are flying across those level fields. Dead flat, no protection whatsoever. It is a disaster. And so I hope he's going to have a ceasefire.
You are using the American leverage to get a lot of political issues.
Well, I don't want to get into that, but if I had to, I'm the only one that's dealt with them successfully. Everyone else, I went through it. Bush didn't deal with them successfully, dealt with them terribly, got ripped off. And Obama was a disaster. They have with Obama, he gave them sheets. And I gave them anti-tank missiles. You know that, right? It's called Javelin. You know the Javelin? I'm the one that gave them the Javelins. People don't say that. And then they say, oh, Trump has a great relationship with Russia. I'm the one that gave him the Javelins. Obama gave him sheets. That's an expression. He gave sheets, I gave javelins. So,
Mr. President, how worried should the undocumented Irish be about your administration that you don't round them up and send them home again?
Oh, I think the Irish love Trump. We won the Irish with a tremendous amount of vote. I want to thank you very much. We won in the 80s with Irish. I got the Irish vote. I think I have it locked up pretty good unless I did something very stupid, like drained your company, your wonderful place of all of its companies. If I drained Ireland of all of the companies, maybe I'd lose the Irish vote. I don't know. But right now, no. I love it. I've been there many times, as you know, yes. And we don't want to do anything to hurt Ireland. We want to, but we do want fairness, and he understands that. No, that's enough, Kelly. Thank you.
Was there anything that Letitia could say to you today that would dissuade you from going ahead?
I can't hear.
Mr. President, it's Irish American Appreciation Month. You've named it there. Who's your favorite Irish person?
Oh, there's so many. Are you kidding me? Well, I do happen to like your fighter. He's got the best tattoos I've ever seen. I don't know if I'm a big, but that.
Is it Conor McGregor?
Conor.
Well, you have. Well, Connor's great, right? talking about Conor. But you have a lot of great Irish fighters, actually, great fighters. I don't know what that is, but Ireland's always had a lot of good fighters. You know why? Because they're tough people. They're smart people and they're passionate people, and they really have been over the years. So many. I think your father was a great fighter, right?
He was, you did.
Wow,
Right.
and yet look at you, you're so smooth and so.
He was a very good defensive boxer. He could duck and he could weave.
He was a really good.
He was a good boxer, yeah.
Right,
He
yeah,
fought for
I heard
Ireland,
that.
boxed for Ireland, and
Yeah. But that means you genetically, I'm not going to mess around.
Do you follow any Irish golfers?
Okay, let's a couple of more from somebody that didn't ask a question. Yeah, please go ahead.
Mr. President, should Apple go back to the US from Ireland?
Who?
Apple?
Oh, Apple's been treated very badly. Look, Apple had tremendously bad luck. I thought they had a very good lawsuit, but they lost.
We fought with them.
$16 billion. $16 billion, and they're after a lot of our American companies. See, that's what's unfair. It's the European Union. I'm not blaming you. I'm blaming the European Union. The European Union's gone after our companies, and Apple's a great company, and they have to give $16, $17 billion on a lawsuit that I didn't think was a good lawsuit. No, that's not good. No, the European, we have a problem with the European Union. They don't take our farm products. They don't take our cars. We take millions of cars, BMWs and Mercedes-Benz and Volkswagens and everything. We take millions of cars. I said to Angela Merkel at the time, I said, Angela, how many Chevrolets do we have in the middle of Munich? Why, none. I said, you're right, we have none. That's the way it is, we have none. No, I'm not happy with the European Union, I want to tell you. And, and we're going to win that. We're going to win that financial battle. It's a financial battle.
European cars, Mr. President? Tariffs on European cars, is that something you're going to consider?
Oh, absolutely, I will do that, yeah.
Mr. President,
Think of it, they have millions of cars coming in, millions and millions of cars. One of probably the largest. Japan's very big too. But, and they don't accept our cars. We make great cars. They don't have our cars, but we have their cars. They don't have our farm products. We have the greatest farmers in the world. They don't accept our farm products, and we accept theirs. So, you know, things are going to change unless they do what they have to do, and they know what they have to do. This is not going to be a tough battle. In my opinion, not going to be tough. Just like when Ontario charged us, everybody said, oh, they just charged. I said, this will be won in 1 hour. And they announced what we were going to do, and they withdrew their little threat. And what they don't say in Canada is that 270%, have you ever heard that? We have tariffs on dairy products from Canada of 270%, going up to 400%. You never hear that. Canada's absolutely one of the worst. And we, when I say worst in terms of charging tariffs. Their dairy products, they charge our farmers 240, 250, 270, and 400%, okay? Think of that for dairy product. And we charge them like peanuts. You know why? Because we've been improperly run for so many years. I had that all settled in my first term. But then, of course, Biden, you know, he let everything go to hell. One of the things we did is we took from China hundreds of billions of dollars, and I have great respect for President Xi. But he understood that. He understood it was a one-way street, and you can't have a one-way street. Okay? One more question.
Can you say which countries you might target in your next travel ban?
Say it.
Can you say which countries you might target in your next travel ban?
Wouldn't that be a stupid thing for me to say? I said, which countries am I going to target for the next travel ban? Can you believe somebody would ask that question? Well, we're going to talk. We're going to be talking really to the European Union. You know, I will tell you this one little, we'll end it with this. So I have a property, a big property in Ireland that you know well. It's one of the most highly rated hotels in all of Europe. It's beautiful. Doonbeg. It's a beautiful 600 acres on the ocean, and everybody knows it. And we have a beautiful hotel. And I was going to do a project there, a big expansion of the place. This was when I was a civilian, before the presidency, before I even thought about the presidency. But I was going to do a really beautiful expansion of because it does very well. And I got the approvals from Ireland so quickly. They were so professional. They wanted it, you know, it's economic development, it's jobs, it's construction jobs, a big expansion, beautiful expansion. But I was told something that bothered me. They said, sir, you also have to get approved by the European Union. I said, why do I have to go to the European Union to expand a hotel that's in Ireland? They said, well, that's the way it is. I say, well, shouldn't that go fast? They said, no, it'll take at least 7 years. You gave me the approval in about 4 weeks. It was a beautiful, professional. If you took 4 years, you wouldn't have done a better job. You know, everything was done environmentally, everything. There's no reason to take very long. I had everything from Ireland in 4 weeks. And then I hired somebody. He said the process will be from 5 to 7 years. And I said, oh, really? And then I found out that they weren't playing games. Now think about how bad that is for your country. So that was my first experience with the European Union. And I dropped the project. I just said, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to go 7 years to expand something. But I have to, I'll hand it to Ireland. You were so professional, so good. But I don't know why. European Union had to approve it. And with them, it was deal, and that's the European Union. So it was a very bad experience I had.
Just say, President, you have the distinction of being, I think, the only president that has physically invested in Ireland.
That's
through your Doonbeg.
And it's been a good investment.
And I mean, for anybody who should go there, it's just stunning.
I love this.
No, I mean, even if you don't play golf, I mean, it is a stunning landscape. Yeah. Your people have restored it very well, and our people are going to continue to work with you on that piece to do it all sort of effectively and so on like that.
They've had a great relationship.
But it is and the local people, my local councillor Rita McInerney texted me last week to say, tell President Trump to thank his family for the way they've worked with the local community and for the work that they've done.
I love Rory. I think Rory's great. He's a great golfer. He just won 2 weeks ago. He's a great guy. I played golf with him 3 weeks ago. And he's really a fantastic player. He's in good form, too. When he played with me, he played very well, I can tell you. No, Rory certainly is one of the favorites. He's always going to be one of them. He's a very talented guy. He's a very good person, too.
Are you planning to visit Dubai, Mr. President?
I will. I'll get there sometime. I hope soon. In fact, if we meet, we'll meet at Doonbeg. Okay? But I hope to be able to get there.
Mr. President, does America have a future in NATO?
What's it?
Does America have a future in NATO?
Well, NATO has to treat us fairly. If they pay their bills and if they do what they're supposed to do. When I first got involved with NATO, as you know, they weren't paying their bills. There were 28 countries, and most of them weren't paying. And I got them to pay. And they paid billions and billions of dollars. I made a certain statement that I'm not going to be involved with NATO unless you're going to pay your bills. And I was asked a question, if we don't pay, are you going to help us? I said, no, if you don't pay, you're saying you're delinquent. A real estate term. You're delinquent. You're not paying your rent. You're not paying your bills. If you're not paying your bills, I'm not going to help. And everybody we took in, your Secretary General will tell you, he was very generous to me. He said, I've never seen anything like it. Money came in by the billions and billions and billions of dollars, and NATO became much stronger. Now, NATO's expended a lot of that money in fighting this horrible war. It's too bad they had to do that. But they had the money from me. I was the one that got people to pay. The countries, most of the countries were not paying, or they were paying a very small amount. So we'll see. But NATO can be a force for the good, absolutely.
Would you like to see Ireland join NATO, Mr. President?
That's up to Ireland.
Well, do you think Ireland and the EU are too close? Do you think that perhaps, like you said...
We are very close.
No, Ireland and the EU, do you think there's too close a relationship there? Do you think there needs to be a separation? Like you said, if you can't get planning permission when you can get it in Ireland, but you can't get it in the EU, do you think...
Well, look, I can just tell you about my personal experience, that Ireland treated me very well, and the EU was terrible, and they stopped really a magnificent addition. It wasn't a big deal from the standpoint of the world. It wasn't like the things we're talking about now, but it would have been a very beautiful addition. And they stopped it, which is bad for Ireland. And I don't know why. I don't know why it would take 5 to 7 years to get something approved, but that's what it was. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you.
We're headed out. Thank you.
And that wraps up about just an hour or so of comments between President Trump as well as the Irish Prime Minister Micheál Martin answering questions from the press in the Oval Office. This was taped playback that was given to us. All of this happening within the past hour here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to go away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, I did want to share with you the next event that we will be heading out to. This is going to be a Save Our Healthcare rally on Capitol Hill, led by Representative Nancy Pelosi and Senator Bernie Sanders. That's next. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox as I take you out live to Capitol Hill as members of Congress are leading a Save Our Healthcare rally on Capitol Hill. That's what it's being called. Let's turn up the sound and listen in.
Good to see you all here today. My name is Diane McClure. I'm a registered nurse and proud Vice President of National Nurses United, which is the largest union for registered nurses in the country. As a union nurse, I have long fought for Medicare for all because we know nurses know that health care is a human right. As nurses, we see the consequences of our broken, profit-driven healthcare system every day. Our hearts break for the patients who have suffered without care because of high costs or denials by insurance companies, whose only interest actually is their own bottom line, right? As we continue to fight for Medicare for all, we are standing up today to protect one of the country's most critical public health care programs, and that is Medicaid. Medicaid is fundamental to the survival of 72 million Americans, 20% of the country's population. Look around you. That's 1 in 5 people. But the administration's cruel. Only in for themselves. It's literally ready to steal billions from the poor to give to the rich, as they demand to cut, let's hear it again, $880 billion for Medicaid, to pay for a tax cut for billionaires. Shame! This is a knife in the back for people across the country, the biggest city to the quietest back road. We know what these cuts would mean. Elderly and disabled people would be robbed of the support services they need to survive. That's right. Millions could lose their ability to get anything but emergency care. Without Medicaid, we know patients won't get the preventative care they need either. Instead, they'll wait until their disease worsens, as we all know, before seeking emergency care, leading to serious illness and more unnecessary and preventable deaths. The cuts will touch us all. As the number of uninsured people skyrockets, so would wait times in already overcrowded emergency rooms. Our existing healthcare system will be incapacitated, much like what we saw during COVID, or even worse. Medicare represents nearly 20% of the spending on healthcare in the U.S. It provides critical funding to rural hospitals, public facilities, and safety net hospitals. Cuts to Medicaid would lead to more hospital closures and serious economic hardships for communities where healthcare is a major driver of the economy as well. We know Black and brown communities would disproportionately suffer the burden of these cuts and closures. We know the billionaire class is trying to silence us and degrade us and vulnerable people who might stand with us in this fight. But we are not going to let that happen. We know the fight for justice is a practice and not a destination. And we are using our collective power to put that into practice today. Working together and using the collective power of our unions, the workers, and the people is the only way to confront these assaults on our communities. I call on all of you to join me in the fight against the attack on us all.
We are mounting a comprehensive fight. We have activists, we have union leaders, we have community leaders, we have young people, we have more experienced, seasoned people. Together, we are going to make this thing happen. I am so proud to introduce my sister from another mister, to tell the truth. My comrade in activism, who has been leading not only in action but in heart, the incredible, the amazing Jamila Healy from Be a Hero.
That's right. Yep. Absolutely. Yeah. I'm Jamila Headley. I lead Be a Hero. And we're a movement of patients across the country fighting for guaranteed health care for everyone, the guaranteed health care we deserve. Over the last few weeks, people across the country have been writing to us to tell us what's at stake for them in this fight. I want to share some of those stories. Patricia in Delaware said, my son would lose his day program, which would cause him to lose his nonprofit residential program. I cannot physically care for my 6'2", 240-pound son. It would be utter despair. This must not happen. Alice in Texas said, Medicaid cuts will kill me. Without medication, I would be unable to go on. The pain and depression would overwhelm me. Please don't let this happen. Donna in California said Medicaid cuts would mean my adult son would have to go without his psychiatric medicines and would be unable to work. He has been near suicidal for decades, and I worry that the loss of Medicaid would cause him to entirely give up hope. Sally in Oregon, my sister who has cancer and needs monthly infusions as her post-chemotherapy care would no longer get this treatment plan and would die. I want to tell you today what I would like to say to Patricia and to Alice and to Dana and to Sally. This, I know, it's outrageous and it's scary. $880 billion in cuts to Medicaid that the Republicans are proposing. But here's the truth. They have picked the wrong fight. Trump has picked the wrong fight. Republicans in Congress have picked the wrong fight. And Elon Musk, he has picked the wrong fight to try to extend their tax cuts for their billionaire friends and corporate cronies on the backs of our health care. Here's why: because there are 80 million people who depend on Medicaid and CHIP across this nation. We're talking about 1 in 5 of us. 6 out of 10 of all people in nursing homes. 4 out of 10 people with disabilities, like me. Almost half of all poor adults and 80% of all kids who live in poverty. 4 out of 10 of all of our babies born in this country are born because they have Medicaid or able to be, given birth in safe settings because they have Medicaid. All of these lives are at stake. Without Medicaid, millions will not get the care they need. People will forgo going to a doctor. Hundreds of thousands of people won't be able to get the home care that they need to stay with their loved ones and to be in the communities with people that they love. People will not be able to take medications they need. If people do go and get the care they need, many will face bankruptcy and the cruelty of a bad credit score. But it's not just the people who are on Medicaid, who benefit from Medicaid, who are going to be harmed. Without Medicaid, 12 million people on Medicare won't be able to afford the care they need. Already struggling hospitals all over this country, particularly in rural areas, will begin to close. If these cuts go through, we will see community health centers shuttered all over our country. Cutting Medicaid is going to devastate all of us. Elon Musk referred to people who use public benefits like Medicaid as the parasite class. But he is the parasite. He is the one who has taken more than $38 billion of our taxpayer money to help build his businesses at Tesla and SpaceX. We know what he cares about most. He cares about his pocketbook. And now he and Trump are trying to pick our pockets, the pockets of millions of Americans, our state government's pockets, by trying to cut Medicaid. They're picking on Medicaid because they underestimate us. They underestimate the potency of our pain. This isn't the first time that they've done this. This isn't the first time they've underestimated us. In 2017, when Trump tried to hitch cutting the ACA to his tax bill, they underestimated us. And we came together and we fought. We showed up like we are in DC today, and we saved the ACA. And then the next year in 2018, we took all of that fury, all of that pain, and in congressional districts around the country, we won back power in the House and kicked some of those spineless Republicans out of office. But here's the good news. Musk might be the richest person in the world, but this country only has 800 billionaires. There are tens of millions more of us. We outnumber them. And this is our power. This fight will be hard, y'all. It's going to be exhausting. But we can win. We can win. Back in 2017, my comrade Adi Barkan would often lead folks in a mic check. I've been thinking about him a lot these days. I want to lead you in that same chant today.
And we've been listening in there to Congress members leading this Save Our Healthcare rally. But as I am seeing right now, it does look like House Speaker Mike Johnson is going to be speaking at this luncheon here. So we are going to pivot right now. It does look like he has stepped up to the podium.
To have you consider these. Irish men and women have taken up arms among American soldiers. They've made unmatched contributions to music and literature and the arts, and they punched well above their weight in American government. Many Irish nationals played an essential role during the American Revolution. John Barry, for example, was an Irishman who received the first commission issued by the Continental Congress and is considered the father of our American Navy. He later became the first Navy captain to seize a British ship. We had 3 Irishmen who signed our Declaration of Independence: George Taylor, Matthew Thornton, and James Smith. One of the most recognized houses in the world was designed by James Hoban, an Irishman from County Kilkenny, when he designed our White House. And 23 of the 45 men who have served as United States President have Irish heritage, many of them proudly. And same for hundreds of congressmen and senators who have walked these hallowed halls. Today we celebrate their contributions and the truly special relationship among the United States and Ireland and the Irish people. So join me in a toast. Here I am again without a glass. I'm supposed to be toasting. I'm going to grab one. Thank you. A glass of water, no less. It works as well. And the toast is in, hold on, man, I am really messing this up. But we're all friends here. And I don't know where it went. All right, I'm just going to toast. It was a beautiful toast, trust me, it was great. To the United States, to Ireland, to this beautiful relationship, and to all who aspire to be Irish around the world. Cheers. Solange, that's right. That's what I'm supposed to say. I have the pleasure of introducing our own head of state here. This luncheon offers an opportunity for both Americans and the Irish to reflect on our past and on our future. In 1981, Senator Ted Kennedy and Senator Daniel Moynihan and Speaker of the House Tip O'Neill started this great tradition, the Congressional Friends of Ireland. They aimed to celebrate their shared Irish heritage, deepen ties between our two nations, and promote peace and reconciliation in Northern Ireland. In 1983, the Friends of Ireland Luncheon was born when President Ronald Reagan, of course of proud Irish heritage, and the Taoiseach visited Capitol Hill to celebrate Irish heritage and St. Patrick's Day. This lunch was the embodiment of that, of charity and friendship across political differences. And it has led to real world international diplomatic successes. Many historians credit the advocacy of the Friends of Ireland caucus as essential in the signing of the Good Friday Agreement. And we welcome continued efforts to promote and preserve this agreement and promises of a bright future for the Friends of Ireland. Last year, I hosted this luncheon alongside President Biden. Our political differences were on stark display. It was obvious, that's an understatement. But he was our incumbent Democratic president, and I was the Republican House Speaker. And still, we shared laughs at the table at this event. It was one of the rare moments of the year where we could do that. That's what this celebration is all about. We laid down our swords, and in the spirit of Tip O'Neill and Ronald Reagan, we broke bread together and celebrated what binds us all together, rather than what divides us. This year is a little different, of course. The political dynamics on Capitol Hill are extraordinarily different. President Trump is back in the White House. Republicans control both chambers of Congress here in our form of government. We call that unified government. A year ago, people thought I was crazy for predicting that we would be here today, but we are. And we're facing a new dawn for America and our bilateral relationships. And I know that we can look forward to working together to promote and preserve our friendships. It's an important, informative time around the world to do that. So in keeping with the proud U.S.-Ireland tradition and the spirit of the Friends of Ireland Luncheon, it's my great privilege to present the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Everybody. It's a great honor. I've been here just about every time. We had one that was terminated because of a thing called COVID. I don't know if anybody's heard of that, but that was never pleasant. And we would have been together twice, but we had COVID interrupted twice, and I appreciate seeing you again, however. And you've done a fantastic job. We very much appreciate you being here. And I also want to thank my new friends from Northern Ireland for being here, who I just met. Thank you very much. Great honor. And I must say they spoke very well of you. So that's good. That's good. And great to be with you. And thank you to Speaker Johnson, and thank you to all of the members of Congress who are here, quite a few, most of which are Irish, most of whom are Irish. And we welcome Taoiseach, and I love the name because Michal, but it's Michael. I said, how many people call you Michael? It's exactly Michael. I said, he said, about 50%. I said, do you get upset when they do? He said, no, but I'm going to call you Michal because that's the way it is. Martin, who has really been terrific. I've been with him quite a bit. I've spoken to him quite a bit, and we're going to have no problems. And his wife, Mary, welcome you to America. Fantastic people. And it's really a wonderful annual tradition being here. We're also grateful to be joined by Irish Ambassador to the United States, Geraldine Byrne Nason. Where's Geraldine? Hi, Geraldine. Thank you very much. And the entire Irish delegation, and I know we're a little bit, everybody's a little bit late today, but that's okay because we're celebrating the Irish, and I think it's okay we're a little bit late. I also want to congratulate a friend of mine, Ed Walsh. He's a great golfer. He's a championship golfer, actually. Not quite as good as Rory, but that's okay. But he's right up there. He's won many club championships, and he's one of the best golfers you'll ever see. And congratulations, boy, you're going to have fun over there. He's going to be the ambassador to Ireland. So congratulations, Ed. Well, maybe it is thanks to me, but you're going to have a good time. You're going to represent us well. He can do most of his business on the golf course, too. That's so nice. But he's got the best job of anybody. And I really appreciate so many of my friends being here. So many great friends are here. This afternoon, we're gathered to celebrate the deep and abiding ties of history, family, and friendship that bind together Ireland and the United States of America. The Irish-American Patriots have been part of our national history in our country's earliest days. Amazing history they have with our country. Irish Americans fought heroically in our war for independence, served with honor in the crucible of the Civil War, and won fame and valor among Theodore Roosevelt's famous Rough Riders. They were Rough Riders. By some estimates, more than 2,000 Irish American warriors have earned the Congressional Medal of Honor. This is an amazing statistic, because who would ever think that's even possible? It's more than 50% of the medals of honor were won by the Irish. I'm going to have to check that. That sounds like, that's an awfully good statistic. We're going to have to check what's going on over there, huh? But that's an amazing statistic, actually, 50%. The great Audie Murphy, the most decorated enlisted soldier in American history, whose service in the Second World War earned a Medal of Honor, 2 Silver Stars, a Bronze Star, 3 Purple Hearts, and the Legion of Merit. Quite a person. Became a movie actor. The movie actor stuff wasn't quite as good as the soldier that he did, but he was great. Became a very famous person, actually. America has truly been blessed by the courage and unstoppable spirit of the Irish. Over the generations, Americans of Irish ancestry have helped build our railroads and raise our cities and man our factories, enrich our culture with art and music and literature. We see that all over. And protect our communities by joining the proud tradition of Irish American police officers and firefighters. And few have done more for the Stars and Stripes than the sons and daughters of the Emerald Isle. And I can tell you, I know your father was a great boxer, and they have a lot of good fighters. I know so many Irish fighters, they like to fight, and they're damn good at it too. But his father was a great fighter, actually, so that means genetically I'm not gonna mess around with you. You understand? I'm a believer in that. But as you know, on Monday, millions of Americans will celebrate St. Patrick's Day. We love St. Patrick's Day, maybe especially in New York. Hundreds of thousands of citizens decked in Irish green will parade through the streets of Chicago, Boston, Philadelphia, and of course New York, a sight that I've witnessed many, many times. In Manhattan, the people will stream up Fifth Avenue and march past the magnificent, I see it so much, and I love it, especially when you're looking down upon St. Patrick's Cathedral, because it's, to me, one of the most beautiful cathedrals in the world. And it's a monument not only to God, but also to the patron saint of Ireland, patron saint. It's really an extraordinary testament to the connection between our two countries, that after more than 1,500 years, the shining legacy of St. Patrick still rouses city blocks half the world away. Think of that, and fills our people with incredible love and pride. We have a lot of pride in that cathedral. That cathedral is something, to me, so beautiful. I think maybe my favorite, they have larger, you know? It's very large, but they have larger, but I think it's truly one of the most beautiful. The Irish spirit is truly alive and thriving in America, and as we see today, the friendship between our nations is strong, and it's really unbreakable, and that includes all of you, you know? It's all of you. We love you all. So Taoiseach, I want to just thank you once again for being here. It's an honor, and hopefully we're going to be doing this at least 3 more times, okay? We're going to be doing this 3 more times, at least. When I say at least, they go absolutely crazy. So, thank you very much for being here. Mary, thank you very much for being here. It's a great honor. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our next guest is not a stranger to this event. However, this is actually the first time we have the privilege of welcoming the Taoiseach Micheál Martin. I said that right. We were talking about that. So I'm Michael too, but that's how we say it very plainly and boringly in the U.S. And it's the same name over there. It's Micheál. I like it a lot better. But we're welcoming him to the Friends of Ireland luncheon in person as the new Taoiseach. And this is interesting because in 2021, it was mentioned earlier, this luncheon was virtual due to the ongoing COVID pandemic. And in 2022, the Taoiseach was in town and slated to attend, but he had a positive COVID diagnosis himself and forced him to deliver remarks virtually once again. So now, finally, we welcome him in person to this great event, and we're so excited to have you in the Capitol, my friend. I'll welcome you to the podium now, the Taoiseach Micheál Martin.
Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, Chairman Kelly and Neil, senators, representatives, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you all for welcoming me and Mary to Washington, D.C. to celebrate St. Patrick's Day. And it is a good feeling to be COVID-free and to be here on that day. But may I in particular say I'm pleased also to be joined with the Deputy First Minister from Northern Ireland, Emma Little-Pengelly. Very pleased to have you here, Emma, as well. This is a cherished opportunity to break bread with our most steadfast friends. And as has been said, it's now more than 40 years since Speaker Tip O'Neill invited President Ronald Reagan to the Capitol for the first St. Patrick's Day lunch. And thus began a very proud tradition, which I am honoured to continue today in your esteemed company. President Trump, thank you for joining us today to mark our National Day. You were a great friend of Ireland. And by the way, all those statistics that you quoted are absolutely verifiably true. I also know, President, that there's one small corner in the west of Ireland, a beautiful and remote part called Doonbeg in County Clare, which holds a very special place in your heart. And we hope to welcome you back to our small island and indeed to these particular greens very soon. Speaker Johnson, once again, you have graciously gathered our dear friends in this august house to mark St. Patrick's Day. You too are a true friend of our nation. We thank you for your hospitality in what is a very busy week for you. For centuries now, America has been a place of welcome and opportunity for Irish people. Our nation's green has been threaded through the rich tapestry of the United States by almost 32 million Irish Americans. Their forebears left a very different Ireland to the one we know today. Many were fleeing the grinding poverty and terrible hunger which blighted Ireland in centuries past. They left in desperation, but also in determination to forge a brighter future for their children. They channeled that commitment into building stronger communities and ultimately a stronger nation, this great nation. Many of their descendants are with us today, true friends of Ireland who continue to work tirelessly for a future of peace and prosperity on our island. Indeed, we need look no further than the co-chairs of the Friends of Ireland caucus. Our dear friends, Congressman Neil and Congressman Kelly's bold leadership and vision unites Irish American members from both sides of the aisle through the Congressional Friends of Ireland. The Friends of Ireland
Republican and Democrat alike, held fast to a vision of Ireland not marred by violence or terror. You worked unrelentingly to realise that fragile hope. You stood shoulder to shoulder with us, no matter how fierce the challenge, and there were many such challenges. And it is that same determination that together we must devote today to today's conflicts in the Ukraine and in the Middle East. And our shared history teaches us that peace, however elusive it may sometimes seem, is achievable. Its promise remains within our grasp. Mr. President, we are forever grateful for the United States' contribution to transforming our island, and we wish you well in the efforts that you are making to bring peace to the Ukraine and to the Middle East and further afield. We thank you for your leadership and indeed your ongoing friendship to Ireland. Thank you once again for joining us today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your gracious hospitality, and thank you to our dearest friends in this room. A very happy St. Patrick's Day to you all. As we might say in Gaelic, go raibh míle maithagah agus bannachtí na éile pádraig oraibh go léir. Go raibh míle maithagah. Thank you very much indeed.
The annual Friends of Ireland luncheon at Capitol Hill. We heard from President Trump just moments ago as well, and we'll continue to follow this for you right here on Live Now from Fox, but we do want to take a 2-minute break. When we come back, we are following some breaking news out of both Austin and Florida, along with law enforcement giving updates on murder investigations. You can see both of those starting up right now, so we'll take a 2-minute break. We'll be back with much more coming up next on Live Now. Back to Live Now from Fox, everyone. I'm your host, Mike Pace. Thanks again for joining us as always. We do want to go out right now live to St. Petersburg, Florida. This is where police are giving an update saying that there was an unusual circumstance that unfortunately led to a murder. It's all we're being told right now, so let's listen in right now to the news conference to learn more.
Call of the crash, 33-year-old Kyle Hill with vehicle homicide, DUI manslaughter, amongst other charges. Today, we're here to upgrade these charges to first-degree murder and attempt first-degree murder. He didn't use a firearm, he didn't use a knife, he's used his vehicle. And let me explain that to you. Hill got in an argument that day with his girlfriend. The girlfriend was picked up by another friend and they drove off. He was angry that she drove off. He decided to follow her in his SUV. He called on the phone and he threatened her. Then he was driving southbound on 34th Street near 30th Avenue. He thought he saw her vehicle, which was a Hyundai sedan, and he started chasing it. While he was chasing the car, he called her again and said, "I got you. I'm going to kill you, your friend, and myself." But it gets worse from there. The car that he was chasing was not his girlfriend's car. The car that he was chasing was driven by 35-year-old Campos and his girlfriend, 28 Medina. They were on their way to Walmart. They did not know Hill. They were trying to avoid Hill. They kept trying to get away from him. He chased them for 12 blocks. After 12 blocks, he forced them off the street into the road where they ran into a concrete pole. As you can see to my left, the pole came down on the car and crashed on top of Medina where she died. The driver, Campos, later suffered from severe injuries. Meanwhile, Hill lost control of his vehicle and hit a tree in the median. He used his car as a weapon. This is a senseless killing of an individual. He is also on probation for what happened back on March the 3rd of last year, where he beat a guy because he thought he was talking to his girlfriend. So with that, I'll open up for any questions. It was the exact make and model, but it was a different color.
To give you a little bit of background on the family and introduce a couple of family members who are going to talk to you about their loss. Norbelis Figueredo Campos came to the U.S. from Cuba about a year and a half ago. And his girlfriend, Arisleni Blanco Medina, just arrived a few months ago from Cuba to come to this country to start a new life. And she was on the phone to her father in Cuba, talking to her 9-year-old daughter and her father when this crash occurred. During that phone call, she talked about this, she was gonna die, and then they heard the crash on the phone call. So the family members in Cuba, her father and daughter, then called her family here in Pinellas County to let them know something terrible had happened. That's how they found out about the crash that they were involved in. So here to share their loss and to talk about all of these hopes and dreams that have been cut short for this family, we have Clara Figueredo, who is the aunt to Norbelis, and Nicole Galvan, who is the cousin to Norbelis. And then we also have Aramis Blanco, who's Arisleni's brother. So if you all could come, si podrían venir al micrófono, por favor. Clara is going to begin talking a little bit about what this has done to her family and a little bit about what their hopes and dreams were before this.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Clara Figueredo. Soy la tía de Norbeli Figueredo.
Terrible tragedy happening there for this family, as now they are reliving the terrible moment, finding out that their loved one did die, and now that investigation showed that they were being targeted in this attack, as the Cuban immigrant just only about 2 weeks here in this country, falling prey to an attack. All right, everyone, we will take a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we do have House Democrats speaking right now, so we'll take that on the other side of the break on Live Now. Back to Live Now from Fox, everyone. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us. Let's go on live right now to House Democrats speaking, and we will listen in to their views on the tariff wars that continue, the economy, and much more.
Also talked about there's a debt limit, there's future appropriations, discussions. There will be opportunities for us to show how united we are fighting for the American people. Susan Del Bene came from a hearing where Ways and Means members were doing just that. Each and every day, we show we're united for everyday Americans. Now, we're going to continue to work with our members and talk about ideas and strategies on how we show that, how we demonstrate that. The leader will guide our efforts. But what you saw yesterday and what you saw in the budget reconciliation vote, where Catherine Clark and her whip team got every Democrat on board, shows and demonstrates exactly who we're fighting for and what our focus is. Mr. Leader.
That was a rhetorical question that I asked in response to a reckless charge from Speaker Mike Johnson that it was House Democrats who were determined to shut down the government. I'm not even sure why we're still on that point. After what we've seen repeatedly in terms of House Democrats standing firmly together to oppose the largest Medicaid cut in American history. Every single House Democrat. And Republicans are on the run all across America, which is why they have been ordered not to hold town hall meetings. House Democrats are doing the exact opposite. Next week, we will have a day of action all across America in support of Medicaid. And our members will continue to hold town hall meetings, engage with constituents, visit schools, hospitals, and nursing homes to make it clear that we're standing up for the American people. So we will continue to be united in our defense of everyday Americans, and Republicans are clearly united in bending the knee to Donald Trump and Elon Musk.
I don't know why anyone would support that bill. For the United States Senate, look, we're going to wait for the white smoke just like everybody else out of their lunch, but there is nothing in this bill that gives the certainty that the American public need. Cuts to veterans' health care, continued cuts for these agencies that are providing services from wildland firefighting to cancer research. Elon Musk and Donald Trump are systematically already shutting down the federal government. Why we would want any part of that, I have no idea. Over here. I'm happily going to give it to her. Sight unseen.
About the map coming up in 2026 and your plan to expand these seats. I know that there's about 13 Democrats, I think, that are currently serving in districts won by President Trump. I think there's like 3 Republicans, including Ryan Fitzpatrick, who performs in districts won by Harris. So how do the numbers add up for you? What's your strategy in terms of expanding your seats?
Well, you actually talked about part of it. One, we overperformed last cycle. We gained seats. We flipped 10 seats from red to blue, and we are 215, which puts us in an incredible position. So we need 3 more seats. As you said, we won also in Trump districts across the country, and I think given that was before the chaos and dysfunction that we've seen from the Republican Party already, just in 2 months, and the outrage that we've heard from the American people across the country. So we're going to hold them accountable. I think that folks want to see, and economic issues are top of mind. We're going to continue to recruit and have great candidates. That's one reason we won across the country, even in tough districts. You've got great candidates who are focused on the kitchen table issues of their districts and who are coming to Washington, D.C. to fight to get things done. And so we're going to work hard, one, make sure we re-elect all the great folks that we just brought into Congress, and 2, recruit great candidates, focus on the issues of the American people, and hold Republicans accountable for the chaos they have. That's why we'll be successful next year, absolutely.
Michael, let's go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Donald Trump has painted this picture of his first few weeks as cleaning up the mess that the Biden administration and Democratic control of Congress left behind. He has a powerful media ecosystem behind him that, a lot of Americans really turn to for their news. How do you break through that information gap and help folks understand the things that you did in previous Congress, what you all will do if you were to get those gavel backs, given the fact that he has such control of such a powerful megaphone now that he's president again and has this big media ecosystem behind him?
Well, and we saw 99 minutes of lies in front of the American public. We're not trying to compete with that. We're trying to talk directly to the American people about our positive vision for the future, but it's based on data. The American people can see that Donald Trump was given an economy that was on the way up. We had come from the pandemic, worked our way through that, stock market, inflation going down, stock market going up. It's completely inverted now. Stock market crumbling, consumer confidence declining. That's the Donald Trump legacy. That's what Donald Trump's economy and his tariffs, on again, off again, all of that uncertainty, the American public, they may not follow every in and out, but they know that these guys are not fighting for them. And so I appreciate the DPCC and Leader Jeffries offering an opportunity for us to get our message out in a different format during the joint address to Congress. Collective eyeballs looking at content is something that we're all talking about now. We're doing different things. We're trying to reach more people to get our positive message about the country and what we stand for. Those are things that we can control and that we can do. We're not trying to compete with Donald Trump for that megaphone that he has with the conservative media apparatus behind him. We're trying to focus on the American people and to show them how we're fighting, what we're fighting for, and the importance of this moment. That's what this vote was about. We stood up for the American people, and we will, time and time again, have their interests in mind when we're voting to protect healthcare, to protect investments in life-saving medicine, all of those things House Democrats continue to do. Whip Clark? Okay. Last one, Nick.
I want to also ask about government funding. This was a tough vote for a lot of members.
Senate, like you said, we're waiting on the white smoke right now. Would it have been helpful for your members to receive a clearer signal from the Senate on what Democrats were going to do there as they took this vote?
You're talking to the House Democratic leadership team. We control what's in front of us and our members. I'm so proud of our members continuing to listen to us, ask for guidance, ask for more information, wanting to get this vote right for their districts. The level of information that this team, that Leader Jeffries and Whip Clark were providing to our members, so people feel confident and so they understand the detail of this. This was not a clean CR. A clean CR, we voted for those. Those were 3 pages. You move a date around. This is 90 pages. Anomalies were pages 12 through 87. I mean, right? This is anything but clean, and House Democrats knew that. And so our unity was important. It was important because we keep hearing from the American people that they want us to push back against Donald Trump's chaos and extremism. And that's exactly what our vote was about. And I'll ask Whip Clark to.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, just to add what our chairman already said, what we were faced with was really 2 prongs. One, we have a blank check to Doge, to keep on doging and taking a chainsaw to the very programs that American families are saying they want us to protect, whether that's their health care or veterans benefits or public schools. Social Security is, we have said repeatedly, if this CR protected Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid, we would have voted for it. But they did just the opposite. And how do we know this is all part of the scheme of dismantling government, taking deserving taxpayer dollars and giving it to the billionaire class? Because Republicans told us so. You saw Freedom Caucus members coming out and saying, I am now going to support this CR after I have been told by the Trump administration this will be a path to further cuts and spending. That is a path to stealing taxpayer dollars. And that is why you saw that unity. And I think our unity of purpose is a clear sign of whose side we stand on. We're standing on the side of working families. And that's why our message to the Senate is also stand with us on that side. And we think that our vote gives the Senate the strength and the message they need to stand up as well.
5 days ago, House Democratic leadership, Catherine Clark, Pete Aguilar, myself, all of us came out strongly against the partisan Republican spending bill because we understood that it was not a continuing resolution that maintained existing spending levels. It was a right-wing extremist wish list that would hurt the American people. In the caucus meeting yesterday, we laid out 5 different reasons, substantively, why we were strongly opposed to this partisan Republican spending bill and why that position should be reflected on the House floor, as it was, in defense of the American people. The partisan Republican spending bill cut funding for veterans, cut funding for health care, and cut funding for nutritional assistance. It represented an across-the-board cut as it relates to non-defense discretionary funding important to the health, safety, and economic well-being of the American people. The partisan Republican spending bill was an attack on families, veterans, and seniors. The bill that was strongly opposed by House Democrats is a power grab that further unleashes and entrenches Elon Musk's efforts to take a chainsaw to Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and the priorities of the American people. And there is an alternative for the senators, Democrats and Republicans, to consider. It's a 4-week clean, continuing resolution that gives both the House and the Senate, Democrats and Republicans, the ability to try to reach an agreement that actually meets the needs of the country and does not hurt everyday Americans.
Sure. Vice Chair Lou's going to answer that, but go ahead.
So, if the message is, you know, you guys stand with the American people on their side, House Democrats did that, but if Senate Democrats support this, it's going to muddle that message. It's going to look like Democrats are divided on this thing. How are you going to make it clear to the American people that this isn't a Democrats divided narrative in Washington, that there's confusion here about how Democrats should act in this moment when I get to stand up against Trump?
House Democrats are very clear. We're asking Senate Democrats to vote no on this continuing resolution, which is not clean, and it makes cuts across the board, and it's going to be one of those things where people are going to look at this vote, and every bad thing that now happens with Doge and Donald Trump, Elon Musk, they can go back to this vote. So we're asking Senate Democrats to vote no.
Can you talk a little bit about did you have any conversations with Schumer about keeping the caucus together the way you did?
Our ongoing conversations with Senate Democrats, from the leadership all the way through the members of the Senate that we regularly work with, are continuing. The House Democratic position is crystal clear, as evidenced by the strong vote of opposition that we took yesterday on the House floor, opposing the Trump, Musk, Johnson reckless Republican spending bill.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
House Democrats are wrapping up their remarks, talking on the President Trump administration, as well as the budget that was passed there in the House, that continuing resolution from yesterday. All right, everyone, we do want to go out to some breaking news that we are following for you out in Texas. This is in Pasadena, Texas, where just moments ago, 2 workers fell off a 25-foot scaffold at a refinery. And they are in serious condition right now. One was taken by a helicopter. The other was transported by an ambulance on the ground. So we'll keep an eye on this story here for you. But as Scott Fox is able to pull out, you could see the refinery here and where this accident took place, a 25-foot fall, as those 2 men right now in serious condition. We'll keep an eye on the story. If any updates come, we will bring that to you on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, we'll take a 2-minute break. We'll be back with much more in just moments. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everyone. I'm your host, Mike Page, as we continue to roll on right now. I do want to take you out to Los Angeles, where alleged fraudsters and scammers connected to the Eaton fire arrested. And now we are learning more updates there from these individual cases. Let's listen in on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning. My name is Joe McNally. I'm the acting United States Attorney here in Los Angeles. Today, we are announcing federal criminal charges against 3 individuals who allegedly made false and fraudulent claims to the Federal Emergency Management Agency in the wake of 2 massive wildfires here in Southern California and caused much damage in January. The fraudulent applications sought emergency benefits. 3 of the defendants received funds, with 2 of them being paid tens of thousands of dollars for damages they did not suffer. The false claims resulted in badly needed disaster relief being diverted to individuals that were not entitled to relief. 1 defendant was charged by indictment and 2 were charged by criminal complaint based on allegations that they committed fraud by seeking benefits from FEMA to which they were not entitled. Each defendant was arrested this week. If convicted, the defendants all face felony sentences. The Eaton and Palisades fires ignited on January 7th, collectively burning nearly 60,000 acres and destroying 16,000 structures and forcing more than 200,000 people to evacuate. The 2 wildfires were the 2nd and 3rd most destructive wildfires in California history, leading to tens of billions of dollars in damage. Above all, and most importantly, those fires led to tremendous loss of life here in Southern California, with more than 29 people dying as a result of the fires. In the wake of this disaster, California was declared a disaster area, which prompted FEMA to develop a program to provide financial assistance to victims. The cases we are announcing today are based on fraudulent FEMA benefit applications that included false claims to damages to property that the defendants did not own, rent, or live in, as well as false claims of damage to property that was not affected by the wildfires. 2 cases alleged that defendants received funds for payment based on false claims of damage to personal property, lost vehicles, and medical and relocation expenses. In 1 case, a Texas woman sought disaster assistance claiming her residence in Pasadena was damaged. She was paid nearly $30,000 even though she had no connection to that residence, nor did she ever live in California. According to court documents, this defendant applied for FEMA disaster benefits on 10 separate prior occasions, including for aid following Hurricane Katrina more than 20 years ago. These false claims resulted in the loss of tens of thousands of dollars in FEMA funds that should have gone to individuals who deserved the money. They also harmed victims who were suffering the devastating loss of their homes and valued personal property who needed help. In another case, 1 couple was impersonated by an individual who was charged in today's announcement. An Altadena couple who lost their homes contacted FEMA for assistance, only to learn that one of the defendants had already filed an application for benefits in their names. They had been impersonated by someone claiming benefits on their behalf. No victim of a disaster should ever have to go through this troubling experience of secondary victimization. 2 defendants were arrested here in Southern California. A 3rd defendant was arrested in Texas. These defendants face up to 30 years in federal prison. The indictment and complaints contain allegations only, and the defendants are presumed innocent until proven otherwise in court. I want to thank the Department of Homeland Security, Office of Inspector General, Homeland Security Investigations, the El Camino Real Financial Frauds Task Force, Small Business Administration, Office of Inspector General, for their work bringing these cases and bringing them quickly. We have a number of cases that we continue to investigate, but charging these cases quickly serves as important deterrent to those who may decide to engage in this type of conduct, that you will be held accountable. I also want to thank our prosecutors, Kristen Williams, Scott Patey, Roger Shea, Kerry Quinn, David P., Elizabeth Douglas for their work investigating and charging these cases. I want to make one thing clear. If you fraudulently exploit disasters in our community and profit off of our efforts to help community members who have suffered as they rebuild their lives, we will investigate you, we will find you, and we will prosecute you to the fullest extent of the law so that you are held accountable. I'll now turn it over to Matthew Brackett, Special Agent in Charge of the Homeland Security, U.S. Homeland Security Office of Inspector General.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for coming out today. Thank you, Joe. The Department of Homeland Security, Office of Inspector General, is committed to eliminating fraud, waste, and abuse as it relates to DHS and its components, including FEMA. FEMA's Individual Assistance Program was designed to provide immediate and vital assistance to families and individuals who have been negatively affected by natural disasters. The individuals who fraudulently applied for or received FEMA funds fraudulently siphoned vital funds that were designed to assist actual victims that were impacted by the devastating fires that affected Los Angeles County. DHS OIG, along with our law enforcement partners, including HSI, SBA OIG, FEMA Fraud Investigations and Inspection Division, IRS, and the U.S. Attorney's Office, will continue to investigate anyone who attempts to defraud FEMA in order to protect the integrity of government assistance programs and to ensure that FEMA funds are accessible to those who truly need them. Thank you. I'll now turn it over to Al Rossi, Assistant Special Agent in Charge for Homeland Security.
Good morning. My name is Al Rossi. I'm the Acting Assistant Special Agent in Charge for the HSI-led El Camino Real Financial Crimes Task Force. Today, we will not be providing any statements about the ongoing investigations of the defendants that were charged and arrested yesterday to ensure due process. Instead, I'd like to take this opportunity to highlight the tremendous work of the ICE, Homeland Security Investigations agents, and task force officers, along with our partner law enforcement agencies in combating disaster relief fraud. These fraudsters victimize America's relief system and undermine its purpose. The draw of so-called free money results in the exploitation of hardship suffered Americans following tragedies such as earthquake, wildfires, and hurricanes by falsely claiming a loss that did not occur or by fraudulently assuming the identity of a victim that did suffer a loss. The El Camino Real Financial Crimes Task Force, which is comprised of several local and federal law enforcement agencies, specializes in uncovering evidence of financial crimes. The men and women of the ECR, in collaboration with the Joint Regional Fire Crimes Task Force, work tirelessly to ensure that those responsible for fraud related to disaster relief funds for the 2025 LA wildfires will have their day in court. ECR will continue to investigate criminals who prey upon federal disaster relief funds meant for suffering Americans. If there's any tips, the fraud HSI tip line can be reached at 1-866-347-2423. And I'll turn it over to IRS CI ASAC. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Jose Gonzalez, Assistant Special Agent in Charge for IRS Criminal Investigations Los Angeles Field Office. The fires that tore through our Los Angeles neighborhoods earlier this year left a wake of destruction that will impact our communities for decades. When most people rallied behind those affected by these devastating fires, there were others who sought or will seek opportunities to exploit assistance programs for their own personal gain. Such was the case for the investigations announced today. In multiple non-connected cases, the suspects are accused of attempting to defraud the U.S. government out of disaster relief funds, carved out to help those who lost loved ones, pets, homes, as well as those whose properties were damaged rather than destroyed. These relief funds are your taxpayer dollars and were intended to go to those in need. Schemers who steal or attempt to steal these relief funds do so from each and every one of us. But more importantly, from those whose lives were completely upended by these devastating fires. IRS Criminal Investigation stands proudly with our law enforcement partners to deter and prevent this sort of fraud. And we're proud to stand here today to demonstrate the fruits of our commitment to ensuring funds exist for those in need as Los Angeles rebuilds our communities. Thank you.
I'll now take questions.
Obviously, FEMA's trying to get the money out as quickly as possible, but does that make it a little difficult when sometimes they may not be able to check where it's going to try to get it back?
Yeah, that's the balance. I think that FEMA has tried to get money, as you indicate, out to victims as quickly as possible. Look, you have a wide variety of victims here. You have victims who, don't have the money to be in temporary housing in some of the cases here. So they want to get that money out quickly. It creates an industry, though, for people that want to take advantage of it, commit fraud, because you don't have necessarily that vetting on the front end. But what I can say is that those applications are eventually reviewed. They're analyzed by current, law enforcement folks for fraud. And we've identified fraud, obviously, in the cases that we brought today. I expect probably an additional charge sometime this week against another individual. And then we have cases in the pipeline. And we will continue to vet the applications for fraud and charge where appropriate. Yeah, so typically, the way that the funds are recovered in the process of a criminal case are once a defendant is charged, will ultimately take that matter to trial, or it will be resolved via plea. At that point, a court issues a restitution order, and the government would seek to recover the funds. In addition to that, we are looking in each of these cases to see if there's more immediate relief. Are there assets that we can forfeit that a defendant who's charged here has? So that's part of every criminal case. I can't speak to the specifics of each of the defendants, but that's part of our process when we bring a case. Yeah.
Do you know what the likely sentence might be if convicted or pled out?
Yeah, look, sentences are determined ultimately by the court. There's sentencing guidelines that give guidance to recommended sentences. What I will say is that this is a space where you will see this office advocate for prison sentences because it's important that when we do catch people, there's deterrence. The reality is you're not going to catch everybody who does this, but by ultimately bringing these cases, seeking custodial sentences, I think it deters others from making a bad choice.
How were you able to catch it and determine it was fraud? How were you guys able to do that?
And there's a couple layers to that. As I said, some of these applications are reviewed and vetted as part of the process. The other part of that is tips to the fraud line, which was mentioned earlier. People, like any criminal case, calling in and saying, "Hey, I've been impersonated here," or I believe that somebody I know is taking advantage of this system. So we rely in every criminal case on the public to come forward with tips and leads when they see criminal wrongdoers acting. That's especially the case here with wildfire relief, where if you see fraud, you hear about fraud, alert law enforcement, and that worked here in some of these cases. All right, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone.
Watching live now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate you continuing to join us there. Wow, some brazen alleged criminals being talked about there in that major news conference out in Los Angeles. All right, we'll take our final break here of the hour on Live Now from Fox. And when we come back, we are going to take you out to New Hampshire to tell you the case of a abduction that happened back in 1999 to a toddler. 26 years later, that toddler found alive, now grown up in Mexico. We'll have it for you on Live Now from Fox coming up next. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everyone. I'm your host, Mike Page, as we continue to roll on here with top stories, live feeds, and of course, when breaking news happens, we have you covered here as well. We do want to go out to New Hampshire, where a woman who was abducted by her mom some 25 years ago from Connecticut has been reunited with her father after DNA comparison. So let's go out now to Connecticut here for the latest on this update.
During a routine visitation, Andrea's father had legal custody of Andrea, whereas Rosa had visitation rights, and she was further precluded from taking Andrea out of the country. Working in conjunction with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, an investigation commenced where it was likely determined that Rosa fled to Mexico with Andrea. It was determined early in the investigation that the government of Mexico did not consider the offense of international parental kidnapping as violation under the Mutual Legal Extradition Treaty with the United States. And federal charges or extradition from Mexico would be unsuccessful. A felony arrest warrant was issued for Rosa by the New Haven Police Department for the felony charge of custodial interference in the first degree. The warrant is still active at this time and is extraditable within the United States. In the spring of 2000, Mexican officials in Pueblo, Mexico, notified law enforcement here in Connecticut via letter that Andrea was located in Mexico with her mother. It was advised that the government of Mexico would not take any further action to remove Andrea from her mother, and she would not return to the United States, as Rosa was Andrea's biological mother. The FBI continued their investigation into Andrea's abduction from 2000 to 2018. Andrea's father and his mother, and his wife rather, Lucia, have spent the past 25 years searching tirelessly for Andrea. This search led to Andrea's father taking several trips to Mexico himself, where he was unable to locate his daughter. In 2023, Detective Keelan Nivikov, who was assigned to the New Haven Police Department's Missing Person Unit, was reviewing cold cases and began to reinvestigate Andrea's abduction. Using a combination of interviews, search warrants, social media, Detective Nivikov determined that Andrea, now 25 years old, had been taken by Rosa to Mexico and was still residing there. Through Detective Nivikov's investigation, contact was established with Andrea, and in partnership with Othram, a private lab that specializes in genetic genealogy, who confirmed the relationship between father and daughter, leading to Andrea and her father being in contact for the first time in 25 years. Thank you.
Hey, Sergeant. As a dad, it's hard to even make sense of all this, right? You can only imagine losing your child all of a sudden and spending years and years and years searching, and then to be reconnected with one's daughter when she's 26 years old, which I'm sure these over 2 decades have been unbelievably challenging to you, Carlos, but even now for your daughter and you to try to rekindle your relationship after so many years and make sense of it all. Our hearts go out to you. You never gave up hope. And it's also a message that the New Haven Police Department and our partners at the FBI don't give up hope either for Detective Nivikov to pick up this case again and see the potential of being able to solve it and track down Carlos's daughter. And then to be here where we are today, thank you for all the work that you do for our community on top of a normal caseload, picking up some of these old cases as well. It shows that we don't forget, and I hope other families take some hope out of this message as well, because there are other people that are relying on the New Haven Police Department to seek out justice in many other cases. So I'm really grateful for the partnership with the FBI every day, and as the chief said, we work with the FBI on a day-to-day basis on so many different challenges, and we're grateful for your partnership. And I'd add that Carlos is a New Haven Public School teacher as well, teaching at the Obama School, and on top of everything that you have done to seek out and reconnect yourself with your daughter, you do a lot for our community as well and our children in New Haven. Thank you so much, and if you are interested in saying a few words, you're welcome to come up.
My wife is going to read something to you.
Thank you for sharing in our joy in finding our daughter, Andrea Michelle Reyes Tenorio. After 25 years, God has answered our prayers and blessed us with a chance to know her again. We recognize that this reacquaintance will have challenges. However, we are confident that God is building the path before us and leading our steps. We thank Detective Nivikov from the New Haven Police Department. While relatively new to our team, she proved to be an invaluable support to our family. Her obvious interest and care in our case was reassuring and gave us renewed hope that Andrea could be found. A 25-year-old case is daunting, but she willingly added us to her workload and checked in with us regularly. When we contacted Detective Nivikov with information, a possible lead in our case, she listened and worked with us using DNA technology, which led to the moment we were told that we had found Andrea. We thank FBI Agent McNamara, who has remained constant over these years. We thank the State Department, which provided guidance with the Hague paperwork and connected us with agencies in Mexico. We wish to thank the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, who dedicated resources to posters and age progression pictures. They were instrumental in sending these posters all over the United States and even to areas in Mexico. We also thank the Facebook group Missing Persons, a voice for the missing and abducted people, who tirelessly worked to keep Andrea's memory alive in our search for her. Finally, we thank our friends, family, and the members of the New Haven community who have stood by us and supported us on this journey. We are forever grateful. While we have good news, we do not lose sight of those families still waiting for their loved ones to be found, such as Vanessa Morales and Bianca Lebron, and all the others who have been taken from their families. We keep you in our prayers, hoping for the day that you too can be reunited with your loved ones. As we establish new connections and relationships over these next days and months, we ask for your prayers and respect for our privacy. We hope that our good news will one day be your good news. God bless you all.
And again, we want to thank the New Haven Police Department for taking the case and reopening. Detective Nivikov is being an angel to us, and also the FBI and Lisa McNamara. I cannot complain the job they have done. Thank you also to the mayor, even if he didn't know much about the case, but I know that they work on his supervision, and he's been great working with the New Haven Department, the FBI, and the National Center for Exploited Children. So hopefully this is not the last time that this kind of setup will happen, because I want more kids to be, fine and reunited with their families. Thank you for everything. And thank you to the media also.
Thank you. I'm going to open it up for questions. Thank you so much for your words. We appreciate it. Detective Nivikov, they're not going to ask me a question that I don't know. No, come on. Before I open up for questions, I just want to thank the detective. 28 years on this job, and the thing I hear a lot is the police don't care. This detective cared that much more. She didn't have to go through her old cases and pull ones out, and she does that, and other detectives in this building do it every single day. So I applaud her and the other detectives and officers that work for us. They bust their butts, and we appreciate it. I'm going to open it for questions.
Detective, you talk about how, you know, during your investigation, you really felt like you were getting close to maybe finding this young lady?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the beginning part of your question.
Just during your investigation, can you talk about that point where you thought, you know, you were going to make this connection?
Well, I mean, to begin with, in looking at cold cases, and, you know, I do have another caseload of active cases that come in, so I try to dedicate time to unsolved cases. And it appeared this case may have had some solvability to it. And it was a good example of a case that, you know, we could maybe bring to the finish line. So I can't say that there was any isolated moment within the investigation, aside from, you know, when we made a confirmation that we had located their daughter Andrea. But I think from the onset, I felt that there was potentially some good solvability. So.
What did she say to you when you contacted her?
I mean, there was a lot of conversation back and forth. I think her conversation, I'm going to keep confidential and respect her privacy with that.
And what was the key evidence that led you to her?
Well, there's not just one piece of key evidence. There's a multitude of things in an investigation that bring you to the end point, and that would include search warrants, social media. We took statements, and then ultimately the cherry on top was Othram facilitating DNA testing, which confirmed who Andrea was.
What's the status now? You said that there is still a warrant out for Rosa, or what is the current status of her?
Good touch. So essentially, she has a warrant for arrest at this time. If she enters the United States and is taken into custody, she will be extradited.
But Mexico, she's believed to be in Mexico right now.
Correct.
And any personal feelings that you have when, you know, something like this can come to fruition?
I'm really pleased with the outcome. At the same time, for us as a police department, this might be closure on our end, but it's certainly not closure on their part. This is really just the beginning of a whole healing process for them. So I am happy that we could have this conclusion for us and bring them some resolve. But this is a whole new, you know, a whole new venture that they're about to go down. So.
If the DNA technology did not exist or was not this advanced, do you think that, you know, this case would have been able to be solved? Or how much longer would that have taken?
Well, I think that Othram was instrumental in being able to facilitate this, but the DNA, we would have been able to facilitate DNA, a connection regardless. There were some roadblocks that we met initially in terms of federal agencies being able to facilitate that, so Othram was instrumental, but DNA would have been a factor regardless.
The question for the Reyes is, what went through your head when you were told that they had found your daughter, and to the extent that you're willing to share, what did you say to her? Can you tell us anything about what she said to you?
And do you mind stepping up to the mic?
Thank you.
It was a moment of joy, but with the understanding that the process is not over. This thing continue like Detective Nivakov says. You know, it is we have some sense of happiness, but the chapter is not closed yet. There's a lot of steps that we have to take from now on. I know that from the question you asked, I know that from now on, even if the case is closed on their part, I know that we can count with the help and that we can count with the FBI, you know, with the New York Police Department for whatever we need. And I know that they're part of the family, so, you know, and like the detective said, you know, they really work hard in this case, and they're really working hard. And even, I know some people don't believe in them, but you have to keep the faith. They're doing their best. It's just a small group among, you know, a lot, so they're really working hard on doing, you know, their best to solve every case possible.
Have you seen your daughter?
No.
Do you plan to?
We are planning something, but everything depends. Detective Nivakov is working on that.
The National Center for Missing. Yeah. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children are going to help facilitate and fund a reunification, but that process is going to be private, and we're not going to disclose any other information about it, but the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children have been very generous in that offer, and they will be facilitating that.
Have you been able to talk to her on the phone?
We have conversation.
A father waiting 26 years for this moment, and now finding out that his daughter was in Mexico the whole time with the biological mother, and that continues to be the case. He is hoping to reunite sometime with his daughter and reconnect now with his new family. All right, everyone, we will take a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, Caroline Levitt from the White House made some comments to reporters. We'll have it for you on the other side of the break in just moments. We are back here for you on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Let's go out to the White House right now. Just moments ago, White House Press Secretary Caroline Levitt doing an impromptu news conference. Let's listen in on Live Now.
Man who's doing a tremendous job, by the way, has assured the American people of that. And these cuts are a promise made and a promise kept. There is no reason that we should be spending more than most developed countries in the world, and our education system is failing. If you look at our nation's report card, 8th graders are not reading at the rate that they should. 4th graders are not learning math at the rate that they should. And so we have a problem with our education system. Nobody disagrees with that, but a lot of people seem to disagree with actually doing something about it and changing the status quo. So the president wants to return education back to the states, empower those closest to the people to make these very important decisions for our children's lives. And this is a first step in that process.
Caroline,
Jake.
Caroline, it seems that President Trump has put the onus on Russia to engage in the ceasefire. If that ceasefire is broken, is there any type of enforcement mechanism in place that President Trump would enforce on Russia if they break that ceasefire?
Well, that's obviously a grand hypothetical question that I won't comment on because we're not there yet. The current state of play is that the Ukrainians have agreed to a ceasefire. The Ukrainians have agreed to the peace plan that was put on the table yesterday in Saudi Arabia by the Secretary of State and our National Security Advisor, whom I just spoke with before coming out here, and he informed me that he has had a call today with his Russian counterpart, and the president's team continues to be engaged. As you all know, Mr. Witkoff is traveling to Moscow later this week, and we urge the Russians to sign on to this plan. This is the closest we have been to peace in this war. We are at the 10th yard line, and the president is expecting the Russians to help us run this into the end zone.
Would President Trump call President Putin and encourage him to engage in the ceasefire?
I don't have a readout on the president's calls, but as the president always does, if that call happens, he will let you guys know.
Caroline, on the CHIPS Act, the president has called for a full repeal on it, but it appears that the Senate GOP is looking for more reform on that. Is this going to be an all or nothing as far as the president is concerned?
I think the president's made his position on that quite clear.
The NATO Secretary General will be here tomorrow.
Yes.
What is the president hoping to get out of that meeting? What are his asks of the NATO Secretary General?
Yes, he will be here tomorrow, and I suspect the president will provide guidance on that meeting after it takes place. But I'm quite confident, as he always does when it comes to NATO, he will urge the NATO secretary the president's belief that NATO countries need to pay their fair share for their own defense. We have been spending billions and billions of dollars on NATO, which the president agrees with, so long as other countries are paying their fair share as well.
Is 5% still his commitment, like what he expects from the European countries, 5% of GDP for defense?
Last time I spoke with him, that was his commitment, yes. Christian, go ahead.
Thank you. Does the president have any response to the ICC arrest of Rodrigo Duterte, the former Philippine president?
I have not spoken to him about that, but I can and get back to you.
Separate question then.
Sure.
There's this March 13th deadline for departments to submit their agency reduction plans. Can you give us an update on that? Is there any foot dragging from any places within the federal government? And when do you expect these cuts to go into place?
Everybody is working together as one team. This is a goal that every cabinet secretary across the board agrees with. We have to reduce our workforce. We have to make our bureaucracy more efficient. And then when the March 13th deadline hits, we can talk about that when it does.
On the economy, you mentioned yesterday that this is a transition period. How does the White House measure this in terms of when can you not blame it on former President Biden, and when does it fully become President Trump's responsibility?
Well, we've only been here for 52 days, but certainly the president is working hard every day to, again, bring down the cost of living, which we see is already happening. You see the cost of eggs is going down, cost of gasoline is going down because of the massive deregulatory efforts of this president, and also the fact that we are delivering on his promise to drill, baby, drill already. You saw this past weekend, the National Economic Advisory put out a report that because of the regulations we've already slashed in just 52 days, we've saved American taxpayers $180 billion. That comes out to about $2,000 per American household. That's in 52 days. So the president is working diligently, and he's working hard on this every single day. And we need Congress to also help. We need Congress to pass tax cuts, which the president campaigned on and the vast majority of the American people support. And as you all know, the president met with business leaders last night at the Business Roundtable, and he said to them in the room, you know, some of you may be Democrats, but that's fine, but we need to get Senate Democrats and House Democrats on board with this tax bill, because working America supports tax cuts. The American people, CEOs, small business owners, and workers all want more money in their pockets, and we expect all people on Capitol Hill, Republican or Democrat, to get on board with that, because it's a wildly popular position. Thanks, guys.
Right, Caroline Levitt doing and speaking to reporters right outside of the White House there in their impromptu news conference. And we will continue to follow the latest from the White House. We already heard from President Trump at length today, talking for more than 50 minutes inside of the Oval Office. We'll play that back a little bit later this afternoon and evening on Live Now from Fox. Let's show you the markets right now. Up and down day so far, just flatlining right now. Mixed reactions right now from investors as they continue to weigh tariffs and other issues with the economy. Talking about the latest in the CPI number that came out a little bit under than what was expected. So there was a pop in the beginning, but then we did have a sell-off about an hour into the trading day. We'll continue to follow that one as we get closer to the end of the trading day coming up in about 40 minutes. All right, everyone, we are going to take a 2-minute break. When we come back, we are going to have the latest on the update as the search intensifies for a missing college student in the Dominican Republic. We'll have the latest for you coming up next on Live Now. And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Again, we appreciate everyone continuing to join us all in real time. I'm your host, Mike Page, as we bring you top stories, live feeds, and, of course, breaking news. We are going to now continue to give you updates here as the search intensifies for the missing University of Pittsburgh student that has gone missing in the Dominican Republic for the last 6 days right now. Let's go out live there where we have Fox News' Nate Foy joining us with the latest here in this investigation. Nate, what is new today?
Hey, Mike, we are in the water off of Punta Cana, not far from where Sudiksha Kunaki was last seen early Thursday morning of last week. I'll ask my photographer to just pan to the Rio Republica Resort. This is where she stayed. You see a lot of people here still celebrating their spring break. People on vacation. I'll ask my photographer, Doug, to zoom in on the red flags. Those red flags are up at this specific resort to symbolize dangerous ocean conditions. And the neighboring resorts that we can see all have yellow flags. So this presumably went up after this terrible disappearance, or it could have been up before. We're working to learn that information. Meanwhile, behind my photographer, I'm not sure if he can actually show you, but we have search teams continuing to try to gather any evidence to find this missing 20-year-old American college girl. We earlier were speaking with some Dominican armed forces who came over to our boat and told us to be careful because they have scuba divers in the water. Yesterday we saw helicopters and drones being used with volunteers on the beach, just trying to find any information they possibly can. And the search zone has also expanded as the Dominican National Police say they have 300 workers out here. They're re-interviewing all witnesses, trying to figure out exactly what happened. This is an American Indian girl who was visiting the Dominican Republic with her friends from the University of Pittsburgh. And according to surveillance video, you see that they go out to the beach just after 4 a.m. on Thursday morning. And the friends shortly return about an hour after that. The gentleman that is seen with his arm around her doesn't return to the hotel until 8:52 a.m. as you see a helicopter right here coming towards the Rio Republica resort where Kunanki was last seen. I mentioned the gentleman that she was with went back into the hotel hours after everybody else and reportedly told police that he passed out and threw up on the beach after swimming with Kunanki, claiming that he got out of the water because of rough conditions, which we see symbolized with the red flag. But this right here, an example of the tremendous resources that are being deployed, an international search effort to find this 20-year-old girl whose parents are here in the Dominican Republic, pressuring investigators to try to figure out what happened and to consider all possibilities. Again, drones also being used. Every single resource that is available is being used right now, but still search. There are no answers. Hopefully that changes soon. We'll send it back to you, Mike.
Yeah, Nate, it's terrible for the family what they are going through right now. Is there anything in the investigation? Is anyone being called a person of interest? Do they have anybody that they are zeroing in on, or is this just something that they are still just going through the motions here of this investigation?
So the Loudoun County Sheriff in Virginia, where this girl is from, came forward and described a person who is a witness in the investigation as a person of interest. But the Dominican police have not said that, and we are making the editorial decision to not communicate that information with that specific verbiage right now. So right now, all we are reporting is that the Dominican police are re-interviewing all witnesses involved in this investigation.
All right, Nate Foy with the very latest out there in the Dominican Republic. We appreciate your reporting. Thanks so much for the updates, and we'll continue to look for more as they become available. All right, everyone, we'll take another 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. Always more to come on Live Now from Fox. Everyone, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Pace. I want to take you back out now to Austin, Texas here, where we are getting updates from police on an investigation involving a murder of an InfoWars reporter. Let's listen in on Live Now from Fox.
Take a few questions. Once again, my name is Jason Jones. I am the lead investigator into the murder investigation of Jamie White. On Sunday, March 9th, 2025 at approximately 11:56 p.m., the Austin Police Department responded to a call of a shooting at the Chandelier Apartments located at 2336 Douglas Street. When officers arrived on the scene, they located one victim. He was later identified as Jamie White, lying on the ground in the parking lot with apparent trauma to his body. White was transported to a local hospital where he was pronounced deceased at 12:19 a.m. on March 10th, 2025. Homicide detectives and crime scene specialists responded to process the crime scene and interview witnesses. The initial investigation shows that White was shot and killed in the parking lot of the apartment complex in which he lived. The suspects then fled the scene. During the crime scene investigation, evidence indicated that White interrupted an individual or group of individuals as they broke into his vehicle. That evidence includes the fact that one of White's windows was broken out and that the suspects appeared to have been cut in some way, as blood was found inside Mr. White's vehicle. A suspect vehicle has been identified. That vehicle was reported stolen a few days prior to the murder and has since been recovered by the Austin Police Department. Today we're asking for anyone with information about Mr. White's murder to call the police department or submit that information anonymously through the Capital Area Crime Stoppers program. Additionally, we want to warn the community to be cautious if they discover someone breaking into their vehicles. The individuals responsible for Mr. White's murder are known to be armed and have no regard for human life. If you discover someone breaking into your vehicle, please call 911 immediately and provide the call taker with a good description of the suspects and their vehicle, including a license plate if possible, and give the direction of travel if possible. If you have been the victim of a vehicle burglary, particularly in the area of Douglas Street and Old Torf Street, or if your vehicle is a Kia, in particular a Kia, and you have not already reported this offense to the Austin Police Department, please do so as soon as possible. It's very important that we get all this data. The Austin Police Department Homicide Unit and the Austin Police Department Tactical Intelligence Unit continues to work this investigation, and we are following all leads as they develop. Again, anyone with information should contact the Austin Police Department at 512-974-TIPS, TIPS. You may also submit your tip anonymously through the Capital Area Crime Stoppers program by visiting austincrimestoppers.org or calling 512-472-8477. A reward of up to $1,000 may be available for anyone providing information that leads to an arrest. Any questions?
Do we believe that these suspects are serial car burglars?
We believe that there was several vehicle break-ins and that it's possible that they were responsible for them.
Do you know how many crimes have been registered in that area?
I don't have the data on that, ma'am. I'm sorry.
What part of the body was he shot at?
I can't go into specifics about that.
There are rumors about a motive floating around online. Is there any reason to believe that this shooting was targeted in any way?
So we are, as homicide detectives, we are independent finders of fact, okay? And we will follow the leads that develop in this case, and wherever those leads take us, that's where we'll end up, okay? At this point, we're following all those leads to see where they take us, okay? Yes, ma'am.
Can you say more about how White interrupted the suspects?
I want to leave it just at that. He interrupted the suspects as they were burglarizing his vehicle or breaking into his vehicle.
So we understood that his car was a Kia. Are you also saying that the other car was a Kia?
His car was a Kia. We believe they're targeting Kia specifically. Kias are known to have a defect that allows them to be easily stolen. I know the Kia has come out with a fix for that, but a lot of people have not gotten their cars fixed where they are not easily stolen. There was a previous break-in a couple of months ago.
And what color and model was it?
His Kia?
Yeah.
I don't want to go into specifics about that at this time. Okay.
Is there a description of the
no, there's not.
Mr. White's employer, Alex Jones, is blaming this crime on the fact that violence is up in the city of Austin. I know you are homicide detectives and you work in the homicide unit, and this is Austin's 8th homicide so far this year. Do you have anything to say, I guess, just about the rise in crime over the past last year. And I know last year, towards the end of last year, was one of the deadliest months that you all had seen in terms of homicides. Do you have anything to say just about the rise of crime?
I can speak to the murders rate that we have this year. I know that we're down 30% this year from where we were last year.
The vehicle that the suspects were in, and it was stolen, where was it?
It was found in South Austin.
Take one more question.
All right, so police still looking for help here in this investigation of the murder there of that InfoWars reporter. We will take another 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox. We'll be back in moments. Back to Live Down from Fox, everyone. We are worldwide for you, bringing you top stories, live feeds, and of course, breaking news when it does happen here. Do want to take you now out to Minnesota from earlier today. Governor Walz and members of his administration talking about Department of Education cuts and what that could mean not only to the country, but also to Minnesota residents. Let's listen in.
Who are here who have their native language that's not English. They deserve these resources. We need to provide these supports for our students. The next number is going to take your breath away. I'm talking solely about state or federal special ed dollars, as the governor talked about. In Fridley, special education dollars coming into us, $1,320,962. Gonna just pause there as you think about that. This is the amount of money that comes in to support our students who receive individualized support. It's the right thing to do, and it's also required by law. We also, as our representatives here today know, we also have heavy support from the state on that, but it's still not enough money. So taking away the federal dollars still leaves Fridley. If we had the federal and the state, we're still subsidizing special education at $2.6 million in our district. Federal Perkins dollars. That's funding that directly helps us to prepare our students for the future. These dollars have allowed us to build career pathways in critical fields like healthcare. We offer programs right here in Fridley for CNA, emergency medical tech, emergency medical responder, and this is our inaugural year of future educators pathways. These career-focused opportunities open doors for our students, equipping them with the skills, certifications, and pathways into high-demand professions that can provide competitive wages and long-term fiscal stability. Federal funds, as they've been talked about, they're not just federal budget line items. These impact real humans here. These impact the students that you saw. These impact our ability to serve well. They're an integral force in changing the trajectory of our students' lives. Our learners bring complex needs. It is our responsibility, our privilege, and our absolute moral compass to meet the needs where they are and ensure they have every opportunity to succeed. Thank you, Governor Walz, Commissioner Jett, First Lady Walz, for being here. I'm just sorry it's under these circumstances.
Look, thank you. And I think just level set this for everyone out there listening or reading the stories, and for the folks in the room, for the folks running our cameras, for the folks, the journalists that are here, for the folks that do this. The person in charge and who came out and said this in Secretary McMahon, this is the simplest of tasks for your job. You would not have these jobs if you could not replace the batteries on your cameras. Or if you're a mechanic, we're talking about not replacing an engine, putting air in the tire. She did not know the very basics of her job. And the irony of this, of criticizing our schools, where she has never spent a minute in there or in public schools, is simply an outrage. We saw it last week when the Secretary of Agriculture told us to raise chickens in our backyard. And yesterday, I sat with this state's leading veterans advocates who now no longer can talk to the director of the Minneapolis VA, an absolute hero who all of us have known for decades, delivering the highest quality of care. We have to request DC to have a meeting with them now. It can take up to 6 weeks to talk to that. You tell me how that improves veterans care. You tell me how that brings down the price of eggs, and you tell me what they're doing yesterday and today improves one student's education or saves one damn penny, because what they're trying to do is cut the money to give tax cuts. It's time for us to speak truth to it. These folks don't want to be involved in politics. They want to teach kids. They chose this profession because it's what they love. And now they've been thrown into the middle of this absolutely ridiculous fight. And it will go just as well as the tariffs have gone, just as well as the stock market's going, just as well as egg prices have gone. But this time it's our kids and it's their livelihoods. So we're here to say in Minnesota, enough is enough. We will do everything we can to push back. And I'm grateful. I just got off the phone to the Attorney General doing the work that they can do over there. So we'd be glad to have some questions. Yes. Yes.
Can you, the concern with the staffing cuts that we saw today, and there could, it sounds like likely be more. I mean, is that part of the concern, is you won't be able to reach people that you need to, or what are the impact on services?
And thank you for the question. You're talking about the staffing cuts. And so our biggest concern is just disruptions. Okay, disruptions and getting answers, disruption in funding. And those disruptions, who is that going to cause pain for? Who is that going to cause the biggest impact, or who's going to have the biggest impact? Is our students, our low-income students, our rural families, our multilingual learners, people that Superintendent Lewis mentioned. And so that's the biggest impact. That's our concern.
The president has indicated that he plans to reallocate duties at the Department of Education to other departments in the federal government. Is that something, Governor, you see as feasible? Do you see a path forward to do that?
Look, let's just name it what it is. The president has no idea how education works. He has no idea how these work. He has no idea how any of this works. Reallocating them to what? These are professionals that understand. These are civil rights attorneys that understand and making sure we're getting it right. These are educational experts that research. When we talk about research, we're not reading Newsmax online. It's peer-reviewed studies to show what brain science looks like and how you get an impact. These people have no idea on this, that this is just a random dude who came in and said, cut money. And this is a place, yeah, you know, it is a place where we spend money because it's our future. And they're just randomly cutting it. So I don't even know how to respond to these now of what they're going to do. I know this is what they're thinking. They're going to say is, oh, we're just going to block grant it. We're going to block grant it to the states or whatever. And then we're going to take off all this. If you got a child like I do that has an IEP, good luck with that, because I know where they're going to be. We can put them somewhere else, or we can train them to do something menial for their lives or whatever. It's absolutely outrageous. It's morally reprehensible what they're going to do, and they're going to put those very students at risk. So no, what are they going to transfer it over to EPA? I don't know what he thinks.
I think the one of the examples I heard was that the Native American education would be transferred to the Department of Interior. What I don't hear in that title of the Department of Interior is education. So if your focus is education, where you should be is the Department of Education, unless your focus isn't education, right?
Which is the point.
Yeah, which is the very point of it. And so now we have things scattershot all over when we had work to do even to become equitable, right, in the first place. And we were gaining on that, but that takes time and energy and resources and expertise, right? And we've lost a lot of that expertise because of the firings that they made. But that's one example that could give you clarity of transferring it to a different department. That department will not be focused on education.
Yeah.
A lot of Minnesota school districts are worried about their budgets, and about 10% of Minnesota's education funding comes from federal funds. So what can the state do, or what solutions can the state do?
Yeah, no, this is really hard, and I've been saying we'll do all we can, but I think we need to understand states cannot backfill for this, and there's the two areas that are the hardest to do that in. That's health and human services, and that's education. That is very difficult to backfill. Now, what we can do is, and I'm grateful to Representative Cagle, was a leader on this, of making sure that at least our funding formula in the state of Minnesota is tied to inflation, so we don't have to beg just to stay even. And that was a big piece of it. Trying to make sure the cross subsidy, because the federal government, remember, promised us 40% of special education funding. They've never been above 20%. The state of Minnesota picks up and is able to do this, but we don't have the capacity if they follow through with this. And I think it's ludicrous if they think, well, we're not going to cut all the savings we're going to have. We're just going to block grant that and give that to states. You know, that will not happen. And if it does, as the First Lady said, the expertise to be able to put those out. And look, we know it's hard enough with grants. And they talk about going on competitive grants. I can tell you from firsthand knowledge, if you don't have safeguards in place, it can be very difficult to get the right people the grants that need to be there. So if they are truly concerned about fraud, waste, and abuse, you would have increased the grant writers, not decreased them. So it makes no logical sense of where they're going to get to. But the bottom line is this: if we lose any part, if it's the 10% or whatever, very, very difficult to make up the difference, and we in Minnesota are going to have to determine it. And then, look, we all know what happens in this when this happens. If schools end up short, they turn to referendums. And if they're in rich neighborhoods with high property taxes, they pass referendums and they fund the things they need. If they're not, they go without. And then you have an inequitable system, which seems to me is exactly what they're trying to do. So it may be they're accomplishing their goal. So
I just want to mention that we haven't heard any discussion about the federal mandates being changed, right? So schools are still obligated to comply, right, with every single federal mandate with less support, fewer dollars, right? And how you do that, there's not any discussion about that in this rollout, and that will make a huge difference. Plus, in Minnesota, we have federal mandates, but we've also incorporated into state law some of these.
All right, Minnesota giving their latest updates along with the Governor Walz talking about Department of Education cuts. So we'll again be giving you updates really throughout this process with the Department of Education and DOGE and really President Trump's administration as well. All right, we will take our final break of the hour. When we come back, we are getting you ready for tonight's big SpaceX Crew 10 launch. NASA and SpaceX doing pre-launch showcases. We'll have it for you coming up next on Live Now. Back, everyone, here live now from Fox as we now take you out to the Space Coast, out at Cape Canaveral, where we go to Launchpad, the famed Launchpad 39A, as we get you ready as NASA, SpaceX coming together for this Crew 10 launch, and some of the pre-launch festivities are happening right now. You see that T-minus 4 hours and 1 minute to go. So we will be providing you coverage right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's listen in.
Everything just seems to be lining up perfectly today. We're looking good so far. The mission today, we are flying NASA astronaut Commander Ann McClain, NASA astronaut pilot Nicole Ayers, JAXA astronaut mission specialist Takuya Onishi, and Roscosmos cosmonaut mission specialist Kirill Peskov. Today, the crew's ride to space is the Dragon Endurance spacecraft. Its fourth flight to space, and all four carried crews for NASA. It's back in the rotation. It wasn't initially, it was swapped out because a new capsule that SpaceX had built wasn't quite ready yet, so they swapped it out with the capsule that was going to go on Axiom 4.
Yeah, that's right. So we had a few late-breaking changes, but as astronauts, you know, we are always ready for that. Flexibility is really the name of the game. So we take it as it goes, knowing things can always change. But this is the fleet leader, right? So this is the first time we've used a capsule 4 times for a crewed mission. So exciting event today for my colleagues.
It's reliable, and the commercial crew program and NASA knows this spacecraft well, as you mentioned.
This is LD on Countdown.net with a T-minus 4-hour situational awareness briefing. We're currently counting down to a T0 of 19:48:57 UTC and 23:48:57 UTC, 19:48:57 local, with a minimum of 2 launch opportunities for Thursday and Friday for backup attempts. The crew are currently getting suited up at ONC. The advanced team is currently on the way to the pad to open the side hatch, prepare for crew arrival. Vehicle gases are up, FTS checkouts are complete, and Dragon prop tanks are pressed. Falcon 9 is not working issues at this time. However, hydraulics is undergoing final release bleeds to the system for readiness for flight. Weather is looking favorable at the launch site. The launch ascent weather with meteorological input was used to tune the forecast model, showing a failure possible risk of 14.6% and grow criteria for flight today. Procedure 52.911 is open in the event of crew contingencies from ingress through launch. And as a reminder, the launch escape system will be armed prior to propellant load today. Hangar X will go into lockdown at T-minus 45 minutes until after spacecraft separation or the launch escape system is disarmed. All personnel are requested to stay in their state locations until lockdown is complete.
All right, that was an update.
FC, do you have a report on Falcon 9 health?
Falcon is healthy and not tracking any issues.
And MD, do you have a report on Dragon Health?
Dragon is healthy and not tracking any issues.
This will conclude the T-minus 4-hour situational awareness briefing unless there are any other questions.
Okay, we were just briefed by the launch director for SpaceX, and it was a good brief as we now find ourselves inside the suit-up room as the 4 members of Crew 10 are getting ready. They've got the main part of their suits on.
Advanced team is open side hatch on schedule.
And they are putting on the remaining parts of their suits, the gloves, the boots. We will be hearing from time to time, as you just heard, communications, what we call loops. This is the command loop that we'll hear the launch director communicate with his crew as well as the Corps when they talk to the astronauts. We'll hear the back and forth once they get into their spacecraft. Just want to make you aware that whenever they have an update, we will pause our commentary so we can listen in. Over the next 4.5 hours, we will walk you through this detailed pre-launch operation and show you all the action live as it's happening from the suit-up room to liftoff. But first, I want to talk a little bit about the background of our co-host today. In 2019, Jessica Meir went out into space for a historic spacewalk. This was back, you launched on a Soyuz, went up to the International Space Station. You and your fellow astronaut, Christina Cook. We'll have that video for you in a second. In the meantime, we are looking at the commander and the pilot for Crew 10 on the left and McLean on the right, pilot Nicole Ayers. And there's Jessica, working hard on the International Space Station. Jessica Meir was doing this spacewalk conducted entirely by women. She partnered with fellow astronaut Christina Cook to replace a battery charge discharge unit. 2 years later, here she is in the role of astronaut support person. This is a taped replay. There she is snapping photos in jumpsuit number 38. Went all the way out to the launch tower. There she is again, saying goodbye to the Crew 2 at the time, helping them with everything they needed. And then Meir served as the assistant to the chief astronaut for commercial crew, and then helped out with the Artemis 2 astronauts. This was most recently, and there you are, right in the left part of the screen, helping out the Artemis 2 crew as they got ready for a dress rehearsal for the Artemis 2 mission, which is planned in February of next year. You also, at the time, were serving as the chief astronaut for the human landing system.
Yeah, I think, this is one of the most exciting things about being an astronaut to me is that we serve many different roles depending on what time it is. So we really gain this incredibly diverse skill set and exposure to all of these different space vehicles, all of these different technologies, and all of the different branches really that we have at the Johnson Space Center. We have ground support astronauts that serve in all of those capacities to help all the different programs and pieces of hardware, technical programs, all the way through, give that crew perspective and be able to provide some information for that. Here you can see in the suit-up room, there's Takuya Onishi and there's Christina Birch. She is the astronaut support person today for Crew 10. She's one of Nicole Ayers' Vapor's classmates, so they're the newest class of astronauts that flies, and she's helping out with everything for getting the crew ready for launch.
That must be comforting for Nicole, who sees a fellow classmate who, becomes quite close with your astronaut classmates. She's also the first to fly from that class, so she's taking some stuff on board, some mementos for some of her classmates, which is a nice touch. But speaking of classmates, you too have a classmate, and it's the woman who is serving as commander for this mission, Anne McLean.
Yeah, there she is in the screen right now. Looks like she is conducting the pressure check of her spacesuit right now. That's why they're positioned there comfortably in the same chairs that they'll have on the launch vehicle with all the same interfaces, going through that last check to make sure that their suits are indeed pressure tight. We do that on all the vehicles we fly on to make sure things are in good shape. But as you said, incredibly special for me since Anne is one of my closest people here on Earth, whether outside or inside NASA. So it's so exciting to be here with her today. Over the last 11.5 years that we've been here now, we've really become like family. So I know all of my classmates are so excited and paying attention, watching along to send back up to space again.
I imagine it's going to be quite special when we go outside to watch that rocket lift off.
Absolutely. And we know the 8 Balls, that's our class name. We have another classmate up there right now too. Nick Hague is also one of our classmates. So Anne and Nick will have a wonderful high five moment as they have their handover of a couple days on the space station.
And then Nick Hague and his crew, the fellow crew members of Crew 9, will be coming home. Talk a little bit about the suit-up room. It's one of many rooms on the 3rd floor of the Neil A. Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building that make up crew quarters. The crew has been living and working in the crew quarters for more than a week now.
There's a lot of history in that building. It's always nice when you come here for a visit to KSC for whatever task you're here for. We usually stay in that facility, and there's a lot of history going, way back to the shuttle days, and all the rooms are, I think, pretty much decorated in the same way. So you're part of that spaceflight history.
It has a dorm room kind of feel, does it not?
It does, absolutely.
Let's talk about the weather and give you an update that was given to the crew just about 20 minutes ago. The temperature here is a lovely 67 degrees. We're expecting it to get into the 70s later today. Winds 12 to 17 miles per hour out of the southeast. The concerns, there are none. This is 95% go. It's a high pressure system that's come into the area and just literally been a big bubble of no trouble, as I hear weathermen call it. It just clears everything out. We've got 20 miles visibility today, so it's going to be really nice for anybody who's here in the area to watch this launch and further out from the area as well.
Yeah, that is the nice thing about launching here on the Space Coast, is that even if you don't have an invitation to come be with the family and friends of the crew, you can watch it pretty much from anywhere. All the local beaches, bridges. It is a fantastic way for everybody to be able to play a part in what we're doing here. When I launched from the Baikonur Cosmodrome on a Soyuz, a little bit more difficult to get access to that. So this is really, really amazing that we can have so many people really involved in the mission and watching this incredible rocket light off.
Before the crew came in here, they had their meals. Of course, the crew members get to dial up their ultimate meal and have the chefs here at the Kennedy Space Center cook up their favorite dish before they fly.
You know what they had?
What's that?
Do you know what they had this time?
So Anne McLean, I sent the questions earlier, and she hadn't exactly decided, but she did want to give a big shout out to the staff at the Astronaut Quarantine Facility, who she says has been providing them with some amazing meals in the days leading up to launch. She says the food is as close to home cooked as we can get. Takoya said he's going to have a Japanese dish. He hadn't decided exactly which one.
I think that they actually had fajitas. Anne told me last night that it ended up being fajitas. Nice. They were excited about it. And I know that one of the things that Tak has planned for them on station is that he has a whole bunch of Japanese food that he's going to share with the crew.
Core run countdown. LIO seals removed and installation complete. On schedule.
He mentioned in a news conference that that was important to him, was to share the food from his country with his fellow crewmates.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm a bit of a foodie, so food's always important to me. But even people who don't care so much about food really do pay attention to it in space. And I think that's just, kind of because of the monotony. When you have a lot of variety, it can really make a lot of difference to your morale and your overall psychological state. So having a little bit of personal touch is really awesome. We trade food items with the Russian crew members, and then if we have any international partners like Tak, they'll have some Japanese food to share. I flew with Italian astronaut Luca Parmitano. He brought up a special Italian meal for us during my expedition. And also Hazza Ali Al-Mansouri, the very first astronaut from the UAE, he launched with me to the space station. And so they had some very special foods from the UAE as well that we all had to share and have a group meal. So those kinds of things are really, really special.
Well, you were eating good.
We were.
As you folks can tell, Jessica Meir has a tremendous wealth of information and experience in space. And so if you want to ask her a question about today's mission or her experience on her time on the International Space Station, just send us the question to #AskNASA. You can see it there on Facebook, X, YouTube, and Twitch. Use that hashtag to get your question in. We'd love to have your question because Jessica is so good at answering them, and it'll help move us along as we go through the rest of the day and counting down this liftoff of Crew 10 at 7:48 p.m. Eastern Time. There's Kirill Preskov. I saw Anne McLean. There she is, the commander on the right, going around, giving each one of her crew members a fist bump.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, that kind of crew morale and camaraderie is really gets stronger and stronger and stronger as we go. And, you know, when you're leading up to this ultimate moment before a launch, you know, I know that their crew has had such an incredible time training together. Every time I see photos of them, they're laughing. You know, I think they all have a great sense of humor, and they're having a lot of fun the whole way through.
All right, the NASA SpaceX countdown continues. You can see on the clock there a little bit more than 3 hours and 45 minutes until launch. And looked at the weather forecast just moments ago, 95% go. So that is the good news there from the Space Coast. All right, some breaking news that we want to follow for you internationally right now. Let's show you some wild scenes that are taking place in Argentina. Take a look at this breaking news as protesters are clashing with authorities in Argentina as they demand higher pensions. Let's look as these protesters are taking to the streets right now. Let's listen in. Some wild scenes there in Argentina. When we say we are live, raw, and unfiltered, that is just a good example of what we feature here for you, showcasing big events from all over our country and, of course, around the world as well. So we'll keep an eye on this here for you, give you updates as they come in right here on Live Now from Fox. We'll take another 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. Always more to come. Back here for you on Live Now from Fox Worldwide. As always, I'm your host, Mike Pace. Do want to showcase just some more of the wild video coming out of Argentina. Viewer discretion is advised as protesters right now clashing with police as protesters are demanding higher pensions. So let's continue to listen in here. You could see the SWAT style of the police right now getting ready to again clash with protesters. So let's listen in here on Live Now. All right, so that was a feed there from Argentina. We'll see if we could get it back there for you. But yeah, wild scenes taking place there of those active protests. And we have it back here, so let's continue going through and looking at some of the settings here.
シンデレラ、私たちは舞踏会に行ってくるから、家で掃除、エアコン掃除、レンジフードと浴室掃除、お願いね。お任せください。喜んで。誰あなた。
東京ガスは忙しい皆様に代わってお掃除します。スマホ一つで申し込みから支払いまで簡単に完結。東京ガスハウスクリーニングで検索。
Wild scenes are right there out of Argentina as these active protests do continue. Camera getting a little bouncy, so we'll step away. We'll take a 2-minute break. We'll be back with much more coming up next on Live Now from Fox. We are back here for you on Live Now from Fox Worldwide. As always, I'm your host, Mike Page. Take a look at the scene right now. That's your Crew 10 astronauts as they get ready for the launch. 3 hours and 23 minutes away. The countdown is on the Space Coast there as Crew 10 will soon be up in the air, and we will be providing you that coverage. You'll see the launch right here on Live Now from Fox, and throughout the afternoon and evening, we'll continue to check in with NASA and SpaceX to show you as the countdown gets closer to launch time. All right, everyone, let's continue to bring you the news of the day, the top live feeds, and of course, the breaking news that we are following for you as well. Live look right now in New York. We are awaiting a news conference of a police-involved shooting that happened earlier today. That is expected to get going in the next couple of moments, so we'll bring that to you. Also, House Democrats about to speak again to the media. We'll also be bringing that to you as well. Let's go back out, though, to these wild scenes and video that we are getting for you out in Argentina. Viewer discretion is advised as these protesters in Argentina are demanding higher pensions and clashing with police right now. Let's listen in. and we'll keep an eye on this really intriguing video coming out of Argentina right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's continue and bring you now back out stateside here in the U.S. Let's listen to House Democrats speak to the media right now on Live Now from Fox.
It's a clear message. If you've been out there like I have, and I've been talking to a lot of people, the American people are on our side. Our job over the next 21 months is to make sure that voters are hearing this message loud and clear, and we're going to keep repeating it over and over. And that's exactly what DPC and our entire caucus intends to do. So with that, let me turn it over to Maxwell.
Thank you, Debbie. I appreciate it. In January, Donald Trump and House Republicans inherited a growing economy with inflation coming down. I remember during the election, right after Donald Trump won, I was having a discussion with some friends, and I said, it's going to be kind of similar to what happened his first term. He's going to come into a growing economy and then take credit for it 6 months in. But this guy is so incompetent, and he's failing so much that he took that growing economy and inflation coming down and actually completely reversed it. And now people are using the R word. We hope we don't go into a recession. We hope that doesn't happen to American people. But we got to be clear that Donald Trump's reckless policies, all in service of billionaires, are really harming working families, from the Trump tariffs to the cuts to essential programs that people have earned. He has completely turned around the ship in a really bad way. The economic announcement that Donald Trump has made has plunged the stock markets into a free fall, costing jobs and wiping out retirement savings. And at the same time, he's trying to ask all these government workers to retire. They're looking at their 401ks, they're looking at the stock market at the same time as he's trying to make that proposition. And at the same time that this is going on, where's Donald Trump? He's outside turning the south lawn of the White House into a commercial for Tesla. You know, a few weeks ago, I got my words taken down in the Oversight Committee for calling Trump a grifter in chief. And a week later, he does something that proves me right in saying that, and proves all of us right in saying how corrupt he is and this administration is. In front of the White House, in front of the executive, do a commercial for Elon Musk. Why? It's because he cares more about corrupt billionaires like Elon than he does about the American people. Amid this chaos, Democrats have a clear message. We're fighting for and with working people. When I went home this weekend, everywhere I went to the grocery store, I had people come up to me asking me, is my Social Security going to be okay? I did a town hall at the VA with Darren Soto. I had a guy come up to me, multiple, who said, I voted for Donald Trump. I'm a veteran. I'm very worried about my benefits. I'm very worried about what's going to happen here at the VA. You know, a lot of my colleagues keep saying, the people spoke, so I guess we can cut Medicaid, we can cut Social Security, without realizing that the people are speaking. And that's part of the reason why they've decided to cancel all their town halls, because they don't like what the people are saying. The people don't want these cuts to these programs that they've earned. And this is our winning message, talking about the fact that the voters are with us, and the work now is to ensure that the voters are being heard. So thank you so much, and I'll yield to Lauren.
Thanks, Maxwell. The good news for Democrats is that House Republicans and Donald Trump are making our messaging work easier for us. The chaos that Elon Musk has unleashed in our communities by laying off public servants who provided critical services is deeply unpopular. And the budget that House Republicans are pushing puts Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security on the chopping block, which virtually no one anywhere supports. Right now, DPCC and all House Democrats are working to ensure the American people understand what's happening and how Democrats are fighting back to protect them. Tomorrow, our caucus will have an opportunity to take a deeper dive into how the people get their information and how that's changing, and what Democrats must do to meet voters in digital spaces. In the months ahead, we will continue to prioritize reaching new audiences while making sure that our messaging remains clear and concise. Democrats are fighting for working people and fighting to stop cruel cuts, and we're fighting to stop tax breaks for the billionaires. With that, I yield to Lori.
Well, thanks, Lauren. Good afternoon, everyone. It's not just that Donald Trump's approval numbers are failing or that the Republicans' trust on the economy has cratered in just 2 short months. The anger that Americans feel about what Trump and Musk are doing is palpable across the country, both in swing seats and in Republican seats. It's no wonder that the NRCC has advised Republicans to stop holding town halls. That's not a problem for House Democrats. During the last district work period, 118 members of our caucus held at least 1 town hall, and we have dozens more planned for the district work period next week. These town halls are crowded. They are full of energy, and the folks coming in have a simple message. They want to stop Trump and Musk from taking away their health care so that billionaire GOP donors can get another tax cut. While House Republicans continue to hide from their constituents, Democrats will continue to listen to the American people. We will continue to fight for them, and we will remain, just as the theme of this year's Issues Conference says, united to win. Thank you. I yield to Debbie.
So thanks to all my colleagues, and now we will entertain questions. But if you want to go drink, it's okay with us too. I don't know, Nick, I'm not going to go to you. I'll go over here. I'll come to you later. I will come to you.
House Democrats obviously are calling on Senate Democrats to hold the line, stand firm, vote this GOP funding bill down. But I wonder if you are concerned that President Trump may be okay with a government shutdown, given his perspective on the federal government, given what he and Elon Musk and the Doge folks are doing to federal agencies. Are you concerned that if the government shuts down, they may be okay with that?
We are very clear that we think there should be a short-term continuing resolution that's clean, that lets us do the appropriation process in a regular and normal way. And we are united on that. Nick.
Well, I want to ask, in a similar vein, you guys all stayed united earlier this week on the vote on the continuing resolution. Do you want Leader Schumer and Senate Democrats to be more vocal in their opposition, given that this was a tough vote for a lot of House members?
Did you just see the New York Times? That Schumer is, Democrats aren't going to help Republicans, but I'll let any of you with that want to answer, Laura.
Thank you. I think our actions speak on our unity. There's no question that Democrats have been united against giving, in terms of voting for a CR that would cut veterans' health care, so many things, giving Elon Musk further ability to just rummage through the government and make cuts and fire folks and allow Republicans to abdicate their Article 1 responsibility to Elon Musk. We are united on that, and I think that's why we're so supportive of Senate Democrats today, making sure that we do everything we can to have a short-term, clean CR so that we can work this out together in a bipartisan way rather than allow these cuts to hurt the American people.
So, you guys talked a little bit about this, that Democrats are going to be using a lot of social media and different tactics to reach voters where they are. You've already started to do some of that, and some of that has really made an impact, and some of that has been ridiculed by some Republicans. How do you find that intersection of reaching younger voters, reaching House voters through different social media tactics or even messaging platforms, and then also making sure that you're still presenting a unifying message to the rest of your base?
Either of you want to start?
We're taking advantage of the opportunity to reach the American people using all the tools available to us. We have a responsibility to meet voters and constituents where they are, and many of them are online. And so you're increasingly seeing House Democrats take advantage of the opportunity to have a direct conversation with our constituents about the work that we're doing on their behalf here in Washington. If folks want to ridicule or point things out, if the White House wants to tweet at us, that means that we're getting under their skin. And if anything, it's expanding our reach. And so if they want to join us in that effort to communicate directly to the American people, That's fine. Last week, we had 50 million people interacting with our content, and I would call that a success.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I'd add is they're going to ridicule everything that we do.
Yeah.
I mean, when I first got to Congress, they ridiculed me because I had trouble getting an apartment because I'm not a rich person. And I wasn't a rich person when I got to Congress. And they ridiculed me for that. So they're so out of touch. Anything that we do, they're going to ridicule, but that doesn't guide where we're going. What guides where we're going is fighting for working people, fighting with working people, fighting for young people, fighting for seniors, fighting for veterans. And so we're not going to allow what the White House tweets out to dictate our message and what we're going to do. We want to reach out to the masses. We know more people are getting their information and their news from many different sources, and we want to be there front and center to talk about our message, with which most people in this country agree with.
All right, Democrats speaking on their issues and news conference. Do want to go back out to Argentina, though, as we are getting some new live video that continues to come in, and more clashes with police right now and authorities in Argentina of this active protest as protesters demanding higher pension pay. And let's see, as they are now in this street, props goes to this photographer getting right in the middle of the chaos. And let's listen in on Live Now. Wild scenes out there in Argentina as these active protests do continue and the clashes with police. We are going to take another 2-minute break on Live Now from Fox. We'll continue to bring you the latest live feeds, top stories, and breaking news all right here. We're just getting warmed up for you for this evening edition of Live Now. everyone. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Pace. Just in moments, my colleague Andy Mack will be with you, bringing you the day's big top stories, getting you ready for the big SpaceX launch on Florida's Space Coast, and so much more. But let's go out right now live to New York. We are getting an update from police on a police-involved shooting of a suspect from earlier today. Let's listen on Live Now, everyone.
I'm Chief Detective Joseph Kenny. I'm joined with Assistant Chief Charles McAvoy, Commanding Officer of Patrol Bureau Brooklyn South, and Deputy Chief Rohan Griffin, Commanding Officer of the Force Investigation Division. I'm here to provide an update regarding an officer-involved shooting, which occurred earlier this afternoon in the Flatland section of Brooklyn. This information I'm about to provide is preliminary and is subject to change as this investigation is only a couple of hours old. Today, at approximately 1:49 p.m., 2 detectives from the 6th Street Precinct Detective Squad were working in civilian clothes, driving an unmarked car eastbound on Avenue K in the vicinity of Utica Avenue when they observed 2 males involved in a verbal dispute. The 2 detectives exited their vehicle and immediately identified themselves. They then walked toward the altercation, and while trying to separate the 2 males, one of the detectives noticed that one of the males was holding a box cutter in his right hand. The detectives gave clear and repeated verbal warnings for the subject to drop the weapon. The subject refused to comply with this directive. The male then walked away from the detectives around the car in an attempt to re-engage in this altercation. At this point, the subject was still displaying the box cutter in his right hand. The detective then placed himself between both parties, attempting to keep them separated. The subject continued to advance on the detective and the second individual with the same box cutter out in his right hand. The subject closed the distance between several feet toward the detective. The detective then was forced to discharge 1 round from his firearm, striking the subject in his torso. The detective immediately requested response from EMS and additional officers. Uniformed officers responded to the scene quickly and performed first aid on the subject. He was removed to Kings County Hospital by ambulance, where he's currently listed in critical condition. Our detectives were removed to an area hospital for evaluation. This entire incident was depicted on security cameras from a building located in the vicinity. This investigation is ongoing and will be handled by our Forced Investigation Division. I will now take any questions.
Wait till I point to you for questions. You see, Chief, how many shots fired?
1 shot fired.
Andrew, how delicate a situation is it for a detective if somebody's wielding a box cutter? Do they perceive it as an imminent threat, or what's the training there in terms of deciding to fire?
This person came within 3 to 4 feet of our detective with a box cutter out in his hand, refused numerous directives to drop the weapon, so the officer felt that he was an immediate threat to himself and to the person this subject was originally trying to stab.
Chief, can you tell us about the history of the man who was holding the box cutter? Any ETP history, criminal history, and what were they fighting about?
He has 3 incidents involving mental illness where the police department came in contact with him. This took place 1 incident in 2018, 2 incidents in 2017. The incident, what we see from video, is the first male is operating a white BMW. He's driving eastbound on Avenue K. The victim, the perpetrator that ends up getting shot, is standing on a street corner. As the car passes, it appears he throws an object at the car, causing the operator of that vehicle to stop, and then they engage in a dispute.
They didn't know each other.
Did not know each other. This was unprovoked.
Any other questions?
Yes, there was an accident a few blocks away. People were saying that it was involving a police car. Was it related to this incident?
Good afternoon. Yes, there was a department vehicle accident on the corner of Schenectady Avenue and Avenue K, and that is still under investigation by the Force Investigation Division.
Is the thought that they were on their way here and involved in backing up what was unfolding at this situation?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Is the thought that accident, the officers were on their way to assist at this scene here?
That's still under investigation by Force Investigation Division.
All right, thank you, everyone.
All right. No officers injured in that shooting there. of the suspect and that standoff with the suspect as well. All right, everyone, that is going to do it for my time here on the desk, but don't worry, live down from Fox, you know it does continue. Coming up next, my colleague Andy Mack will be with you as we get closer to the SpaceX launch. We are under now 3 hours from Crew 10 launch. We will have the coverage leading up to the big blast off coming up on Florida's Space Coast in just a little bit. In the meantime, I do want to go back out to House Democrats speaking right now, talking about issues relating to the economy, tariffs, and also the threats to the Department of Education. Let's listen on Live Now.
Responsibility to take care of those veterans. We finally do it, and now we're not going to meet our obligation under the PACT Act, and I could go on. Last Friday, when I was at 2 Fridays ago, or 10 days ago, at the Veterans Hospital downtown Detroit, they had just fired people at the Great Lakes Lab, and this woman just collapsed in my arms. Do you know the kind of work that's not going to get done? It's algae bloom and keeping the water safe. It's NOAA and weather and predicting floods, and it's safety. We're cutting air traffic controllers. How many air traffic events have we had? Firefighters that are fighting fires. I could go through the list. So you don't take a meat axe. We'll have a conversation, but you don't cut programs that are hurting people every single day. You may say whatever you want.
So I do think Democrats are committed to modernizing our systems, rooting out fraud, waste, and abuse. I think there's a way to do that that is respectful of the programs that people rely on, respectful of the federal employees who could actually help us identify where some of those buckets of cost are that can be trimmed. That should be done in full view of the American people. It should be debated. It should be the role of Congress. It should not be left to a billionaire who has not been elected, who has not been vetted by the Senate or the administration, who has multiple billion-dollar contracts with the DOD, with the FAA, with the FDA, to go through and start wiping out personnel and programs that people rely on. That is just not the way to do it. It is Congress's role to do that, and that is something where we're fully committed to doing those audits and rooting out fraud, abuse, and waste, but I think that we want to do that in full view of the American people.
Would you agree that the Pentagon is an area that requires...
Absolutely. The Pentagon hasn't passed an audit since I've been in Congress.
Well before that. That's it. Thank you very much. It's
Thank
good
you.
to see you all.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, you're just listening in there. Two different lawmakers discuss the latest in terms of Doge, in terms of Elon Musk and tariffs and much more. I'm Andy Mack now here in the anchor chair. Thank you so much for joining us as we're continuing to follow the top headlines of the day. And we are T-minus less than 3 hours until liftoff of this SpaceX NASA launch there on Space Coast. And their broadcast continues on. Let's take you out there and watch in full as the astronauts, these 4 individuals, prepare to go to the International Space Station. Let's listen into this on Live Now from Fox.
They won't have to worry about feeling that.
Yeah, it's interesting because they are all pilots, so they're certainly well accustomed to it for sure. And I think that's one of the things that our training does for us. It allows us to just be operators and overcome any of those pre-existing fears.
Okay, Ann and Nicole are getting ready to ingress to the spacecraft, and there goes Ann.
Countdown. Ingress start.
Making sure not to bump the door, which has a very important seal around it that keeps their environment on the inside and space on the outside.
Yeah, absolutely. Even just one small hair, can see that's why everybody is so carefully, everything's contained with their hair, their face and everything, not just for the quarantine, but also just that white room environment to make sure that nothing gets in the way that could break that seal.
Here come Kirill and Takuya. Big waves, pumping fists, are ready to go. Into the white room they go, where they will sign that NASA meatball that you see on the side.
Yeah, there it is. Another one of the traditions.
While we're in this moment, we want to take a social question now. If you have a question, please jump on to our social platforms. Use the hashtag AskNASA. Send us a question. Jessica will be doing the answering. She's the expert. And we have our first question now. JVO 9000 asks, how do astronauts deal with stress or anxiety prior, during, and possibly post-launch?
Well, that's a pertinent question. I think it really goes to what we were just talking about. Because we have this incredible training and this network of personnel that we rely on, we don't really feel that kind of fear or stress so much because we have so much of this real like muscle memory just kind of baked in there. And I think that helps you operate above any latent stress or anxiety. I mean, of course, we're humans. Of course, we have all the same emotions as everybody else. But when you have that really extensive training and this trust in the hardware and trust in the ground teams, it allows you to be an effective operator and operate beyond that. You know, I was actually talking about this with Anne's mother just today. For us, the launch process is really not that stressful. It's really much harder, much more difficult for the loved ones and the families on the ground because they don't have that same level of training. They don't know exactly what to expect the whole way. They don't necessarily have that trust in the hardware like we do. So they're the ones that I think this day is so stressful for, not necessarily us as astronauts.
How about that? I've heard other astronauts say that all of that training, just like you mentioned, it is muscle memory. They have done it so many times that it feels like on launch day, just part of the training.
Yeah, that was certainly like that for me on my launch. You know, people always ask like what you felt like, and we had been through that entire sequence so many times in the really high fidelity simulators that we trained in Russia that I almost had to remind myself that the end of the day was going to be different. You know, I was actually not going to go home to the cottage for dinner. I would be in space at the end, you know, only after about 8 minutes. And then you hear things, you know, you feel the rocket move a little bit, you hear a groan from the fuel system, and those are the things that are like, wait a minute, this is a little bit different.
We've got another social question. This one directly to you, Jessica, about your experience. What was your favorite place on Earth to see, presumably when you were up at the International Space Station?
Yeah, that's a tough one to pick just one because this vantage point that we have is so unique and special. I think some of the things that I wasn't really aware of were, for example, all of the different colors and textures of the dunes. So if you look in Africa or in the Middle East especially, all these different colors and textures and crazy intricate shapes that I was really not that prepared for. You know, it's if you zoom in with a 400 millimeter lens, it's like a modern art. It's like you're going to a modern art museum and capturing all of these images. It is it's really just jaw-dropping. I really also liked seeing all the currents, the way the water swirls, especially in the coastal regions, the different color swaths that you see, the glaciers, coral reefs, around. I had been diving in the Great Barrier Reef a few years before my mission, so it was really cool to see the reefs off of Australia. The Patagonia ice fields, another favorite spot of mine, where these like glacial tongues kind of come down and you see these high altitude turquoise lakes, and it reminds you how beautiful the planet is. And there are so many places that I know now that I need to explore that I, weren't even necessarily on my list before my mission.
And you saw Antarctica, a place where you did a lot of research.
Yeah, given the latitude, given the inclination of the space station, we don't get an incredible view of the Antarctic, unfortunately. I wish that we did, but you can see the Southern Ocean and a little bit in the distance.
Now we've got the crew all in their seats inside Dragon Endurance.
Yeah, they're clipping into those 5-point harnesses, making sure that everything is secure. And you can see they're getting some help from the SpaceX team just to make sure that everything is lined up correctly. They're going to be comfortable. They're going to be safe in that environment as they're waiting for launch. It's still there. It's softer.
All right, once the crew gets settled into Dragon, we will start hearing a lot more chatter on the mission loops. That's because the crew will have to participate in different communication checks. We'll also see a test of their suits again, a second test. We saw this in the suit up room, but they will repressurize the suits. From left to right, we have Kirill Peskov, mission specialist, Nicole Ayers, the pilot. To her right, Commander Ann McLean. And on the far right, Takuya Onishi.
Yeah, and you can see that the SpaceX personnel are passing them some cue cards that they can use, for monitoring the different phases after liftoff along the ascent corridor and all the different aspects, all the different stages of the flight profile, so they can really make sure that they have they're monitoring the correct information. Obviously, they've been through this in many, many simulations before, but always good to have those reminders about what you're looking for when. You can see the control displays are really just above Anne and Nicole's heads there. So we can't actually see the displays themselves, but once they're looking up, they'll be able to monitor all of the displays that they're tracking.
All 4 seats will articulate up into launch position, as you mentioned, and then they'll have access to their screens, their heads-up displays. But it's time to suit up right now. They held off putting those gloves on until this moment.
Yeah, making those final preparations. You can see they have a footrest there as well. And so the bottom of the boot actually has a little divot in it. So there's a little mechanism that they can slide their heel onto to help keep their heels in place as well, keep their feet in place.
Kind of like a bike shoe?
Yeah, a little bit like that. Lots of zippers. You need to make sure that you have good integrity in all of those closures to make sure that you can maintain your pressure in any possible emergency when we need to pressurize those suits. Of course, that's the reason why we wear these pressure suits. If for any reason you had a depressurization of the vehicle, then that suit would be able to maintain pressure to keep you alive, delivering all of the necessary life function. So they're getting oxygen through that suit. They have their communication lines into that suit.
And we've seen that suit flight proven in a more recent mission, a private mission where they depressurized the capsule intentionally and allowed one of the private astronauts to go out and do a spacewalk. In fact, he is now NASA administrator.
Yeah, that's right. There were 2 other crew members in the Polaris Dawn mission that did that spacewalk. That was the first private spacewalk, and it was a slightly different version of this suit. It's not exactly the same suit, so they did actually develop a new suit, new version, so that we had a suit that was capable of doing a spacewalk. In space vehicles, we wear these launch and entry suits, and that's mostly a pressurization suit, as we mentioned, for maintaining the pressure if you had a vehicle depressurization. Not necessarily the same thing that you would use to do an entire spacewalk, because you need different levels of protection and different functions for that.
We've got 2 views here on the right. Crew 10 seated in their capsule Endurance. And on the left, the small box, you can see our flight team here at the Kennedy Space Center, orbiting.
All right, you can see T-minus 2 hours and 40 minutes until liftoff there of this SpaceX rocket heading to the International Space Station. They'll drop off these 4 individuals and pick up 4 more to come back to Earth here. And of course, 2 of those will be Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, as they have been up there at the International Space Station for quite some time. It was supposed to be a 10-day mission. It turned into 8 months. We'll continue to follow this closely here on Live Now from Fox. A live look there at Space Coast. We'll take you out there in just a little bit. But first, let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Another day, another protest. This one outside of a courthouse following the hearing involving Mahmoud Khalil, the Columbia University grad student that was detained there. I want to put up just this, a live picture of the skyline, courtesy of our EarthCam partners, as Khalil will remain detained in Louisiana until at least next week, following an initial court hearing in New York on Wednesday over the President Trump's administration's plan to deport him in his role in these on-campus protests against Israel. We're going to be joined right now by Fox 5's Arthur Chien on the ground there. Arthur, thank you so much for joining us. What are we hearing from the representatives for Khalil, but also protesters there in New York City?
Okay, let's get into that, and let's also talk about what happened here at the courthouse, because it's all within that context. A judge today started reviewing this case, and the main things he wants to determine right now is where Mr. Khalil should be. Should he be in the state of Louisiana, or should he be defending himself here in the state of New York, where these activities took place, including his arrest, and also which courtroom should hear his case. Now, federal prosecutors say this court is not the one to hear this case right now. It should be a court in the state of Louisiana, because that's where he is right now. But Judge Furman, who put a hold on the deportation of Mahmoud Khalil, said maybe that's not going to happen. He may be inclined to hold that case here in the Southern District of New York. Now, the lawyers, as you ask, for Mr. Khalil, what they say is that their client, the 30-year-old former Columbia graduate student, is being targeted by the Trump administration because of his views on Israel. They say that is unfair, that he should be released right away. They spoke as soon as they emerged from the courthouse. Have a listen to their argument.
In retaliation for that, he was moved to Louisiana to take him away from his lawyers, to take him away from accessing this court, to take him away from his family and his support network.
The government's position
is that Mahmoud has views that are similar to Hamas, namely that Mahmoud believes in Palestinian human rights and the end to an ongoing genocide. And it is for that reason, as the White House and the Department of Homeland Security have said, that he has been arrested, detained, and potentially removed.
Important to note here that Mr. Khalil has not been charged with a crime and has no criminal record. He was first picked up on Saturday, arrested because his student visa was being revoked. It's not clear if the government knew that he was also a green card holder. It is much harder to deport a permanent resident of the United States, but that apparently is the bar that U.S. prosecutors will have to clear now. Now, government officials from the Trump administration say he should not have been here in the first place. They say the combination of his leadership role in the disruptive protests on the Columbia University campus last year, which is a private university, and his seemingly support for the Hamas organization shows that he went too far and should not be in this country. Listen in to what was said in Washington about this.
Who organized group protests that not only disrupted college campus classes and harassed Jewish American students and made them feel unsafe on their own college campus, but also distributed pro-Hamas propaganda, flyers with the logo of Hamas. That is what the behavior and activity that this individual engaged in. And I have those flyers on my desk. They were provided to me by the Department of Homeland Security. I thought about bringing them into this briefing room to share with all of you, but I didn't think it was worth the dignity of this room.
So the setup here, Andy, is the core question of whether or not the production of these flyers and organizing student protests, albeit very disruptive ones, is the grounds for a permanent U.S. resident to be deported from the United States without ever being charged with a crime. But the merits of that case not being heard just yet. Right now, they want to know which courtroom that case should be heard in. Also important to point out, while he was inside, there are about 1,000 protesters outside supporting him. So this is a very hot topic. It seems right now. Andy?
Yeah, a very thorny jurisdiction debate that we're continuing to follow. And I did want to ask you about that, just the scene outside of the courthouse, because we did see our Sky Fox team high above there monitoring this. Can you give me a sense of what it looked like earlier on today? Because it appears calm right now.
Well, you saw the press conference in what we just showed you. That was on that side where those barricades are. And then there was a line of police officers that were visible facing the protesters who were on this side of the street. The 1,000 people that I described were on this side of the street. Now, out of that view, there were officers towards the Brooklyn Bridge side of this that had cut off traffic. So this was a very controlled area. It was very tense. We've seen a lot of things happen at this courthouse. Most recently, Mayor Eric Adams and his corruption charges, those proceedings were here. So there's always a lot of a security presence out here, but definitely the tensions were much higher today.
Yeah, always a busy day in the Big Apple. Arthur Chien, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for your insight into this big headline. We appreciate it.
Good to see you.
All right, thank you so much. As we're continuing to follow it here on Live Now from Fox, as the judge saying that Khalil must remain in custody following this hearing over that jurisdiction argument being placed there by the representatives for the Columbia University grad student. And you heard there from the Trump administration, the press secretary, a little bit earlier on. There are other people commenting on Capitol Hill about this very case as well, including Tennessee's Senator Marsha Blackburn. Let's take you out to some comments she made earlier on today about this, about what's going on in New York City.
A flood. That is Hamas' term for its kidnapping, rape, and murder of more than 1,200 Israelis. These are not isolated cases, and Mr. President, to many Americans and certainly many Tennesseans, it seems impossible that this would be happening right here. But according to Hillel International, there were more than 1,800 anti-Semitic incidences on college campuses during the 23-24 school year. Think about that. 1,800 anti-Semitic incidences. Now, the thing that is so upsetting about this is that that is an increase of more than 500% from the year before. This shows you the organization and the intensity of these events. What we do know is that Jewish students have faced harassment and intimidation on their university campuses, and we also know that the Biden administration sat on their hands and they chose to do nothing about this. Instead, they sided with the radical activists who turned our campuses into cesspools of hatred. Now, with President Trump back in the Oval Office, pro-Hamas students and the colleges that enable them are being put on notice. Recently, Secretary of State Rubio vowed to revoke visas and green cards for any foreign students who support terror groups like Hamas and Hezbollah. This is something that I have called for and supported, which is why I am so pleased to see this administration, the Trump administration, actually taking action. Now, what we do know is that ICE arrested a former Columbia University student who is from Syria, that is Mahmoud Khalil, and this was a ringleader for Columbia's anti-Israel encampment. As I said, a former student. At these demonstrations, pro-Hamas activists spat on Jewish students. They chanted, "F the Jews," and they held signs next to Jewish students claiming that they would be Hamas's next target. Think about this. If you're a 19-year-old Jewish college student and you are there on Columbia's campus and you have a protester holding a sign against your head saying you should be the next targets. In many ways, Khalil was the perfect leader for this anti-Semitic pro-terror movement. What we know is this: before he enrolled at Columbia University, he allegedly served as a political affairs officer for UNRWA. That is right, the UN Relief and Works Agency there in Gaza. This person was a political affairs officer for UNRWA. Now, this is the same UNRWA that we now know indoctrinated Palestinian children to hate the Jews, stored Hamas's weapons in its facilities in Gaza. They actually put ammunition and weapons in the schools, the UN schools there in Gaza. We know that they had people affiliated with Hamas on their payroll, and we know they provided support and aid to the terrorists. There is no reason why someone like this should be allowed in our country to support terrorism and to promote anti-Jewish bigotry. That's why Secretary Rubio is intending to deport Khalil, which this administration has the full authority to do under our federal immigration laws. And under this administration, I have no doubt we are going to see many more deportations. As we work to deport Hamas affiliates, my bipartisan No Immigration Benefits for Hamas Terrorist Act would block any migrant tied to Hamas from entering our country. And my No Flight for Terrorists Act would put anyone on the no-fly list if they have called for violence against the Jewish people or pledged allegiance to a foreign terrorist organization. At the same time, President Trump is vowing to pull federal funding from schools that fail to protect Jewish students from discrimination. Just on Friday, his administration canceled $400 million in grants and contracts with Columbia University. That is a good start to accountability. Right after October 7th, I joined Senator Tim Scott in introducing the Stop Anti-Semitism on College Campuses Act. This legislation would rescind federal funding for any university in this country that authorizes funds or facilitates events that promote violent anti-Semitism. With such widespread failure from our nation's colleges and universities to protect Jewish students, there are billions of dollars on the line. One thing should be clear. With President Trump back in the Oval Office and Republicans in the majority, pro-Hamas activists and colleges are going to face accountability. And if you are visiting our great nation and supporting terrorism, please know this, you will be deported.
All right, some strong language there from the senator from Tennessee, Marsha Blackburn, about this, and echoing similar comments to President Trump has made earlier on, saying this is potentially the first of many to come, as Mahmoud Khalil remaining in custody in Louisiana following some of these protests there on the campus in New York City around the Gaza war, around the war in Israel. Manny Mac here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us. Coming up after the break, we'll take you right back out to the Space Coast as T-minus less than 3 hours until lunch, about T-minus 2 hours and 20 minutes or so. We'll have this and much more here on Live Now from Fox after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. Just about 5:30 on the East Coast. We do have this live picture inside of the White House there as this St. Patrick's Day reception. President Trump and obviously the leaders there of Ireland visiting our nation's capital. We'll take you out to it as soon as they step to the podium here on Live Now from Fox. But let's shift gears a little bit as we continue to monitor the launch there of the SpaceX, NASA, the Crew 10 mission to the International Space Station. Let's just listen into this NASA broadcast really quickly here on Live Now.
To scratch. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that is
Hope
a
they're not
good
listening.
question. Good question, and unfortunately, often there isn't a lot that you can do. You can see right now they're already finished up with those pressure checks, so it wasn't a very long time. You saw Kirill actually reached right in and scratched his nose, so he looked like he
was
did
holding
have
it.
something like that.
SpaceX Dragon, suit leak check complete for nominal suits.
SpaceX copies and concurs for good suits. Additionally, at this time, I have an update on the hydraulics issue that LD briefed during the weather briefing, if you're ready to copy.
All right, you're just listening in there. T-minus 2 hours and 20 minutes until this historic launch, Crew 10 mission to the International Space Station. And of note, this will likely mean the end of the journey at the International Space Station for Butch Wilmore, Sonny Williams, as they will return in the next several days, hopefully after this extended journey up there. All right, I'm Andy Mack again here on Live Now from Fox. A live look there one more time at the Space Coast. And that's where we find right now Fox 13's Craig Patrick. Craig, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox ahead of this launch. T-minus 2 hours and counting until this. What do we expect to see today? And give us a breakdown of this event.
It's certainly a beautiful night, so we should see right at twilight an absolutely stunning launch. Sunset right after dusk is really visually the best time for spectators to see. So all across Central Florida and beyond, you'll be able to see something pretty special if it goes off as planned. And the astronauts just drove right past us around 45 minutes ago. They since have boarded the capsule. All looks very favorable for launch so far. And assuming that it does launch as planned at 7:48 p.m. At that point, it's going to drive a lot of national attention for a couple of different reasons. As you noted, one of the big ones being who the Crew 10 astronauts will replace on the space station.
The hardest part is, having the folks on the ground have to not know exactly when we're coming back.
Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore took an 8-day test flight that turned into more than 8 months. Boeing Starliner was supposed to increase private competition in space and push SpaceX and bring down launch costs. But it was riddled with bugs that delayed it for years, and then more glitches and leaks sprang up on the test flight back in June, convincing NASA to send it back uncrewed and leave Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams behind.
We obviously could have brought them back sooner, but they didn't want anyone who supported President Trump to look good, basically.
Yeah.
That's the issue.
The astronauts disagree. Wilmore and Williams say they were prepared to stay on the space station if the Starliner test flight did not go as planned.
That Butch and Sonny have taken everything that's been thrown at them, and the way that they have responded to that has been an example.
For the past 8 months, they joined the Crew 8 team, and when those astronauts flew back to Earth, they joined their replacements, the Crew 9 team. Then they ran one experiment after another, like this one, to test flying robots that can help clean up space junk.
So we have companies, universities, students all flying these Astrobees around at different times. Some of them are actually even grabbing onto other satellites, that other pieces that we might have floating around, and that might help us clean up space debris.
Astrobee experiments, and that's just one example. We also are seeing these astronauts working on research, and their replacements will continue to work on experiments to prepare NASA for the Artemis missions, with sending crewed missions back to the moon as a glide path to Mars. But having said that, we also know that NASA appears to be at a fork in the road as President Trump and DOJ scrutinize eagle-eyed contracts and salaries. It's not clear at this point what changes in mission and direction they might make with respect to Artemis and NASA's broader mandate as well. And that's where this particular mission is also drawing a lot of scrutiny and questions and drama, not just over the planned return of the Starliner astronauts, but also over what this may usher and what expanded role SpaceX might have as NASA takes its next steps and perhaps its next leaps in space.
Yeah, there's a lot of different conversations around this whole launch, like you mentioned with the astronauts, but also the political ramifications and the future or uncertain future of NASA. Craig, I do want to ask you, because obviously you're there for Fox 13 in Tampa. You had to go across Florida to get to Space Coast. Can you give me a sense of what people might be able to see? We know there might be a sonic boom. What do you expect to see tonight?
Well, when the booster returns, yes, you will likely hear a sonic boom in the area. So shortly after 7:48 p.m., if it goes as launched, that's what that is. Within 25 miles, whether you're a couple of miles away as we are, or say 25 miles in the Orlando area, certainly in Brevard County, you should see something spectacular with not a cloud in the sky. But even beyond that, 100 miles or more as you track to the west, yes, people in the Tampa Bay area will be able to see this as well. Maybe not as vibrant as in the immediate areas around the launch pad, but certainly they should be able to see something pretty striking as well later tonight.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I think people will be turning their eyes to the sky tonight to see all that happens. People, like you mentioned, tuning in national headlines. Hopefully we'll see Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams back on planet Earth soon enough. Craig Patrick, thank you so much. Enjoy the launch tonight.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, great conversation there. Craig Patrick enjoying it, taking it all in to T-minus some 2 hours and 15 minutes or so, T-minus 2 hours and 15 and counting until this launch. So we're following it very closely. Let's take you back out to the broadcast by NASA as they get you ready. These 4 astronauts already in their seats. They'll go over through some protocols in place for this. Let's just listen in and watch it unfold in real time. It's a pretty night, a pretty day there in Florida along the Space Coast. Let's listen in as Crew 10 getting all the dotting the I's, crossing the T's, ready for this launch. Let's listen in.
In that location. Now, the area is cleared by the range, so we'll wait for an update from the range to find out what the situation is there.
You know, you see there's not a cloud in the sky, so that's another nice feature for the viewing today. You know, sometimes if there are a few clouds interspersed, you lose your view for a minute or two once it gets above that cloud later, but that should not be a concern for today.
Yeah. The high pressure system that's in the area literally swept out all the moisture and storms that we had earlier in the week. We had a cold front pass through on Tuesday, or Monday rather.
Dragon SpaceX for hydraulic checks. Just giving an update that they're about to start an additional set of kinematics tests on the hydraulic system, so you may feel or hear some valves clicking, but this is expected.
Thanks for the heads up.
So SpaceX informing the crew that they will be hearing some noise as SpaceX cycles hydraulic valves. This is a situation that they are evaluating in this moment.
Dragon SpaceX closeout team is taking final steps in prep for side hatch closure. Stand by for transition to pad hatch closed. Ensure all items remain secure from now through launch.
Copy.
And there you see the crew closing the hatch. But again, back to the hydraulic issue, SpaceX cycling those valves as they work an issue with some ground equipment, the hydraulic lines, and the system that feeds the clamp arms, which holds the rocket to the pad. A note about that boat that we saw earlier, there is still plenty of time to clear the range. And so I don't know this for sure, but it's possible that the boat may be getting a visit, but certainly could get out of there. There are notices that are put out called NOTAMs. They are notices to mariners and aviators in the area that lets them know that a launch will be going off this evening. and the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, the 45th Space Wing, has the responsibility for the range. And of course, again, plenty of time to clear the range before liftoff. Currently sitting at T-minus 2 hours and 10 minutes and counting. You're watching live launch coverage of NASA and SpaceX's Crew 10 mission to the International Space Station. 2 hours ago, the crew made their way out of astronaut crew quarters. After they suited up, they got into their rides, drove out to the launch pad, ascended the launch tower, walked across the crew access arm and into the Dragon Endurance capsule that you see there. The Endurance spacecraft currently on its 4th flight. Flight leader in the fleet currently. The crew is now inside the capsule, and the team there at SpaceX performing some leak checks to make sure the capsule is airtight. We've been taking your social media questions throughout our live launch coverage. Keep them coming. Hashtag AskNASA on Facebook, X, YouTube, and Twitch. Our next question comes from Spooky Sniper, asking, Jessica, what's one challenge of spaceflight that most people don't really think about?
Well, one thing that comes to mind is the challenge that we face when we come back home, because you've been operating in this really intense, novel, exciting environment for 6 months, 7 months in my case, even longer for some of the recent missions. And every day you're intertwined with all of the systems of the space station, all the experiments, everything that's going on. And it's, your participation, all the work that you're doing is critical and crucial to the success of those experiments, to keeping the space station alive and healthy. And there's a lot of meaning in your work. You have these very busy days that are all laid out and planned by the ground teams. And then you leave the space station and the transition is quite sudden. You come back, you have to contend with gravity again, which doesn't feel great for your body. And you think about it, you're thinking, well, wait a minute, I left and somehow the space station's up there still doing just fine with another crew that's taking care of it, but you're personally no longer connected to it and responsible for those everyday operations. And it's quite a difference from when you come back. And I think especially for astronauts on their first missions, I've talked to quite a few astronauts about it.
SpaceX, are you ready for comm checks with MD, LD, and DC?
SpaceX Dragon, ready for comm check.
Copy, I'll initiate the teacher's comm check. Dragon, SpaceX, comm check.
SpaceX Dragon, loud and clear.
Core, loud and clear. Teacher's comm check complete. Stand by for comm checks with DC, MD, and LD in the launch configuration.
Dragon, DC on countdown 1, comm check.
DC Dragon, loud and clear.
DC, loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with MD.
Dragon, MD on countdown 1, comm check.
MD Dragon, loud and clear.
MD, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. Dragon, MD on Dragon to ground, comm check.
MD Dragon, loud and clear.
MD, loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with LD. Dragon, LD on countdown 1, comm check.
LD Dragon, loud and clear.
LD, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. Dragon, LD on Dragon to ground, comm check.
LD Dragon, also loud and clear.
LD, loud and clear.
Dragon, SpaceX, launch configuration comm checks complete.
Dragon, SpaceX, or SpaceX Dragon, copy.
Yeah, so to wrap up that last question, you know, when you returned from spaceflight, some astronauts, including myself, have kind of had this feeling of aimlessness almost. You know, you've just accomplished this #1 goal that you've had, this dream you've had your entire life from the time that I was 5 years old, from my perspective. And I actually returned at the time of COVID, so that was coming back to a completely different planet. But, you know, finding, again, you know, your purpose and your mission it's probably something that most people don't think about when they think about the challenges of spaceflight.
All right, so much to do with this. T-minus 2 hours, almost exactly 2 hours until the Crew 10 mission to the International Space Station will go smoke and fire aboard this SpaceX rocket. Obviously, NASA doing a great job there. Everything lining up for this flight there to take place at 7:48 p.m. Eastern Time. A live look there. Blue skies as we're following it. Let's continue on here, though, on Live Now from Fox. Bring into the conversation Space.com editor-in-chief Tariq Malik. Tariq, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox as we are, like I mentioned, 2 hours until liftoff. Break it down. What are we expecting to see in 2 hours? Talk a little bit about this mission.
You know, this is actually a long-awaited mission. It's kind of a twofer. You've got 4 astronauts, Anne McClain, Nicole Ayers, and 2 international partners are ready to make their start for a 6-month mission to the International Space Station. But it's a relief mission of a kind as well. There are 2 astronauts who have been kind of stuck a bit on board the space station since June. NASA astronauts Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore, because their Boeing spacecraft didn't work, I guess, up to NASA specs at that point in time. So they had a 10-day mission, turned into 9 months. They've been waiting for a ride home. They have that right now, their Crew 9 Dragon spacecraft, a SpaceX rocket, but they can't come home until this crew arrives, and that's supposed to hopefully happen over the weekend. So, you know, that whole kind of dance of crew change waiting to happen, waiting for this launch this evening.
Yeah, and we talked about it time and time again, that 8-day mission, that 10-day mission stretched to 8 months instead. And I think a lot of people talking about it, stuck, marooned, stranded in space, and hopefully they will be back on Earth soon enough. Can you talk about the preparation, though, going into this launch? Because we saw it potentially try to go up there last week. Now we're going. How do they go through all of these protocols? How much are they going through to make sure everything is right on course for today?
Well, there's a lot of checks that are going into this. SpaceX, of course, has had several missions leading up to this flight. They had a used rocket tip over and fall. When they tried to land it, they wanted to make sure that there wasn't anything similar on this vehicle that could have happened as they saw on that previous uncrewed flight. Sounds like everything was fine there. Today, though, they are working a couple of things. The weather looks pristine, like you mentioned earlier, 95% go, but they're looking at a hydraulics glitch, it seems like, on the clamp arm on the rocket. And if they are able to clear that, then everything should be fine for the launch. If not, then they might have to stand down for a day or so to recycle. So they are still kind of tracking a few things. But so far, it's been a pretty smooth count, aside from that one hydraulics issue there.
Yeah, that is so very good. And I'm going to have to shift gears a little bit because we just see the President of the United States walk out. Thank you, though, so much for joining us. T-minus 2 hours until liftoff. Thanks again, Tariq. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. All right, great conversation there as always, and as I mentioned, and as we do here on Live Now from Fox, quickly shifting gears to the President of the United States here at this St. Patrick's Day reception. Let's listen into it live on Live Now from Fox.
Very happy St. Patrick's Day. It's a big day. And as a lifelong New Yorker, nobody knows the Irish better than me. I know too much about the Irish. So let me begin by saying I really do. I love the Irish. I've had great friends over the years, and I love the Irish, special people. And I've been to Ireland many times. I have a lot of property in Ireland, actually, and it does very well, so I like it. If it didn't do well, I wouldn't like it. But I'm always struck by the awesome beauty of the Emerald Isle and the strength and warmth and grit and grace of the Irish people. Very few people can compare. Today, we're delighted to welcome Taoiseach Micheál Martin, a very special man doing incredibly well and very popular. and his beautiful wife, Mary. And I want to thank you both for being here. The first official visit to the White House. So thank you very much for being here with us. Thank you. Thank you. I also want to extend a special welcome to Ireland's ambassador to the United States, Geraldine Boom. And you, where are you, Geraldine? There you are, Geraldine Byrne Nason. And you're going to be working with this gentleman right here. He's a very great golfer, one of the best golfers that you'll ever see. He'll be playing golf all day long. He'll take clients out to play golf, but he's won many, many club championships. And Ed Walsh, congratulations. Great, great. It's going to be great. We're grateful also to be joined by the members and many members of our cabinet, proud Irish Americans, Sean Duffy and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Where's Robert F. and Sean? Hi, Bobby. I knew that, let's see, Duffy we knew and Kennedy we knew. Some of you I wasn't as sure. Pam Bondi, I don't know. Are you Irish? Are you Irish? I don't know, with that name, I can't figure that out. She's doing a hell of a job, I'll tell you. That Attorney General Pam Bondi, Secretary of Energy. Secretary of Energy, Chris Wright. Now, you're doing a good job. You see the oil is going down. It's going down. $65 a barrel today. You're doing better than I even thought, because everything else is going to be coming down with it. All those expensive goods that you had to suffer with for 4 years are all coming down. Energy leads the way. Thank you. Good job you're doing with our friend, right? HUD Secretary Scott Turner. You're not Irish, Scott. Where's Scott? Give me a break, Scott. You know, I want to be politically correct and not mention it, but I'm going to say, how much Irish do you have in you, Sean? I don't know. He said 0. That's right. Secretary of Veterans Affairs, Doug Collins. Thank you, Doug. You're Irish. EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin. He's one of the most important guys. He's going to get those approvals. A nuclear power plant will take less than 2 weeks to get approved, right, Lee? They used to take 15 years. We're going to do it in a couple of weeks. U.S. Trade Representatives Jamieson Greer. Where are you, Jamieson? Jamieson Greer. Thank you, Jamieson. And I also, there's a very special man here that I've been watching a long time. One of the greatest dancers ever in the world. Michael Flatley is around here someplace. There's nobody like this guy. Great, Michael. I've watched him, Radio City. I've watched you a lot, Michael. His feet, the way they moved. I don't know how the hell you do it. Can you still dance like that, or is Father Time caught up? You know, Father Time has never lost. You know that, right? But you're doing great. You look fantastic. Also with us are Representatives John McGuire. John, hi, John. Good. Bill Heisinger. Bill, thank you. Ronnie Jackson, Doc Ronnie, as I call him, even though he's a congressman. Special guy. John Joyce. John. Thank you, John. David Joyce. David. Thank you. And Guy Resenshaw. You know that Resenshaw. That's actually the way you pronounce it, you know. Nobody else gets it right. I got it right, but it's a hell of a name. And despite that, he's very successful at what he does, which is politics. And he's a great guy. Thank you, Guy. We have come together to this beautiful White House this evening for the annual Shamrock Ceremony, a living symbol of the long and unique friendship between Americans and the Irish. And we're always going to have that friendship, just like we have a great friendship. We'll always have that very special friendship. This wonderful tradition dates back to 1952, when the first Irish ambassador to the United States sent President Truman a box of shamrocks as a gesture of goodwill. You hear that, Walsh? The first. You're not the first. You're, I don't know what you are. What number are you? Do you have any idea? It's been a long time, right? Let's see. I could figure it out pretty easily. The bond between our nations is the old America itself, and it is as old as our country. So many Irish volunteers risked their lives in the American Revolution, and George Washington described Ireland as, quote, the friend of my country in my country's most friendless day, meaning Ireland stuck with us when we were not doing so well, when it was looking pretty bad. Irish heritage gave us the boldness of Andrew Jackson. I didn't know Andrew Jackson was Irish. The brilliance of F. Scott Fitzgerald, Henry Ford, and Walt Disney, and the leadership of the late, great President Ronald Reagan. It was men and women of Irish descent who built the hallowed halls of Notre Dame University. Notre Dame is great. What a great place. The legend of the Boston Red Sox and the golden arches of McDonald's. That's right. Today, 1 in every 10 Americans trace their roots back to the old country. We're discussing, we have 5 million people living in Ireland, but we have 35 million people living here, right, of Irish descent. That's a pretty interesting statistic. I'm just looking at all these great dancers over here. You are very beautiful. Are you all great dancers, is that right? Look at that. Young, great dancers. Wow. That's great. Did you perform for the group before? Because I heard somebody was doing really fantastic. They said these people are fantastic. I didn't get to see you. Do you want to do it again? Okay, well, we might have them do it again. I heard you did a fantastic job. Thank you. As we celebrate Irish American Heritage Month, we're grateful to be joined by hundreds of these proud patriots right here today. And I know them from personal experience that many of the people that we have here, they're just fierce. They have fierce Irish flame. We call it, you never give up. You never, ever give up. Oh, I even see Don. Hello, Don. You are definitely Irish, Don McGann. You are definitely an Irishman. There's no question about that. But you never give up. We will never give up, ever, right? For the young ones, ever. Because you never know what's going to happen, you know? Just a little bit more effort and you get there. Look at what happened to me. A lot of people said this was not a possibility. They said that was going to be a tough race, and we won in a landslide, and let's keep it that way, right? And we're having a great time bringing our country back and bringing it back at a level that people had no idea was going to take place this rapidly, this quickly. And a lot of our great people that are secretaries and the people working in the administration are here, and they're doing a fantastic job, so I want to thank all of you. 5 blocks east of where we are today, that spirit once helped save the very heart of the city's Irish American community. You all know about it. During the War of 1812, British forces rampaged through the streets of Washington, burning every building in their path. Every single building was being burned down. Almost everyone fled, but not Father William Matthews of St. Patrick's Church, which was built to serve the Irish workers who came to build the Capitol and the White House. They were building the White House, and they formed a great bond. And they were doing the pretty important buildings, the White House and the Capitol. I would say that's about as good as it gets. As the fire spread, the priest and the group of his parishioners said that we're just going to have to barricade ourselves in. We're going to have to do something because it's really bad. It's really dangerous in here. And inside the church, they climbed to the roof, armed with only buckets of water. That's the only thing they had. And the other thing they had was faith in God. They had a big faith in God. They said, God will never do this to us. Risking their lives, they defended the church. And more than 2 centuries later, St. Patrick still stands as a beautiful testament to their incredible resolve and bravery. And the patron saint of the Emerald Isle, and that's what it is, St. Patrick. So we have St. Patrick's Day, and we remember their courage, and we honor the bravery of countless Irish Americans who have kept our country safe, strong, prosperous, and free. And I made a little talk with my friend right behind me before at the Capitol, and they gave me one statistic that they don't have here. I thought it was an amazing statistic. 50% of the people that won the Congressional Medal of Honor were Irish. Can you imagine? And I want to check on that, because that sounds to me, it's just that. I want to, Pam, would you please have that investigated? Because how is that possible? Seriously, how is that possible? I was very surprised to see that, Mary. Would you agree that that's possible? With the Irish, I didn't think. With the Irish. Now, think of it. The Congressional Medal of Honor is the highest award you can get in this country. And 50% Well, there you also have the Presidential Medal of Freedom, but I will say the Presidential Medal of Freedom, it's much easier to, I mean, you know, you get it for achievement in something, but you don't have to take many, many bullets, although there has been one bullet that was, there's been one bullet that was not too good. I'm the only one, the presidential, that got that. But think of that, 50% of the people that received the Congressional Medal of Honor had Irish heritage and were involved in some form with the Irish, and that's pretty good. That's a pretty big statement. In closing, I want to remember one more Irish-American patriot our nation lost this week. In 1979, Anthony R. Dolan, some of you know that name, a lot of the people that work in the White House know it very well, became the youngest ever Pulitzer Prize winner for his reporting on government corruption in Stamford, Connecticut. In 1981, he became the chief speechwriter to President Reagan, whom he served for 8 years. That's a long time. That's the full time, 8 years, coining the phrase evil empire. That was his word. That's a very famous, if people aren't here, the evil empire was a very profound statement. Tony served as a White House advisor throughout my first term and most recently was a special assistant to President on domestic policy and the Domestic Policy Council. He passed away early Monday morning, and his family is devastated, to be honest. They're devastated. A couple of the family members are here, but they're devastated. He was a great person, great, brilliant writer, and so he will be very greatly missed. And Tony is looking down on us right now, and he was so proud of what he did and his heritage. He was so proud of his heritage, so I want to thank him and his family for the incredible job they did. Once again, let me wish everyone a very happy St. Patrick's Day. And with that, I would like to ask Taoiseach Martin to say a few words. He's a very, very special man in Ireland. As you probably know, he's a very popular guy, which is not easy in Ireland. And it's an honor to have both Mary and Michael here with us because we really, we've gotten to know each other very well, and they're great people. Thank you very much, everybody.
President Trump, distinguished guests, it is a singular honour to represent the people of Ireland as we gather to celebrate St. Patrick's Day. The time-honoured tradition of the Shamrock Bowl ceremony is an important moment to reflect upon the relationship between our two countries. Mr. President, as you said on an earlier St. Patrick's Day, and I quote, "Through trial and triumph, ups and downs, thick and thin, the extraordinary Irish people have stood by America's side, and America will always stand by theirs." Our peoples have stood side by side for a long time. And next year, the United States marks the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. Of the 56 signatories of that historic document, 3 were born on the island of Ireland, and many others were of Irish descent. Since then, Irish America has been at the heart of shaping this great nation. The ideals of liberty, democracy, and equality of opportunity forged in this country did much to inspire Irish independence. Our histories are interconnected because our people are interconnected. Today, as the President has said, more than 30 million people claim Irish ancestry in the United States. Those who came to America seeking refuge from poverty and hunger at home worked hard. They helped build the railroads that connected this country and the skylines that defined it. Others served their communities and their adopted home as firefighters, teachers, nurses, doctors, policemen, and soldiers. Irish people can now be found in almost every industry and community across the United States. Mr. President, Irish Americans have lived the American dream. I saw that for myself earlier this week in the great state of Texas, where I met Governor Greg Abbott attended South by Southwest, and learned about exciting economic opportunities that abound in the Lone Star State. I met with Texan-based companies using Ireland as a gateway into the European market, as well as the Irish companies investing in and buying from Texas. All across the United States, men and women go to work every morning in Irish-owned companies. These companies play a key role in the US economy, operating in every sector, in every state. Some of your great American manufacturing companies count Irish buyers as their top client, with order books worth many billions of dollars supporting the jobs of thousands of fantastic American workers. Ireland is now in the top 10 as a source of foreign direct investment in the United States. Not bad for a small island. Ireland likes to trade with the United States, and the United States likes to do business with Ireland because we are strong and reliable partners. Mr. President, let's do even more and better together. In the past, Irish labourers came to help build the new republic, the beacon on the hill. They even built this beautiful White House. They built the roads and the railroads that made this mighty union possible. Today, Irish companies are building the infrastructure connecting the United States in the 21st century. Throughout our great shared history, Ireland has played a role in bringing America closer. In doing so, we've been proud to help make this country great. Mr. President, American companies continue to invest in Ireland, where our access to the European market, talented workforce, and consistent and stable business environment makes us one of the best places in the world to do business. And just like our peoples and cultures, our economies are deeply interconnected. Investment in Ireland helps American companies sell their products across the world. Our island is home to a people with an outward perspective, generations of whom have looked to the United States for opportunity and inspiration. We've built prosperity through free and fair trade with partners all over the world, and particularly here in these United States. Let us continue to build on that foundation, bringing ever-growing prosperity to both our great peoples. Let us continue to work together to make sure that we maintain that mutually beneficial two-way economic relationship that has allowed innovation and creativity and prosperity to thrive. Mr. President, on St. Patrick's Day in 1981, in this House, President Ronald Reagan spoke of a just and peaceful solution to the conflict in Northern Ireland. And that was the start of an extraordinary journey. 17 years later, after enormous effort and commitment and dialogue and disagreement and sheer perseverance, we signed the Good Friday Agreement. We signed a just and lasting peace into being. And the United States of America was at the very center of that magical moment of hope and inspiration. Successive presidents, Republican and Democrat, cared enough to put in the late nights, the persuading, the cajoling, the negotiating, the encouraging, the influencing. And Mr. President, 3,720 people were killed in that conflict, and close to 50,000 people were injured. In per capita terms, that's many millions of Americans. And just imagine that for a moment in terms of the scale of what happened. It was the support of the United States of America that was essential in bringing that to an end. One of the greatest achievements of American foreign policy, with heartfelt commitment from both sides of the aisle. The story of peace in Ireland is one that we wrote together. We know building peace is a difficult and painstaking task, but when the mighty United States of America puts its shoulder to the wheel, there is no mountain it cannot move. Mr. President, I welcome the unrelenting focus and energy you have brought to the search for peace in Ukraine and in the Middle East since your first days in office. In my view, there is nothing more noble, President, than the pursuit of peace, and this is what you are doing. Ireland is ready to work with you and our international partners to end conflict and especially to bring just, lasting and sustainable peace to the people of Ukraine and the people of the Middle East. Conflict and war hurt the most vulnerable. Too many children in particular have died in Gaza, in Israel, in Sudan, and too many children have been abducted in Ukraine. Let us together never cease to strive for peace, prosperity and opportunity for all the world's children. That would be an extraordinary achievement for the transatlantic relationship and an extraordinary legacy for the ages. Mr. President, County Clare is one of the most beautiful places on this earth. And Doonbeg is one of its finest jewels. One of Ireland's finest poets, and we've had a few, as you know, wrote of the beauty of County Clare along the flaggy shore in September or October, when the wind and the light are working off each other. And Heaney wrote of how Ireland can catch the heart off guard and blow it open. I have been to that part of Clare, and I know that that is true. Mr. President, I hope that we can welcome you to Ireland soon to catch your own heart off guard. You know better than anyone the beauty of Doonbeg, a place that would take anyone's breath away. Gorv Mila Amahagut, Banachdi na Fela Podrig Oruv Galer. Thank you very much indeed, and happy St. Patrick's Day to you all. Thank you. Time-honored tradition, I'm going to present a bowl of shamrock to President Trump.
All right, you can just see here the events ahead of St. Patrick's Day at the St. Patrick's Day reception, talking about some of the major international headlines and the bowl of shamrocks, the traditional gift there given to the president there, President Biden. Obviously, as he departed, obviously talked about his Irish heritage quite a bit. Now President Trump also continuing this relationship there with him. All right, we're following this very closely here on Live Now from Fox. We did see several meetings, a breakfast earlier on today with the Speaker Mike Johnson, J.D. Vance, the Vice President, inside the Oval Office for that meeting. Quite a few questions being asked of the President. So we're following all the latest here on Live Now from Fox as they depart this there in Washington, D.C. More top headlines coming up in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live and Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. We turn our attention to a search for a missing college student in the Dominican Republic. Sudiksha Konanki went missing over the weekend in the investigation. The search continues right now as, of course, we're learning very preliminary information, very limited information about this, as there is now a person of interest in the search for this missing college student who was on spring break there in this Caribbean island. Back here in the United States, in her permanent residence in Virginia, the county there opening this investigation. They don't have a suspect yet. It's not a criminal case as of yet, only a missing person investigation. Let's bring into the conversation now out of Virginia, Fox 5's David Kaplan. David, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. What more can you tell us about this investigation and some of the resources being sent down there to the Dominican?
Yeah, Andy, we know the Loudoun County Sheriff's Office is sending people today. We know the FBI, other agencies are involved, the Indian Embassy in the Dominican Republic, the Dominican Police, the Civil Defense in the Dominican Republic is handling the search as well. So multiple agencies looking for Sudiksha Konanki. Now, you just touched on this, Andy, and we got to be very clear off the top here. The latest comments from the president of the Dominican Republic are that they are sort of operating under the theory that this was some sort of accident. That is based on conversations that they have had thus far with people who were last with Konanki in the moments before she disappeared last Thursday morning. That said, the sheriff's office here in Loudoun County, Virginia, has really emphasized that they want to leave no stone unturned, and they did confirm the name. Joshua Reeve is the person who is last believed to have been with Konanki. That said, they are very clear in their statement that this, again, is not a criminal investigation right now, that he's a person of interest in what is still a missing persons investigation. He's been interviewed. He's still in the Dominican Republic. He is not a person of interest nor suspect in a criminal matter, and that is an important distinction, is what a spokesperson told us in a statement. Sheriff Mike Chapman told Fox News a couple hours ago that he couldn't comment on where things stood with the investigation exactly, but they did not want to rule anything out.
And we're looking over a lot of things that I can't really talk about, because it's an ongoing investigation. But believe me, there's a lot of information that's being looked at right now. A lot of different, things when it comes to electronic communications, all these other things.
The Dominican Civil Defense is continuing its search. This as new surveillance videos emerged from just an hour before Konanki was last seen. It shows her locked in arms with this person of interest who, again, not a criminal suspect. Fox News is also getting more video on the ground of the hotel where this is happening. The lead investigator in the Dominican Republic telling Fox News this afternoon that they're continuing to comb through video, interview, and re-interview people. Authorities say the search on land and sea is active. The Loudoun County Sheriff's Office says there were multiple drownings at this specific location within the last few months, and Fox News spoke with someone who was at the resort at the same time where Konanki was staying, who said this about the water.
The current and the waves, the waves were really big both of those days, even during the day and at night. I think we went down there Thursday night, and the flag was still red from the previous days, and the waves were a lot heavier, but we didn't go in the water, we just stayed on the sand.
I reached out to a couple of numbers, Andy, for the parents of this person of interest. I did not hear back, so we have an active search, Andy. We have a very active investigation, and certainly a lot more questions than we have answers right now.
Yeah, a lot still be undetermined at this point. No body yet. Of course, indications potentially may be a drowning as well. I do want to ask you, because there are, like you mentioned, a lot of questions. Are we expecting to hear from any authorities there on the ground in Virginia or in the Dominican Republic? Do you hear anything about that?
Yeah, so out of the Dominican Republic, there have been sort of piecemeal updates based on what we've been able to gather. We know that there's the sort of police investigation that's happening there. The lead prosecutor in Punta Cana has also given a few updates. And obviously, I referenced this, but we've heard from the president of the Dominican Republic as well. So again, we know that there's sort of an active investigation at this time, and that's definitely something that's noteworthy. As for Loudoun County specifically, I can tell you again, the sheriff's office just sent sent a team down there. They've been in constant communication, but I will tell you, Sheriff Chapman also did make a note that sort of they're going through this investigative process, and he did indicate it could take some time, but all this to the end, Andy, of really trying to figure out what exactly happened and where Kananki is.
Yeah, like you mentioned, a lot of agencies involved there, going from Virginia down to the Dominican Republic to provide support in that search, that investigation. David Kaplan, I appreciate your time. Thank you so much for your insight here on Live Now.
Thank you. Take care.
All right. Thank you so much. All right. We're going to continue on here on Live Now from Fox. A very interesting, complicated, uncertain story that we're following as they went on spring break with some friends to have some fun. Now, a missing person there, Sudiksha Kananki from Virginia, a University of Pitt student. The last seen, the person of interest, not in this criminal case, just a missing persons case. They were unrelated. They did not go down there together. This one obviously going to school in Minnesota, and we'll hear from our Fox 9 team in just a little bit. Let's take you out, though, to this interview my colleague Mike Page had with our Fox News correspondent Nate Foy on the ground in the Dominican Republic as the search ramps up. Let's listen into this conversation from just a little bit ago.
The search intensifies for the missing University of Pittsburgh student that has gone missing in the Dominican Republic for the last 6 days right now. Let's go out live there where we have Fox News' Nate Foy joining us with the latest here in this investigation. Nate, what is new today?
Hey, Mike, we are in the water off of Punta Cana, not far from where Sudiksha Kananki was last seen early Thursday morning of last week. I'll ask my photographer to just pan to the Rio Republica Resort. This is where she stayed. You see a lot of people here still celebrating their spring break. People on vacation. I'll ask my photographer, Doug, to zoom in on the red flags. Those red flags are up at this specific resort to symbolize dangerous ocean conditions. And the neighboring resorts that we can see all have yellow flags. So this presumably went up after this terrible disappearance, or it could have been up before. We're working to learn that information. Meanwhile, behind my photographer, I'm not sure if he can actually show you, but we have search teams continuing to try to gather any evidence to find this missing 20-year-old American college girl. We earlier were speaking with some Dominican armed forces who came over to our boat and told us to be careful because they have scuba divers in the water. Yesterday we saw helicopters and drones being used with volunteers on the beach, just trying to find any information they possibly can. And the search zone has also expanded as the Dominican National Police say they have 300 workers out here. They're re-interviewing all witnesses, trying to figure out exactly what happened. This is an American Indian girl who was visiting the Dominican Republic with her friends from the University of Pittsburgh. And according to surveillance video, you see that they go out to the beach just after 4 a.m. on Thursday morning. And the friends shortly return about an hour after that. The gentleman that is seen with his arm around her doesn't return to the hotel until 8:52 a.m. As you see a helicopter right here coming towards the Rio Republica Resort where Kananki was last seen. I mentioned the gentleman that she was with went back into the hotel hours after everybody else and reportedly told police that he passed out and threw up on the beach after swimming with Kananki, claiming that he got out of the water because of rough conditions, which we see symbolized with the red flag. But this right here, an example of the tremendous resources that are being deployed, an international search effort to find this 20-year-old girl whose parents are here in the Dominican Republic, pressuring investigators to try to figure out what happened and to consider all possibilities. Again, drones also being used. Every single resource that is available is being used right now, but still search there are no answers. Hopefully that changes soon. We'll send it back to you, Mike.
Yeah, Nate, it's terrible for the family what they are going through right now. Is there anything in the investigation? Is anyone being called a person of interest? Do they have anybody that they are zeroing in on, or is this just something that they are still just going through the motions here of this investigation?
So the Loudoun County Sheriff in Virginia, where this girl is from, came forward and described a person who is a witness in the investigation as a person of interest. But the Dominican police have not said that, and we are making the editorial decision to not communicate that information with that specific verbiage right now. So right now, all we are reporting is that the Dominican police are re-interviewing all witnesses involved in this investigation.
All right, Nate Foy, with the very latest out there in the Dominican Republic. We appreciate your reporting. Thanks so much for the updates, and we'll continue to look for more as they become.
All right, thank you so much to that report there as Nate Foy on the ground in the Dominican Republic as the search there for the 20-year-old University of Pittsburgh student from Virginia gone missing there in the early morning hours. The search continues. I do want to put up just this, a post from Nate Foy as well. Say we had an interesting moment today in the search for the missing American college student Shudiksha Kananki in Punta Cana. This helicopter hovered over an area within the search perimeter next to our boat, and the dive teams with snorkels investigated the area minutes later. So as you heard, they're on the ground, but also in the skies, trying to find this missing individual, last seen on surveillance camera in the early morning hours, just past 4 o'clock over the weekend. And like you also mentioned in that hit, Nate Foy talking about the search in the water, some of the currents, some of the tides moving in and out could make it very difficult. But also note during that hit with Nate Foy, you can see plenty of people in the water enjoying the spring break. So it's not like they're roping off a singular area. It's not like they're looking in a specific area. People are enjoying themselves as the search alongside, adjacent to this search for this missing Pitt student, of course, arm in arm in that last surveillance video with a, quote, person of interest, not a criminal investigation, not at this point. So we just want to reiterate that. That's what officials in Virginia and beyond are saying. The FBI also involved. We're hearing from different officials down there in the Dominican. All right, I'm Andy Mack here on Live Now from Fox. You can see this, the last known moment on video. Shudiksha Kananki there in the Dominican Republic alongside some of her friends that went down there. The person of interest went to a university not associated with Pitt, not associated with this friend group, actually from St. Cloud State in Minnesota. We'll have that and much more here on Live Now from Fox. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox as we hopscotch around some of the top stories of the day. It is right now 6:30 on the East Coast, just over an hour away till this Crew 10 mission to the International Space Station. And you can see the crew there all buckled in and ready. An hour and 20 until smoke and fire. Let's listen in to this NASA broadcast here on Live Now from Fox as we await this big moment. They heading to the International Space Station will replace a crew up there. And to those notable names, Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams will return to Earth as soon as Sunday. Let's listen in to this here on Live Now from Fox, their broadcast.
Crew program, flying mission after mission. It has safely carried astronauts to the International Space Station. With Crew 7, Endurance proved its reliability yet again, marking its third journey to orbit. In all, Endurance has flown 10 astronauts and 2 cosmonauts to and from the International Space Station, and it's supported crews from NASA, ESA, JAXA, and Roscosmos. And we are currently at 1 hour and 19 minutes until liftoff of Crew 10 on a Falcon 9 rocket to the International Space Station. 1 astronaut and 1 cosmonaut will be the latest crew to fly as part of the NASA Commercial Crew Program. The program uses private companies to transport people to and from the orbiting lab from U.S. soil. We've had a good countdown so far. Weather is almost perfect, 95% go. We do have an issue that SpaceX is looking at on the ground side. It has to do with the hydraulic system for the clamp arms, one of the clamp arms. Clamp arms hold the Falcon 9 rocket to the transporter erector. They have been giving the crew inside Endurance updates as they've been going along, and they're going to give them another update here soon. We know that they also let the crew know that they would be testing that hydraulic system. No danger to the crew at all in order to test that system. So they went ahead and cycled those valves. They're gathering data and continuing to work that. They have up until the launch escape system arm, which is T-minus 45 minutes to make a call. Just inside the spacecraft, it's pretty calm inside there, as we've been seeing, the crew. But what are you feeling in a moment like this?
All right, a lot of emotions there ahead of this launch. T-minus 1 hour and 17 minutes as they're going through all of these extensive checklists to make sure everything is ready to go for this Crew 10 mission to the International Space Station. I'm Andy Mack. We're back after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. We're learning new details in the disappearance of a University of Pittsburgh student, a 20-year-old female in the Dominican Republic, on her spring break. I do want to put up just this, the last known images of Sudikska Kananki there in the Dominican Republic at 4:15, just past 4 o'clock last Thursday morning. They do have a person of interest. They're not calling this a criminal investigation. This is just a missing persons investigation at this point, as of course, like I mentioned, a person of interest has been identified. We're going to be joined right now by Fox 9's Mike Mazzoni. Thank you so much, Manzoni. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. What can you tell us? What more can you tell us about this person of interest in this investigation at large?
Well, we know his name. His name is Joshua Ribe, but at this point it's important to note that he is not a suspect and he does not face any criminal charges. We know that he's from Iowa, and right now he is a student, a senior, enrolled at St. Cloud State University. He's been attending there since 2023. That's here in Minnesota. He is a senior, majoring in land surveying and mapping sciences. I do want to show you some surveillance video. These are the last known images of that missing student. Investigators say this video that a news outlet in the Dominican Republic obtained shows Ribe walking with Sudikša Kananki. That's the missing student. She's also with some friends, and you can see them following close behind. This video is from last Thursday around 4:30 in the morning. Investigators say the group walked toward the beach in Punta Cana, and Kananki and Ribe stayed behind. Investigators are now working on the assumption that the 20-year-old University of Pittsburgh student may have drowned, but at this point, there's really no hard evidence of that. Authorities in Punta Cana and here in the United States talked about the search right now just hours ago.
More cameras have been checked, both in the location and in the surrounding area.
We want to find her. We want to hopefully find her safe and sound. Right now, there's just so much that we don't know.
To local media reports in the Dominican Republic, Ribe has been cooperating with investigators, though he's told apparently conflicting stories about what exactly happened that night or in those early morning hours. We're in the Fox 9 newsroom. I'm Mike Manzoni. Let's send it back to you guys.
All right, thank you so much. Lots of questions still left to be unanswered. I do want to ask you, because the St. Cloud State community, a small school there just northwest of the Twin Cities, do we know more about who he was down there with? Because we know Kananki traveled with a group of 5 friends. Do we know anything more about who he was there with?
We know she was there with friends. Unclear who he was there with or if they knew each other beforehand, since she goes to school in Pennsylvania. He attends school here in Minnesota. Likely that they just met there, but investigators haven't released any of that information at this point anyway.
All right, Mike, thank you so much. I appreciate your time, your insight here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. All right, great conversation as we're continuing to follow that. The search continuing to ramp up there for this missing 20-year-old student in the Dominican Republic. All right, we're following it here on Live Now from Fox. Let's slide away for our final 2-minute break of this hour.